Hey everyone, hope you're all doing great. Welcome back to the Anime Fictions 2.0. Today, we're diving into another exciting what if Naruto's isolation made him a cold, strategic ninja. If you're enjoying these alternate timelines, make sure to hit that subscribe button, share it with your friends, and check out the other videos on the channel. And of course, drop your thoughts in the comments. I always love hearing your ideas. Alright, enough talk, let's get into the story. Chapter 1, Hope and Ambition. By the time Uzumaki Naruto had turned 5 years old, he had come to realize that a good majority of the people in his village hated him. It was not an immediate realization. As the haze of colors and sounds called infancy slowly but inevitably passed, he first came into the awareness of his individuality. Looking down at his stubby toes and observing how they wriggled at his every command, he saw that he was his own person. His body and mind belonged to him and only him, and as far as he could tell, every other person that he saw possessed this right. All of the people in his village were the same as him in this regard. However, he gradually began to see differences between these other people and himself. When Naruto first visited the village playground at the age of 4, he saw many other children running around in the dust. Another young boy was chasing them making threatening sounds, and Naruto felt rather frightened. However, the other children were laughing as if they were having fun. When he asked another child what was going on, he looked at Naruto strangely, and asked him if he never played tag before. When Naruto returned to his home that evening and asked his caretaker, a stern-faced woman with dark hair, about the game, she merely slammed a bowl of rice down on his table and told him to stay away from the other children. He didn't understand why the other children could play tag together, and why he couldn't, but his caretaker's hand was even faster and sharper than her words, so he shut up and ate his dinner. But from then on, though he didn't approach the other children, Naruto did start going out more by himself. He was starting to get sick of the tattered book of folk tales that he had thumbed through since he was 2, and felt that he was a bit too old for the cracked old wooden blocks he'd once fondly stacked for hours before. He was a whole 5 years old, after all. And besides, he quite enjoyed the feel of the sun and wind on his skin. The few times Naruto had been out in public before, he had usually been with his caretaker, who always insisted on him covering his head and lower face with a scarf. She told him it was so that he wouldn't pick up any diseases. But now that he was exploring the streets of his village, he was beginning to have second thoughts. Because wherever he went, inevitably, he was followed by an intense storm of heated whispering. He hadn't realized at first, even following the realization of his individuality, he never thought of himself as particularly unique. He'd read before in his book of folk tales that no two snowflakes were alike, and as such, so were people. But in the winter, when snow covered the village, there were so many snowflakes that he couldn't possibly distinguish between them. This, he realized, could be the same for himself, and for everyone else. And yet somehow, these people managed to point him out, a single snowflake in a flurry of snow. They pointed him out with barely disguised grimaces, they ushered their children away from him, admonished them for walking too close to him, and chased him out of their stores. The first time this happened, Naruto wondered if they wanted to play tag with him and was about to open his mouth to ask when they slammed the door in his face, sending dust flying in his face. Before he could get up, he heard a spitting sound, and he felt a warm sensation on his face. When he touched his face and looked at his hand, it was wet. He immediately returned to his home afterwards. Ignoring the dinner his caretaker had left out on the table, Naruto crawled into his bed with the lights off and the blinds to his window closed shut. He stared into the darkness for the rest of the day, trembling. All of the following days that he went outside ended quite similarly. As time went on, even the other children began to notice him, and unlike the adults, they went out of their way to taunt him. Naruto observed this all and every night, stared into the darkness. After the initial shock had worn off, he began to ponder his situation, trying to find an answer to the question of why he, as an individual, was targeted in such a manner. He wondered if it was because of his appearance. After all, when he ventured outside with his scarf on, nobody treated him like an aberration, or even worse, pretend he didn't exist. If they accidentally bumped into him, they apologized, and if he bumped into someone, they'd pet his head when he apologized. Recently, some of the other children had started to call him Tomato Head because of the shock of red hair that framed his thin face, but he did not think that could be why he was singled out so much. He had examined his features quite closely at one point. His hair color was a bit unusual, but he had seen others with brightly colored hair in the playground quite a few times, and nobody ever glared at them or said unkind things to them. He had blue eyes, a quite ordinary trait, and though he was a bit small for his age, he was in no way deformed. He had counted carefully. He had one head, a face with all of its features, 2 arms, hands, and feet, and 10 fingers and toes, just like every other child. Some of the adults sometimes were missing a finger or a limb. In fact, the only really unique thing about him was the pair of faint whisker-like birthmarks on his cheeks. Naruto had noticed that some of the village clans, like the Inuzuka clan, had physical markers for their members. So sometimes, he liked to sit in front of a mirror and imagine what it'd be like to have other people who had bright red hair and whisker marks on their faces. And then inevitably his thoughts would turn to his dead parents. He knew that he was an orphan, and that they had died on the same day he was born. His caretaker had told him that much. His situation was fairly common following the Third Shinobi World War and the attack of the Nine-Tails. His apartment was not too far from the orphanage, which teemed with children. In fact, Naruto hadn't even realized that he didn't have parents until he saw for the first time an adult picking up one of the children at the playground. Looking into the darkness, his thoughts unimpeded by jeers and glares, Naruto eventually came to a conclusion. Having compared his behavior to that of other children, he knew that he himself could not be at fault for the behavior of the village people towards him. He never asked for anything that he didn't need, he ate almost all of his vegetables, and he always obeyed his caretaker. He briefly wondered whether he was just ugly, but upon hesitantly asking his caretaker, she'd snorted and told him to stop asking her stupid questions and to finish his soup. So Naruto finished his soup, and after tossing and turning in bed that night, decided he couldn't control whether he was ugly or not, and anyone who thought otherwise, well, they were the stupid ones. Despite his brave thoughts, however, Naruto didn't go out the following morning, and instead remained curled up in his bed. By the time he finally got up and pulled up the blinds, the afternoon sun was high in the sky. As the summer glow warmed his face, Naruto dully listened to the sounds of the village people passing by below, the chatter of their daily life resounding in his ears. Pick up some eggs from the market. Won't step foot in the library, you know. He's gone for a week to Wind Country. Naruto's eyes flew open. Wind Country? While he knew that he lived in Konoha, the hidden village of Fire Country, the thought that there were other countries had never occurred to him. Yet thinking about it now, it seemed such an obvious thing. He'd never left the village himself, but he'd seen the gates opening and closing many times, and seen the travelers and merchants streaming in and out. Though the small glimpses of the outside he'd managed to get through the gates showed only a forest, he realized now, those people must have been headed somewhere. It was then that a sudden terrible, amazing, alien thought came to him: maybe he could join them. It had never even been a possibility to Naruto before, but he felt himself quickly warming up to the idea. Since the people in his village didn't want him, yes, why not? Maybe he could just leave. A faint shadow of himself began to play before his eyes. He could imagine it, an older version of himself stepping with confidence through the gates and traveling through the forest. After a while, he'd find another village and be welcomed with open arms and to the sound of cheers, and maybe he'd even find other people there with red hair and whiskers on their faces, and... With a loud resounding sound, Naruto slapped his hands on his face. Furiously, he shook his head. He was being stupid. He was an orphan. He didn't have any family members elsewhere. His caretaker had made that clear enough. And if he was this hated in his own village, when he'd done nothing, what were the chances of his being accepted anywhere else? Turning his back on the sun, Naruto let his face cool in the darkness. While it had sounded like a great idea, maybe leaving the village wasn't the answer. But if that wasn't, then what was? Was there anything else he could do? Sometimes he wondered what it was like to walk outside in the sun without being jeered at. It would be nice, he thought, to not have to wear his scarf. And sometimes, when he saw the other children leaving the playground holding their parents' hands, something throbbed within his chest. The leaves of the trees in the hills had long since turned orange and red, before the answer came to Naruto from a rather unexpected source. On the morning of his 6th birthday, he woke up to find the room cold, and with no breakfast on the table. His caretaker had always made him 3 meals a day, washed the dishes after him, done his laundry, and cleaned his small apartment once a week. She never had a kind word for him. In fact, she'd rarely spoken to him at all, but she never made him starve before. Blearily staring at the empty table as he rubbed the sleep from his eyes, Naruto didn't notice the masked individual that suddenly appeared on the open windowsill. Before he could do much else, the man had forcefully picked him up and jumped out the window. At first, thinking that someone had finally decided to attack him in his home, he struggled in the strange man's grip, clawing at the man's chest. But he then realized that the man was wearing a porcelain animal mask and metal chest armor, and relaxed. As much as he was hated by the rest of the village, it was common knowledge that the strange animal masked men worked for the Hokage. Sure enough, he was dumped unceremoniously into the Hokage's office. Naruto didn't remember ever having been in here before, but he could read the characters Hokage on the desk in the middle, which top was overflowing with stacks of paper and scrolls. The Hokage himself stood before him. His aged countenance and wizened form almost belied the strong, unwavering eyes that observed him from below the white hat. Naruto quivered and began to look away, but unlike the villagers, the Hokage's gaze held no animosity or hatred. So he met the elder ninja's dark eyes with his own, and for a moment, he thought he might have seen a flicker of emotion within them. But then it was gone, and he turned away. Naruto learned several things that day. Though he never really thought about it before, he now learned that the Hokage had been his benefactor paying for his caretaker, and that now that he was 6, she would no longer be coming by. He would receive a monthly stipend from the Hokage, but he would have to prepare his own meals and clean up after himself. And finally, he learned that he was to attend the academy, starting immediately. Running as fast as his legs could carry him back to his apartment, Naruto was so excited that for once, he didn't even notice the glaring that followed him. After all, the academy was the holy grail for the children at the playground. Having a sibling in it gave you automatic bragging rights, and if you were going to be joining it yourself, uncontested rights to the best swing, bar nothing. For the first time in his life, he felt a rising airy sensation in his chest that he didn't know the word for. However, that evening, Naruto watched the sun set from his window, and with the growing darkness, he began to feel a niggling sense of doubt. He'd never been allowed to join or be a part of anything before. Would attending the academy really change anything for him? He'd always admired the ninja. Their mystique and power made them just like the heroes of his childhood folk tales. But could he become like one of them? And if he did, would people stop hating him? Or was he doomed to be hated for the rest of his life? His fingers rested on the windowsill, clenched into his palms, leaving behind red marks. No, Naruto decided. None of that mattered. He would just become a ninja that they couldn't ignore or despise. He would become so great, his red hair or his whisker marks wouldn't matter. Whether they thought he was ugly or stupid, none of that would matter. He would become the most revered and respected ninja of Konoha. He would become Hokage. Even if he couldn't own their bodies or their minds, he vowed he would own their hearts. Chapter 2: Loneliness. The next morning found Naruto scanning his own appearance before the mirror. If he was going to become Hokage, he knew he should at least have the ability to make a good first impression on his teacher and his classmates. Thankfully, his caretaker had at least done the laundry before she left. Now, he was wearing his best, or rather, least threadbare, clothes. His hair, on the other hand, was a completely different story. It was a spiky red mane that hung down to his neck. Rolling a lock of the bright hair between his fingers, Naruto wondered if he should trim it. He glanced out his window and let go of the lock. He could see the Hokage monument from his apartment, and if the busts were accurate, the second, third, and fourth had all had rather crazy spiky hair. Clearly, their hair hadn't impeded their rise to the top, and he figured that he wouldn't either. In fact, he thought in a passing way, the fourth's hair even rather resembled his own. Nevertheless, he dug out a brush that hadn't seen the light of day since it had been bought, and dutifully tugged it through his hair. Finally, with one last check in the mirror, smoothing out a non-existent crease in his shirt, he left his apartment and headed to the academy. Before he entered the building, Naruto paused and looked up at the circular sign that proudly hung in the niche above the doors. The character for Shinobi was emblazoned on it in bold ink, and he knew enough to know that it was made up by the separate characters of Blade and Heart. Together, it meant endure. It seemed appropriate considering the goal that he had in mind. Tracing the character with a finger on his palm, he took a deep breath and stepped through the doors. The classroom was large with a high ceiling, and filled with rows of desks, stacked in an increasing, rising order like a staircase. When Naruto walked in, following his new instructor, a man with an old scar across his face who had introduced himself as Yumino Irika, a palpable ripple of surprise swept through the room. The noise level in the class sharply dropped, as dozens of pairs of eyes turned to observe him. Naruto didn't see any of their narrowed gazes, but stood awkwardly in front of the blackboard. Offhandedly, he realized that he recognized one of the faces that stared back at him. It belonged to the girl with the large forehead who he noticed getting picked on a few times in the playground. "This is Uzumaki Naruto," Iruka introduced in a ringing voice. At the sound of his name, some of the children began to whisper amongst themselves. "He's 6 years old, and he'll be joining our class from today onwards, so make him feel welcome." "I hope we can be friends," said Naruto, forcing the tips of his lips up into a smile. He'd never had much of a reason to make one before, but he had observed from afar how smiles could lower people's guards. He thought he heard some snickers and maybe even a muttered tomato head, but for the most part, the children only stared back at him sullenly. Considering his introduction largely a success, Naruto found an empty seat next to another boy with a dark countenance, who idly rested his head on his hand. It turned out that the class had been going over how to read and write several basic characters that he already knew, so for the first hour, Naruto had the unhindered liberty of observing his new instructor. Iruka had seemed courteous enough when he first introduced himself outside of the classroom, but he wondered what the Chunin truly thought of him. Iruka certainly seemed jumpy about him. In the last 10 minutes alone, his eyes had flickered 4 times over to where Naruto was sitting, and he had stumbled over his words each time. Judging by the sheen of his face, the man was sweating slightly as well, and Naruto had learned from first-hand experience that, if it wasn't from the heat, it indicated they were nervous. From his brief personal interaction with the instructor, Naruto could already tell that Iruka was usually a proficient teacher. Discreetly looking around, every time Iruka fumbled over a sentence, he saw looks of puzzlement reflected on the faces of his classmates, confirming the fact. He returned his gaze to the Chunin just as the man in question looked up at Naruto, and their eyes met for a split second. Iruka gave no visible signs of reacting, and looked away almost immediately, mistakenly writing a different character on the blackboard as he did so. But Naruto already knew. Though it was just the smallest glimmer, he had seen that same, strange look of fear and revulsion that everyone else in the village had whenever they saw him. His spirits beginning to sink, he wondered whether he would be kicked out of the academy after all. After the lesson on reading and writing, the class moved on to chakra, and suddenly, Naruto found himself out of his depth. Apparently, there was something called a chakra point, and a person had 361 of them. There was also something called hand seals, and the 12 basic ones were named after the horoscope animals. But not knowing what chakra itself actually was, Naruto could barely follow the discussion, let alone participate. From the sounds of it, it sounded like magic, but he'd always thought magic was mere fantasy. So what else could it be? An hour of torture later, the class was over, and the students were given a short lunch break. As most of the other children filed out of the room, Naruto dawdled at his desk before approaching the instructor, who was flipping through a sheaf of papers on a clipboard. "Iruka-sensei," Naruto began in a low voice, looking down at the ground. Most adults didn't like it when he looked at them directly. "Yes, Naruto?" He heard the rustle of paper above him. Iruka's tone was casual, but Naruto thought he could detect a note of tension. "Could you tell me what chakra is?" When the man didn't answer right away, Naruto looked up and hurriedly added, "The discussion was very interesting, and I wanted to join in, but I'm still not sure what it is, and where it comes from." To his relief, Naruto observed some of the tension leave the instructor's face, though he still looked perplexed. "Well, Naruto, chakra is a form of energy that all living things have. The energy is a mold of physical and spiritual, and goes around your body in a network. We ninjas can use this chakra to perform techniques." Iruka paused, before adding, "Do you know what a technique is?" Naruto shook his head no. A technique is a skill made possible by chakra, with effects like walking on water, exhaling fire, and creating illusions. There are all kinds of techniques, such as ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even the most basic one requires you to mold your chakra. Usually, techniques require a certain sequence of hand seals. To demonstrate, he put his 2 hands together and quickly made some signs. There was a burst of smoke, and suddenly, someone who looked exactly like Naruto was standing in front of him. Letting out a small exclamation of amazement, he stepped back. There was another burst of smoke, and Iruka was standing before him again. That was the transformation technique. It's one of the most basic ninjutsu techniques, and we'll be learning it when your class is a bit more advanced. Eagerly, Naruto put his hands together and mimicked the man's hand signs. To his disappointment, nothing happened. Just doing the motions won't be enough, I'm afraid, said Iruka with a smile. Naruto's eyes widened at the sight, and the smile slid off of the man's face like sap. He coughed. Well, off you go now. Naruto left with his heart pounding. He couldn't remember anyone having ever smiled at him before. And unlike the smile he himself had given the class, this hadn't been an offering of goodwill, it had been a genuine article. Feeling like a large burden had been removed from his shoulders, Naruto began to wander the village, looking for a place to eat that wouldn't chase him out. So long as he didn't get on Iruka's bad side, maybe he would be able to learn everything he wanted about being a ninja. And then, he would be that much closer to becoming the Hokage. As Naruto passed by a small restaurant, a ninja with a face mask stepped out from under its flap. As the flap dropped down, the most hauntingly delicious aroma he had ever smelled came wafting out, freezing him in place. There was a big paper lantern hanging outside. It said Ramen Ichiraku in bold red characters. As though entranced, before he knew it, he had lifted the flap and stepped in. Several of the villagers were already there, eating, and at his entry they looked up at him. Reacting on instinct, Naruto tensed, waiting for them to glare at him, but instead, their faces grew pale. Rising to their feet with a clatter, they all left in a hurry, leaving behind an array of empty stools. Well, that was a new reaction, even he'd never cleared a restaurant out like that before. Feeling a chill run down his back, Naruto turned to the counter to find himself face to face with a stern-faced man in an apron. He waited for him to respond angrily, but instead, the man grunted, "What'll you have?" Taken aback, Naruto's eyes flickered over to the menu and he stammered out the first item he saw, miso ramen. Less than 10 minutes later, the most majestic bowl of noodles he had ever seen in his life was placed in front of him. Slowly, he raised his chopsticks to his mouth, and as warmth spread through his body, his chopsticks picked up in pace, and soon he was inhaling the rest of the bowl. It was not too late, however. Hearing the stools beside him clattering once more, he looked up, and almost choked on a noodle. They were a rowdy group of children he recognized from his class at the academy. Hunching over his bowl, he tried to shrink in on himself. But without his scarf, there was nothing to hide his hair. "Well, what do you know? Hey, look everyone, it's Tomato Head," said one of the boys, jumping up from his seat. His friends joined him, and they rapidly spread out around Naruto to surround him. He said stiffly, "My name is Naruto." "What was that, Tomato Head?" the boy said in a loud voice, cupping his ear as if he hadn't been able to hear him. When Naruto didn't respond, he dropped his hand and glanced over at his sniggering friends. "Nogi here says she heard you asking Iruka-sensei about what chakra is." "Yeah, sensei couldn't believe it," chortled a pudgy girl. "He told us after you left that you didn't know anything and that," she sniffed, "we should help you out." "Ah, does the little baby need his diapers changed?" the boy crowed. He leaned over and swiped Naruto's bowl. "Does Tomato Head want his mommy? Oh wait." He laughed and lifted the bowl to his lips. "You don't have one." Blinking, Naruto watched the bully slurp up the remainder of his ramen. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the owner of the restaurant was preoccupied with another customer. "It's not nice to make fun of people about their parents," he finally said in a mild tone that belied the increasingly hot fire that burned in his belly. "What would you know about being nice? It's not like you ever had parents to teach you," scoffed a girl. "My parents told me to stay away from you 'cause you're bad," added the boy with relish. "I'm not bad," gasped Naruto before he could stop himself. "You are too." "No, I'm not." "Are too." "I am not." "Are too." "Damn Tomato Head. No one wants you here." The boy lifted his hand up with the bowl still in hand. Not comprehending, Naruto watched dumbly as the bowl flew through the air and hit him on the chest with a crash, spilling cold liquid all over his best clothes. "Hey!" The owner had finally noticed what was going on, but at the sound of his voice, the children all scrambled out, the restaurant's flaps swinging emptily in their wake. Naruto stood frozen for a second, watching with wide eyes the oily liquid dripping from the ends of his hair. There was a big black splotch now on his favorite orange shirt that he knew would never come out. Regaining control of his body, he slowly bent over to pick up the bowl, which had thankfully not cracked. Placing it back on the counter, he hesitantly peeked up. The owner stared down at him with a twisted look he didn't understand, and flinching, he apologized, before lowering his head back down again. Putting some coins down on the counter, he left. Not daring to lift his head back up, he raced back to his home. Though no voices called out to him, the whole, long way back, he thought he could feel glares burning into his back. Once he was home, Naruto robotically began to pull out some of his more worn spare clothes from the closet. All he could think about was how he had to quickly change and return to the academy before the lunch break was over, or else he would get in trouble on his first day. If he was to become a great Hokage, he couldn't get kicked out. It was only when he was zipping down his ruined hoodie that he noticed that his fingers were trembling. And then, as he wondered why they were doing that, he also realized that he had lost all strength in his legs. Letting out a small "oh," he fell down on his knees in the dark room. Automatically hunching over on his hands, Naruto felt something warm and wet streak down the sides of his face and land with a plop on the floor. In a detached sort of way, he realized with surprise that he was crying. He had observed before, from afar, people crying for a variety of reasons. Sometimes people, mostly children, cried when they weren't getting their way. Once, he'd seen a girl about his age burst into tears when her mother refused to buy her a stick of candy, and observed how the mother had given in. When he experimentally asked his caretaker to buy him a stick of candy, she'd wordlessly stared at him coldly, as though looking at a particularly disgusting insect on the backside of her sandal. He'd never asked her for anything again after that. Most of the time, however, people cried because they were in pain or because they were sad. When a child fell over in the playground and began to cry, their mother or father would frantically look up at the sound of their voice and run over. When they saw that the child had only scraped a knee, they would laugh in relief and place a band-aid over their injury. Then the child would feel magically better and go back to playing with their friends. As he wondered which emotion he was feeling, Naruto began to feel even more strange. There was a hazy sensation creeping up his body and taking over. And then suddenly, against his will, he collapsed down completely with his face pressed against the ground. Someone was making a terrible moaning sound, and for several seconds, he listened in alarm as he looked for its source, before realizing that it was coming from himself. A mixture of snot and tears was streaming down his face, and he began to worry about how he couldn't go back to the academy with a splotchy face when suddenly, he realized that he didn't care. He wasn't sure what this heaviness in his chest was, but he didn't want to feel it anymore. And if crying would help him lessen it, he would do it. After all, no one was there to hear him. If he wanted to become a strong ninja, he knew he could never let anyone else see him crying, because the heroes in his book had never cried. But right now, he was alone in this cold, dark room. Just this once, he thought, eyes squeezed shut and tears dripping from his nose. A cold and detached part of Naruto thought that he should be pleased to have this privacy. But at the same time, he had never felt so alone before. He felt like he was the only person in the world. Chapter 3: Dream and Determination. And the winner is Sasuke. As the watching students cheered, Naruto, lying flat on his back, looked up at the sky. It was a nice day, he thought, with only a few clouds in the sky. After a few seconds passed, dredging up the last of his willpower, he clambered up to his feet, ignoring how sore his body felt. Brushing the dirt off of his pants, he walked to the edge of the wooden platform and leaped heavily down. The next bout will be between Sakura and Ino. He heard Iruka call out, and two squabbling girls jumped up to the platform. Nice one, Naruto, a boy called out. Without responding, Naruto passed him by, but not before he heard the boy add, "You lasted almost 10 seconds up there." The children standing near them laughed, and feeling the tips of his ears beginning to burn, Naruto abruptly picked up pace and ran back inside the academy building. His footsteps pounded loudly through the hallway, and even though he knew he should be practicing how to run without making a sound, he couldn't bring himself to care. The door to his classroom opened with a clatter, and straining on his tiptoes, he grabbed his bag from his cubby near the end. Naruto knew it was wrong to leave when the academy wasn't even over, but the only thing they were doing for the rest of the day was one-on-one taijutsu fights. No one would notice him gone except maybe Nogi and her friends anyways. Just as he neared the open doors to the front exit, Naruto heard the sound of adult conversation and skidded to a halt. His heart pounding in his ears, he looked right and left, looking for a place to hide. As the sound grew closer and closer, he chose the first thing he noticed, dashing into the niche between the door and the wall. The students coming along? They're very promising. We're conducting this year's first taijutsu tournament today, and they're all performing excellently. Naruto's eyes widened as he recognized Irika's voice. Hadn't he just been back at the arena? What was he doing here now? Had he noticed Naruto was gone? Unable to put aside his rising curiosity, he put an eye to the crack of the door, and then seeing the person beside Irika, he felt his heart skip a beat. The Hokage was standing right in front of the very door he was now quivering behind. Ah, Fugaku's younger son is in your class, no? Quite precocious, isn't he? Actually, while I'd hate to see him go, I think that if he continues to perform as well as he is doing now, transferring him to a more advanced class wouldn't be out of the question. They are brothers after all, the Hokage chuckled. There was a short pause, as the Hokage seemed to be surveying the academy building. For a horrifying instant, Naruto thought that the elderly ninja's gaze had paused on the sliver of his face, and had to fight the urge to run. But then he turned away, and Naruto felt some of the feelings begin to return to his face. They resumed talking, but began to move away in the direction of where the other children were, and after a short while, Naruto finally came out from his hiding spot. His head turning back and forth rapidly to survey the empty lot, Naruto ran as fast as he could, only coming to a stop when he reached the cover of a patch of trees. Panting, he rested for a few minutes against the trunk of a cherry blossom tree. 2 weeks had passed since he joined the academy, and Naruto had quickly learned that it wasn't just basic ninja knowledge that he was behind in. Many of the other students were from clans or had ninja relatives, and they had been training since well before joining the academy. It was all Naruto could do to keep up with the daily physical exercise, and he was completely out of his depth when it came to actual taijutsu. While the other children were flipping through the air and flowing from one stance to the next, Naruto was still struggling to follow along without landing flat on his back. He desperately needed more instruction, but Irika only had so much time to spend on him before he had to move on to the other children. Irika had told Naruto and the few others who hadn't ever received training before that they would catch up soon, but lately, he hadn't been able to bring himself to even look up at the academy sign. He'd sworn to become Hokage, but the way he was now, he thought he'd be lucky to even graduate. If only, Naruto thought. If only he had someone outside of the academy to teach him. Then maybe he wouldn't be so behind. He shook his head wildly. Jumping up to his feet, Naruto smacked his cheeks with his hands. If he had time to feel sorry for himself, he thought, he might as well spend it practicing. Drawing himself up to his full height, he turned to face the tree he had been leaning against. Emptying his mind, he felt his body relax. Adjusting his footing and planting them firmly into the ground, he curled his hands into fists the way he learned in class, and then he punched his right fist into the empty air. Then, drawing that one back, he punched with his left fist. Right. Left. Right. Left. Over and over, Naruto punched repeatedly into the air, pushing his body to remember the motion, until suddenly, he realized with a jolt that several hours had passed, the sun had set, and the temperature had dropped. He was rummaging through the bushes looking for his bag, when he heard the sound of footsteps and froze. Reacting on instinct, for the second time that day, Naruto ducked, trusting the shadows to complete his concealment. To his dismay, the footsteps stopped at a place not too far from where he was hiding. This looks like a great place to talk, doesn't it, Izumo? It was Irika again, and compulsively, Naruto stepped back even further into the bush's shadow. Sure? It was an unfamiliar male voice this time. What did you want me for? I was just thinking, it's a pity the Konoha Archive Library is closed to civilians, isn't it? What? Of course it is. We wouldn't want sensitive village information falling into the hands of just anybody. But it's not just that, right? There's the section with scrolls on taijutsu, ninjutsu. Well, yes. But civilians would just hurt themselves without formal instruction. But if that section was open to, say, academy students, that'd help them with their studies, don't you think? Are you feeling okay, Irika? The voice sounded annoyed. Of course it's open to academy students. Not that my little sister seems to care. Oh yes, I forgot. They'll need an academy instructor's permission for more advanced level scrolls, but basic and fundamental scrolls are freely accessible to students. The Konoha Archive Library sure comes in handy. Don't you agree, Izumo? What in Thewathis is Kotetsu, isn't it? Said the other voice suspiciously. Was that supposed to be your impression of Irika? I'm right, aren't I? Ahahaha, yeah, you caught me. Absolutely terrible, man. I'm a bit rusty, I suppose. Rusty? That doesn't even cover it. Irika doesn't stomp around like that, he kinda walks with his hips moving like this. There was a rustling sound. Like this? Yeah, exactly. Spot on. See, you can do this. The voices faded away. After a few minutes, his heart still thudding in his chest, Naruto finally jumped out. It had been nerve-wracking hiding the whole time, but he couldn't believe his luck at coming across such a vital piece of information, the library. That was it. His mind racing with the possibilities, Naruto rushed home. If he had stopped even for a minute to retrace his footsteps, he may have found the conversation rather odd, as though performed for his benefit rather than a truly organic dialogue. Instead, he turned in for the night extra early, practically flying under his bedcovers in his excitement. As tends to happen, however, he found himself watching the glow of his alarm clock for half the night, willing time to speed up to whole while, and when he finally woke up the next morning, not having even realized when he had fallen asleep, he bustled around his apartment getting ready, with more energy than he'd had the entire past week combined. That day's academy lesson was thankfully conducted indoors, with a primary focus on reading, writing and math, and as soon as classes were over, Naruto was the first one out the door. He'd seen and passed by the entrance to the archive library before, of course. It was near his home, built right under the Hokage monument. But the sign had always looked so official, and the long doors were too foreboding. Climbing up the stone stairway, he hesitated before the entrance. Reaching out with a hand, he pushed the doors, and despite their size, they opened silently. Inside, a bored-looking Chunin was sitting behind a black counter, and beyond that, Naruto felt his eyes widen as he saw a huge expanse of bookshelves, with tomes and scrolls crammed into every open space from top to bottom. There was even another stairway that led downstairs, to a whole other floor of bookshelves that stretched from wall to wall. Pass? The Chunin grunted, not looking up from the book in his hand. Naruto froze. His hands tightening over the strap of his bag, he looked down at his toes, wondering if he'd misheard Irika, or Kotetsu, he supposed. He started out. At the sound of his voice, the Chunin looked up, and as recognition flitted across his face, for a second, Naruto thought he was going to yell at him to get out. But to his surprise, the Chunin put down his book and scribbled something on a piece of paper, before ripping it out and giving it to him. Here's your academy student pass, he said. Naruto hesitantly reached for it, wondering wildly whether the Chunin would snatch it back at the last second with a sneer. But his fingers wrapped around the paper, and the Chunin let go. He returned to his book. Slowly, Naruto turned around, looking out once more at the bookshelves. First floor only, the Chunin added in his bored voice. Nodding, Naruto shot off before the Chunin could take back the pass. With his head wrapped in his scarf, he'd sneaked a few times into the public library before, but that had held nowhere near the amount of scrolls and books that he saw here. And it was far quieter here. There weren't any bored, mischievous children parked here by their parents, or feeble old women yelling at the librarian that their dog was missing. Naruto came to a stop before a bookshelf marked academy level, and craning his head back to scan the labels on the scrolls, he let out a slow breath. He'd learned the characters for taijutsu, ninjutsu, and genjutsu just a few days ago, and they were all here. Spotting a stool nearby, he dragged it over and climbed on top. On the very first shelf, the very first scroll was taijutsu for beginners. Naruto reached out and pulled it out, and was surprised to feel how heavy it was. Gingerly, he unfurled the thick paper, and let out another shaking breath at the sight of the detailed illustrations. His gaze raced from each stance to the next, taking note of each individual adjustment of the feet and hands. Naruto began to shake, and not trusting himself, he carefully rolled the scroll back up. His eyes felt hot, and he had to remind himself that ninja didn't cry. But it took all the willpower he had to force back the tears, and only when his eyes were completely dry did he allow himself to open the scroll up again. He knew now. These scrolls would be his teachers, his parents, his friends. 1 year later. The next bout will be between Naruto and Nogi. A girl wearing her hair back in a ponytail stepped out nervously onto the wooden platform. The platform, which had been smooth and unblemished at the beginning of the year, was now scarred with numerous marks of past fights, serving as a reminder of how far they had come since then. Opposite her, a young boy with red hair leaped lightly onto the platform, making only the slightest sound as he landed. He stood relaxed and comfortably, with his hands hanging in front of him. His name was Uzumaki Naruto. Nogi hated him. At first, it had been fun just because he was so easy to make fun of with his stupid hair, and she never got in trouble for picking on him, because nobody else liked him either. When her papa came home late smelling of beer and yelled at her mama and told Nogi to pick up her damn toys, there was nothing that made her feel better than running outside and taunting him with Funa and Yasu. Naruto never said anything back, but he never cried either, so it was easy to pretend that he wasn't, well, one of them. He was weak too. Nogi always relished her matchups against him in taijutsu, and always used extra force than necessary when pushing him down to the ground, even though she always got in trouble with Irika. But gradually, at some point over the year, Nogi had suddenly found that he wasn't quite so easy to push down anymore. His awkward movements at the beginning of the year were gone, and one day, he even managed to connect a kick. It was stronger than she'd expected, and she was sent flying off the platform. Her friends were immediately at her side helping her up, but when she looked up, Naruto was already getting off the platform, without a second glance at her. Nogi hated him. It was now the end of the year taijutsu evaluation. She lowered into her preferred starting stance, a compact and defensive one that still gave her enough maneuverability to jab out and go on the offensive in an instant. She hadn't fought against Naruto since he'd kicked her, but she knew that she couldn't underestimate him anymore. The only one who seemed to be able to knock down the boy nowadays was Sasuke, and well, nobody beat Sasuke. Begin! Nogi tensed up, readying herself. But to her annoyance, Naruto didn't move. He just stood there, watching her with a blank look on his face, and after a few seconds, she couldn't hold it in anymore. His red hair taunted her, filling her with anger, and she charged at him. Her hands were outstretched, and she threw herself forward, when he stepped aside. She felt something smash down on her back, and grunting in pain, she fell flat on her face. Before she could get back on her feet, she felt Naruto kick down on her side and shove her off the platform. She landed roughly with a loud thud, and coughed as a cloud of dirt erupted around her. The winner is Naruto. Nogi forced her sore body to turn around, and seeing Naruto's back as he walked off the platform, she felt hot tears begin to form in her eyes. She really hated him. After the year's evaluation, when Irika took Naruto aside and asked whether he wanted to be transferred to an upper-level class, he answered yes without a second's hesitation. Instead of being in the top of his class, as he was now, he would probably have to return to being in the bottommost rung again. But Naruto didn't mind. He knew that with patience and hard work, his teachers would guide him once more. "I'm glad it worked out," was Irika's last remark to Naruto, though he didn't quite understand what the chunin meant. That winter, Naruto spent even more time in the archives than before, determined to get an early start on his studies. And finally, when springtime came and the academy opened again, he found himself standing before yet another class of strange faces that looked back at him with sullen eyes. Steeling himself with a blank look, he prepared himself for yet another year of insufferable snickering and taunting. However, to his surprise, his new classmates were slightly different. They were older than him, being 9 or 10 years old, and he found that to some extent, they had grown out of the ignorant cruelty of their childhood. They were at the age when they began to think for themselves instead of blindly following what their parents told them to. But at the same time, nobody approached him. Naruto wasn't an outsider, but he wasn't one of them. He was just something that sat beside them in their classroom and sparred with them outside. Well, that was fine with Naruto. He'd gotten along just fine without any friends in his first class, and the newfound peace in his current class was more than enough for him. He had his teachers in the archives. They taught him and kept him company. And even more than that, they were his friends, and Naruto didn't have to hide anything from them. Naruto had 2 secrets that he never told anyone else. The first was that he felt 2 types of chakra running through his body. Of course, he couldn't see any of it, but if he had to describe them in terms of how they felt, he'd say the first one felt yellow, and that the second felt red. He had never tried directly using the second chakra. He'd found out early on that so long as he focused on his yellow chakra, he could easily direct it to gather wherever he wanted. The red chakra was much wilder and much more stubborn, and sometimes disrupted his chakra, making his ninjutsu fail. After some deliberation and several headaches, he had put aside his red chakra, focusing instead on controlling his yellow chakra. The second secret was that when he nudged his red chakra, a curious black seal appeared on his abdomen. It looked similar to the symbol on the shoulders of the ninja uniform, with squiggly lines coming out like the rays of a sun, but there wasn't much more Naruto could decipher about it. After all, in the academy, they hadn't learned anything beyond the bare bones of Fuinjutsu, let alone anything about putting seals on a person. The implications of there being a seal on his body were initially chilling. Why was it there? Who had put it there? And what was it sealing? Was it perhaps the source of his red chakra? To his disappointment, there was nothing useful on the subject of advanced Fuinjutsu in the archives, and when he tried to reason it out in his mind, all it did was give him a headache. Thinking about it rationally, Naruto would have expected himself to do everything that he could to figure out the seal. And yet, strangely enough, he felt no compulsion to do so. On the contrary, he found the topic of the seal even slipping from his mind, sometimes to the point that he had to stop and think about what he was looking for in the archives. It was a strange thing. But aside from the occasional headache, it didn't seem to affect him in any tangibly negative manner, nor was there anyone he could have asked about it in the first place. In the end, after several weeks of frustration, he put it aside for good and stopped thinking about it at all. And so, the months passed. Every morning, Naruto woke up early and, after his routine sets of push-ups and pull-ups, as recommended by a body training scroll, he practiced building up chakra by walking up the walls of his apartment. He also began to spend his mornings meditating and concentrating on feeling the flow of his chakra running through his body. It was hard to believe that there had once been a time when he didn't know what chakra was. It was the spirit of his very self circulating throughout his body. In the afternoons, Naruto attended the academy and learned about chakra and hand seals, mastering basic techniques. He studied how to set traps, how to disguise his own presence, and how to eliminate as much sound as possible from his movements. He learned how to detonate explosive tags remotely with chakra, and could release himself from all basic. He was smaller than everyone else in his class, so he didn't win quite as easily as he had before, but he made sure none of his losses were in vain. Instead, he learned how to weave in and out to confuse your opponent, and how to use his opponent's movements and body weight against them. And in the evenings, Naruto hurried to meet his teachers and friends in the archive library. In return for his loyalty, they granted to him their secrets, teaching him the lore of how it worked, of how one used hand seals to manipulate how much chakra one used to fuel a technique. He learned that while the academy taught them the traditional way to use seals, and a true master of ninjutsu could perform a complex with just a single hand seal. Naruto had become such a frequent visitor at the archives that eventually, the Chunin had stopped paying such close attention to him. He didn't want to lose their trust, but sometimes when he thought it was safe, he slipped out of the academy section and went into the higher-level shelves. It was there that he discovered that a technique called the Kage Bunshin, shadow clone technique, existed, which usefulness far outstripped that of the simpler version they learned in the academy. Determined to master it, he slipped it back with him into the academy section. Then, he quickly read through the instructions, hiding it behind a scroll about the applications of water in agriculture. Reading through it, it became readily apparent as to the reason why they didn't teach it at the academy. Unlike the illusionary clones, the shadow clones took up substantially more chakra. It was an amount that the typical person couldn't afford to expend. However, in his experimentations with his different types of chakra, Naruto had come to realize that his chakra reserves far exceeded that of any ordinary ninja's levels. And so, with extensive practice in the forest, he was eventually able to successfully summon several shadow clones. Furthering his studies, he also began to read about chakra theory. He read about chakra affinity, and from a test with special chakra paper, learned that he had affinity for the wind element. From then on, following the rather cryptic diagrams provided in the scrolls, he began to experiment with molding his yellow chakra, observing how its properties changed depending on how he manipulated it. When Naruto first succeeded in changing the form of his chakra into being as sharp and thin as possible, and then released it, he found himself being blasted off of his feet as a strong gust of wind exploded in the area around him. Though it was exhausting, It was also exhilarating, and Naruto resolved to add elemental manipulation to his daily exercises, determined to master it. In this manner, 3 years slowly passed. When Naruto was 10, he graduated from the academy at the top of his class and was put into Team 7 with 2 other genins, a girl named Mayu Kamizuki and a boy named Rai Higane. Mayu, a small forgettable girl with brown pigtails, was timid and seemed entirely too afraid of Naruto to talk in his presence. Instead, she hid behind their other teammate Rai, a tan dark-haired boy whose face was somewhat marred by a scar that ran strikingly across his left cheek. Neither seemed altogether pleased about being in the same group as the village pariah. Their Jonin teacher was the renowned shinobi copy ninja Kakashi. Chapter 4: Distant Memories. Leaning against the railing of the roof garden, Kakashi looked down in silence at his new genin team. Their facial expressions, and the way they had positioned themselves was very telling. The girl, Kamizuki Mayu, was biting her lower lip and looked like she wanted to be anywhere else but there. Kakashi wondered for a moment how she had passed the academy test. She had gotten one of the lowest scores in ninjutsu, and the de facto lowest in taijutsu. But the forgettable-looking girl apparently had a bit of a flair for, and had even managed to conceal her presence from the Chunin instructor, which was impressive indeed. At the moment, however, she clung onto the arm of the boy sprawled on the ground next to her, Higane Rai. When Kakashi let his gaze linger on the long scar across his face, the boy scowled fiercely. He glanced away. It seemed that Kotetsu's younger brother would be a handful indeed. Finally, he let his thoughts rest on the third genin, Uzumaki Naruto. He was 2 years younger than the other two and yet had passed with the highest total score on the exam. His new Hittite gleaming on his forehead, he sat noticeably apart from the other two. Though Naruto's blank face was rather more difficult to read, Kakashi could make out a note of determination ingrained in the boy's eyes. Oh ho! He had to wonder what exactly the boy wanted to prove so much. Despite his best efforts, seeing Naruto's face up close like this, Kakashi couldn't help but think of his own sensei. The boy may have had his mother's hair, but everything else was his father's. While he had been under strict orders from the third Hokage to not approach Naruto until now, he had seen from afar just how much the boy had suffered at the hands of the ignorant villagers. The third had said that the experience would make him strong, just as Minato had wanted. But Kakashi couldn't help but think that his old sensei would have been furious at him for letting his son grow up without knowing how much he had been loved. At long last, Kakashi clapped his hands together to get the attention of his newest team. I am your new Jonin instructor, Hatake Kakashi. So that I can know you better, let's go around in a circle with your names. You can also tell me your likes, dislikes, hobbies, and your dreams. The 3 genins stared silently back at him, and Kakashi had to suppress a sigh. How about you go first? He gestured towards Rai, who scowled again but acquiesced. The name's Higane Rai, the boy grumbled. I love anything to do with weapons. My goal is to become the best weapons specialist in Konoha. And he glowered at Kakashi. I hate being ordered around. A handful, Kakashi thought to himself. Now the girl, he ordered. Mayu stiffened under his gaze and Kakashi noted with concealed interest how, for some reason, her eyes momentarily flickered in Naruto's direction. My name is Mayu. I like birds, and I dislike my hobby is looking at the sky, and my dream is to work with orphans one day and better their lives. As she said this, Kakashi had followed her body language carefully. Nearly the whole time, she had been biting her nails while looking down at her sandals. But as she talked about her dream, she had stopped fidgeting, and her voice hadn't wavered once. Perhaps Izumo's younger sister had more substance to her than he'd initially given her credit for. Suddenly, a voice spoke up without Kakashi's prompting. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I plan on becoming the next Hokage. Kakashi blinked. It was the first time he had really heard Naruto's voice. It was even-toned and tempered, which was to be expected considering the isolated lifestyle he knew the boy to have led. But his words, their lack of empty bluster, and even more so, the conviction behind them now that was a surprise. He hid a smile behind his mask. Maybe the third had been right after all. It looked like the fourth son had grown up to be quite interesting. The next day, the newly formed Genin team waited at the training field for their new Jonin sensei. Though Kakashi had told them to arrive early, it seemed the man himself was going to be late. Grumbling about being hungry, Rai sprawled across the ground. Her face pinched with hunger, Mayu sat down next to him. As the minutes ticked by and the sun inched up the sky, Naruto observed his new teammates in silence. Rai Hagane and Mayu Kamizuki, he had never really noticed either of them in his classes. Though that wasn't saying much, when he had barely interacted with any of his classmates over the past few years. The scant little he could recall of either of them was superficial at best. Rai was loud, and Mayu was quiet. It seemed the two had known each other for quite a while as well, considering how tightly Mayu stuck to Rai's side. None of this would have mattered to Naruto, except for the fact that they were now a team. He held back a sigh. He wished they would have just put him on a team by himself. It would have been less cumbersome that way. Though Naruto had made an effort to stay alert, when his stomach began to make rumbling sounds, he settled down on the ground. Closing his eyes and focusing on the stream of chakra running throughout his body, Naruto began to think upon their present situation. Why had the three of them been explicitly told to come this early for training? Why hadn't Kakashi come yet, leaving the three of them alone together? What kind of test could it be that would determine whether they were to continue training as genins, or return to the academy as failures? Surely nobody expected them to be able to defeat a Jonin? And most importantly, why had they been told to skip breakfast? Ironically, it was the sharp hunger racking his belly that brought clarity to his mind. Naruto's eyes snapped open. "We need a plan," he said aloud. His teammates seemed surprised at his addressing them. "What do you mean?" said Rai, regarding him through narrowed eyes. "Kakashi-sensei's test will probably involve us having to team up to beat him," he explained. "That's why he's late. He knew we didn't discuss anything yesterday, so he's giving us time now to work out a plan. In fact, he's probably watching us from somewhere right now to see how we spend this time." His eyebrows raised, Rai looked around skeptically. "I don't sense him anywhere." "He's a Jonin," said Naruto. He turned to look at Mayu, noting how she flinched from under his gaze. "You specialize in, right?" He turned toward Rai. "You're a long-range weapons specialist. And of us here, I'm the best at taijutsu. If we team up and combine our abilities, I think we've got a decent chance at beating Kakashi-sensei." His teammates exchanged looks. Then, Rai looked back at Naruto and to his surprise, gave him a nod. Considering how the other boy had introduced himself, "I hate being ordered around," he'd expected him to put up more of a fight. "Since it was your idea," said Rai, "what do you want us to do?" By the time Kakashi finally arrived, Naruto felt reasonably pleased with the plan they had worked out. Getting the other two to cooperate with him had also been much easier than he had expected. In fact, it made him wonder if he should have put more effort in reaching out to the others in his class. "Your test is to take these 2 bells from me before noon," said Kakashi, looking about as disinterested as possible. "Whichever one of you doesn't get the bell will be tied to the rock and forced to watch the others eat." Well, there it was. It certainly solved the mystery of why they'd been told to skip breakfast, but it now presented another problem. Had he been wrong about the reason why they'd been given so much time together? If one of the three was already automatically slated to fail, how could they possibly work together as a team? Just a single glance at how Rai and Mayu were eyeing Naruto told him that they would undoubtedly betray him if things came to a head. Fortunately, they had hatched some backup plans in the possible case of such an event. Just as Kakashi had started the clock, Naruto motioned to the other two, Plan B. When there wasn't an immediate response, he tensed. Would they move as they'd agreed upon? True, he'd made another backup plan of his own just in case his teammates betrayed him from the start, but its chances of success were significantly lower. But to his relief, just as he was about to consider a change in plans after all, they nodded in agreement and then disappeared in a blur of motion. Directing chakra towards his feet, Naruto silently leaped up a tree to gain some higher ground. Once secured on a branch, he checked Kakashi's location. To his surprise, he appeared to still be standing where they'd left him. Either the man really underestimated them, or it was a clone. There had to be a reason behind this farce of a test. It seemed unlikely that Kakashi was simply a sadist and took pleasure in failing genins. The man had seemed a bit too bored for that. It was more likely that he was trying to teach them some sort of meaningful lesson. Yet the test was set up in a way that guaranteed that at least one of them would fail. Was this supposed to be a demonstration in self-sacrifice? Was one of them meant to patriotically sacrifice himself for the success of their mission? From the corner of his eye, he saw a flock of bluebirds come flapping out of a tree about 100 yards away. It was the signal. Raising his arms back, Naruto flung several shuriken and kunai down at Kakashi's still figure. With grim eyes, he watched them strike their target, and with a burst of white smoke, Kakashi disappeared, revealing a tree log in his place. It was a clone, then, meaning the real Jonin had hidden himself and was probably watching, which could only mean bad news for Naruto, who'd just given away his own location. Dropping back down on the ground, he began to run. Before Naruto had gotten too far, he sensed the presence of an active pursuer who could only be Kakashi. Without making any visible signs of recognition, he began to slow down, as though growing weary. Then, without warning, he dropped to the ground and swung out several shuriken at the spot he sensed him to be in. A moment later, the presence flickered out. His pulse quickening as he saw something silver flicker right next to him, Naruto flipped out of the way. Just as he landed, there was a cloud of dust, and when it cleared, Kakashi was standing behind him. "Not bad," said Kakashi. A beat passed where Naruto remained motionless, and he realized that something was wrong. Then with a burst of smoke, Naruto disappeared, and a log clattered on the ground. There was a hissing sound, and recognizing it in a heartbeat as the indicator of an exploding tag, Kakashi immediately leaped out of the way. As he spun into the air, a red-headed figure bulleted out of the nearby bushes and barreled into him. Raising his arm just in time to block the kick, Kakashi reached out with his free hand to close off the boy's movements. But even as his hand settled around Naruto's ankle, the boy twisted around in midair, swinging the length of his other leg at Kakashi's neck. Forced to let go in order to avoid having his windpipe crushed, he watched as Naruto landed nimbly on his hands before flipping back upright. Without a moment's pause, Naruto threw another exploding tag at him. As Kakashi leaped aside again, he saw that the genin had begun to quickly make some seals. Before Kakashi could see what technique he was forming, the tag had combusted, momentarily distracting him. The next second, a sharp gust of wind burst into existence beside him, picking up a cloud of leaves and dust to create a miniature storm in the clearing. Interesting, so Naruto had wind affinity just like his father. But Kakashi had to smile at the naivety of the genin's plan. If Naruto's aim had been to blind him, unluckily for him, Kakashi didn't need to rely on his vision to be able to sense where he was. And as expected, he sensed the boy running directly towards him. Bending his legs, he prepared to leap over Naruto, when suddenly, he sensed upwards of 20 kunai shooting straight towards him from above and behind. Shit, thought Kakashi, as he was forced to roll to the side. In the excitement, he'd forgotten about the other two. On his feet once more, Kakashi dodged another leg sweep from Naruto, scanning the area for Rai as he did so. Judging from how the kunai had been thrown, Rai was probably hiding in one of the trees and had waited for the opening Naruto had created. And if Rai was around, Mayu was sure to be close by. Marveling at how far this year's batch of genins were pushing him, he focused and searched for her chakra. While Mayu may have been able to conceal herself from a Chunin, there was a world of difference between Jonin and Chunin. Just as it seemed that Naruto's taijutsu and Rai's onslaught of projectile weaponry had him cornered, Kakashi sensed a small disturbance in the ground below. His eyes narrowed. A second later, Mayu came bursting out of the earth, and with a look of rare triumph, she swiped at the two bells that hung tantalizingly from his waistband. So they had still gone ahead with the plan. He had expected them to abandon all signs of teamwork once they were told only two of them could pass, but it seemed they had stuck to the plan. Naruto would first engage Kakashi, and Rai would provide further distraction. Mayu, as their most accomplished at hiding her presence, would creep up on him and take the two bells. It was a simple plan, but effective, and if he had been just an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly have worked on him. It was child's play for Kakashi to replace himself with Naruto instead at the last moment. If he had been any less pushed by the pursuit, he would have enjoyed the look of utter shock that flashed across Mayu's face as she instead crashed straight into Naruto. 2 down, 1 to go. Kakashi began to look for Rai as he waited for Mayu and Naruto to disentangle themselves when suddenly, Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. In the split second that it took for Kakashi to register what had happened, a flash of red came shooting out of the hole that Mayu had made. Watching in astonishment at the hand that reached out for the bells, he immediately leaped away, realizing his mistake. At some point, Naruto must have replaced himself with a shadow clone, The real Naruto had hidden underground, hiding his presence behind Mayu's. A bell jangled. Kakashi felt a single drop of sweat roll down his neck, as he and Naruto stared impassively at each other. A single bell dangled from between the boy's fingers. Judging from the look of shock still on Mayu's face, she had not been privy to this part of Naruto's plans either. Kakashi had to wonder whether it had been a spur-of-the-moment thing, or whether he had thought of it all from the very beginning. Whichever the case, however, it didn't make much of a difference. He had underestimated the genin. It was as simple as that. As similar as Naruto looked to the fourth, it had been all too easy to simply dismiss him as the cute baby-faced son of the legend. He certainly hadn't expected him to know a Jonin-level technique such as the Shadow Clone technique, or thought it possible for a genin to have devised such a plan. But now, he knew better, and he would never so completely underestimate the son of Minato again. No, Kakashi corrected himself. He would definitely not be underestimating Uzumaki Naruto again. Very well, he said, shaking his head ruefully. The remaining bell jingled from his pocket. But since only Naruto got a bell, the two of you will have to be tied to the rock. For a few seconds, he let the two genin process the information, noting the look of disappointment on Mayu's face and the carefully blank one on Naruto's. Then he smiled behind his mask. Just kidding. Everyone passes. Letting out a big sigh, Mayu fell on her knees, and soon afterward, Rai dropped out of the trees to join them. With some amusement, Kakashi noted the wide, easy grin on his scarred face. It looked far more natural there than the scowl had. It seemed the boy didn't take too well to strangers, but was the type to quickly warm up to one. As his genin began to ravenously dig into their lunches, Kakashi looked over them. He had somewhat mixed feelings about how things had turned out. Originally, he had fully expected them to work separately, and completely fail at capturing a bell. Then he would have tested them, as he had with all previous genin teams, by checking to see whether they would choose to ignore his orders and take care of each other. This was the first time that he would pass a team for actually succeeding in their mission, and he didn't know whether to feel proud or apprehensive. After instructing everyone on Team 7, now Team Kakashi, he supposed, to rest up in order to start missions the following day, Kakashi prepared to make his report to the Hokage. But before leaving the training area, he stopped by the memorial where his best friend's name was inscribed. He lowered his head and thought of his own sensei and team. It all seemed like a millennia ago, and now, he was the only one left. He wondered if he would be able to pass on what he had learned from them to his own genin team. He sincerely prayed that it would not come for them at as high a cost as it had for himself. Chapter 5: Eyes Like Cold Steel. Knowing that the road to becoming Hokage would be a long one, Naruto had always had faith in his own patience. But as he chased down the Fire Lord's wife's pet kitten for the umpteenth time that afternoon, he found himself entertaining thoughts of premeditated murder. It's little wonder it's always running away, muttered Rai. With varying looks of pity on their faces, they watched the pig of a woman press the squirming kitten against her folds of chin fat in a show of fervent adoration. As the woman pulled out several crisp bills of Rio from her handbag, the kitten wriggled out of her grasp again and began to race for freedom towards the exit. Noting the look of extreme terror on its small face, it was only half-heartedly that Naruto grabbed the animal and returned it to its owner's claws. It had been several months since Team 7 had passed Kakashi's test, and in the days following, they had carried out a long, repetitive series of D-rank missions. Most of these missions involved mundane odd jobs that posed little to no risk to their lives, and they were getting restless. Nonetheless, Naruto was pleased with their Jonin sensei. The man understood the significance of chakra manipulation, and when Naruto demonstrated his own experimentation with his wind affinity, seemed willing to teach him how to refine his control. It turned out that most Jonin were able to use at least 2 elemental chakra, with Kakashi suggesting to Naruto that he could begin training in another nature once he had mastered his wind chakra. Despite his lax appearance, Kakashi was quick to correct any flaws or inefficiencies in their forms and never seemed to lack experience or knowledge in anything. After the trial with the bells, Naruto had never again managed to get the upper hand against their sensei. Though it was frustrating at times seeing the huge difference in their skills, it was still gratifying to know that he was learning under one of the very best Jonin Konoha had to offer. Everything about having a Jonin instructor was new for Naruto. But if he had to say, the strangest part about it all was that sometimes, it seemed to Naruto that Kakashi held no bias against him. Though the man's gaze was piercing and unapologetic, Naruto had never detected even the slightest glimmer of resentment or revulsion. He couldn't quite rule out the possibility that the Jonin's capability to control his emotions simply exceeded his own ability to detect them. But despite his apprehension, Sometimes Naruto even thought that Kakashi seemed interested in teaching him. It was an odd feeling. Naruto tried to quash it, and yet, against his will, he found himself going out of his way to approach Kakashi. Gradually, as Team Kakashi grew more experienced, they began to be given C-rank missions. C-rank missions were missions anticipated to have some combat involved with the possibility of injury, and the three genin eagerly snapped up every opportunity they got. To Naruto's perplexity, the three of them worked well together. Despite his initial apprehension regarding Rai in particular, after their success in Kakashi's bell test, Rai had proved to be responsive and willing to follow Naruto's directions. And while Mayu had yet to directly address Naruto, she silently followed Rai. In terms of their abilities, they were a well-balanced team. Mayu was their scout, being easily the best at stealth and having a certain affinity with birds that allowed her to transmit messages over distances. Her strength was also promising, and Naruto could think of a variety of uses for it, such as being able to detain the target before he or Kakashi arrived. Rai, on the other hand, specialized at handling long-range weapons, and was able to provide a steady stream of backup artillery on all their missions. Meanwhile, Naruto, who preferred close combat, was their main offensive power in taking down the target. He had begun receiving kenjutsu instruction from Kakashi, and had taken to strapping a tanto across his back. Their first two C-rank missions involved capturing dangerous wild animals that had been spotted around the lands of Konoha. Their third mission, however, was their first ever bodyguard duty. The mission's objective was to escort the caravan of a wealthy silk merchant and his family to the village of Yugakure in the land of hot water. Mayu and Rai flanked the caravan, with Naruto at its lead and Kakashi watching over from the back. Though the three genin were initially enthusiastic about their duties, the energy that had been bubbling within them at the start of their trip had all but dissipated by the fourth day. Having reached the last leg of their journey with little incident, the three were now dirty and tired. It was a matter of unfortunate timing that it was their sensei's turn to sleep when the rogue bandits attacked the caravan. It was the middle of the day, and everything seemed normal. Rai was laughing with the merchant's children, while Mayu watched them with a smile on her face. From his place at the front, Naruto was listlessly still scanning the distance in search of anything that looked out of place. He hadn't slept in over a day, and he was really looking forward to switching positions with Kakashi. When he noticed a slight disturbance in the distance, he paused and focused on it. However, after nothing had happened for several minutes, he dismissed the disturbance as a false alarm. He had only just returned his attention to the immediate vicinity, when suddenly, with an exploding sound, a wagon behind him burst into flames. Immediately leaping to his feet, Naruto converged on the burning wagon while Mayu and Rai rose up protectively around their patron's family. Kakashi joined him a second later looking completely alert, and together, they used water techniques to douse the flames. Even as the last flame sizzled out, however, two more wagons had burst into flames. Sensing several shurikens spinning directly towards him, Kakashi flipped out of the way. As he did so, Naruto deflected several kunai away from the main wagon. He missed one that had been sent later than the rest, and the kunai embedded itself into the glass of the window, cracking it. From behind it, Naruto could see the shivering pale face of the merchant, a corpulent old man with thinning hair. Suddenly, there was a flash of black as a cloaked man leaped at the merchant, his eyes gleaming with the intent of murder. Before Naruto could react, the jonin beside him had disappeared. There was a cracking sound as Kakashi twisted the man's head in midair, instantaneously killing him, before jumping up to the top of the wagon where two more figures in black holding daggers waited for him. It had been so sudden that Naruto jerked back. It was the first time he'd ever seen somebody die. He followed with widened eyes as the body landed on the ground with a thump. It was still. Kakashi's voice shattered through his reverie. "Naruto, the others are getting away." While he'd been distracted, two figures swathed in ragged cloaks had begun to head into the woods. Shame rushed warmly to his face, and Naruto immediately leapt into the air. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Making two more shadow clones of himself, Naruto and his clones followed the remaining two bandits into the woods beside the road. They were evidently trained, and had some experience in dealing with other ninja. Naruto's first clone was taken out by the shorter man within seconds, though judging by the way the man reacted when the clone disappeared, he had never dealt with shadow clones before. However, they were no match for Naruto, and he had caught up to one of them within a minute. Ordering his remaining clone to follow the other bandit, he removed the tanto from his back. The man's eyes widened as he flew towards him with the tanto in hand, but before he could cry out in alarm, Naruto slid the blade across the front of his neck. A stream of red spurted out, spraying his face with warm blood. With a gurgle, the man fell to the ground. That made it the second time he'd seen someone die. However, while he'd been gawking the first time, there was a strange clarity in his head now that made it possible for Naruto to wipe the tanto on his pants before returning it to his back. Picking up the scroll that the man had been carrying, he looked around for the remaining bandit. Spotting the telltale rags getting rapidly farther away, Naruto jumped up the sides of a tree. Feeding extra chakra down to his feet, his leaps between each tree grew stronger and longer, and with his shadow clone slowing the bandit down, he soon closed the distance. Naruto could see the man from up close now. Like the others, he was not wearing any identifying aid. The bandit's age was inscrutable, though the face was scruffy with stubble and worn down. The man could see Naruto too now, his features twisted in visible shock. "You're just a child," he said, just as Naruto's shadow clone reached him. The man pulled out a kunai from a pouch and waved it threateningly at him. The clone easily kicked it out of his hand, and as it spiraled into the air, the real Naruto grabbed it. Knocking the man off balance with a leg sweep, Naruto pushed the bigger man down onto his knees with his foot, and pressed the kunai against his common carotid. "Why did you attack the caravan?" he asked. When the man didn't respond, he added pressure to the blade. A thin line of vivid red appeared on the bandit's neck, and Naruto could hear the man's heart begin to beat faster. "Let me go," pleaded the man, his voice raw with desperation. "Tell me. I have a son waiting for me. He's 6. We just needed money. Please." Naruto paused. It didn't seem like the man was lying, but his mission came first. And the mission details did not include letting go of a bandit who would undoubtedly attack other innocent merchants in the future. With a gurgle identical to the first man, the bandit before him fell to the ground. Red blood came bubbling out of the sides of his mouth as he attempted to say something. "Hero," the bandit choked out, before his eyes glazed over. He twitched once and then he was still. Wiping the blood off the kunai and returning it to his holster, Naruto picked up the remaining scrolls and tucked them beside his tanto on his back. As he did so, there was a flicker of movement, and Kakashi appeared beside him with the body of the other bandit. Helping Naruto shoulder the second body, they returned to the caravan. All the fires had been put out, and the bodies of the 2 bandits that Kakashi had dealt with had been arranged neatly on the side of the road for their companions to later claim. The 2 bandits' bodies were laid to rest beside them. No one in the merchant's family had been more than superficially injured, and with Naruto returning the scrolls that the 2 escapees had made off with, their finances were also more or less protected. Naruto mutely accepted the gushing praises of the fat man, all too aware of the still wet bloodstains on his face and clothes. While Rai gave him a nod of acknowledgement, Mayu shot him a look of fear before turning away to comfort some of the younger children. When Naruto was alone, he raised a hand and touched his face. Lowering it, he saw that his fingers were stained red. He'd taken the lives of 2 men in the same amount of time it'd have taken him to eat a meal. It had been so easy too, just a single slash across their necks, and they had ceased to matter. His thoughts turned to what the bandit had been trying to say in his final moments. Hero, his son's name, perhaps? By the time Kakashi told Naruto that he could rest for the rest of the journey to Yugakure while the Jonin took over his position, he was so tired that he accepted without comment. Clambering into the wagon and lying down, he immediately felt sleep enveloping his weary body. The road to becoming Hokage is going to be long indeed, Naruto thought to himself as he drifted off. In his dreams that night, the bandit's body was gone from the side of the road. The only sign that it had been there was the faint trail of dirt and broken grass blades that led into the forest. Chapter 6: The Ones to be Protected. Yugakure was a peaceful and prosperous village in the land of hot water. The village was tucked away high up in the shrub-covered mountains, connected to the ground by carved pathways that spiraled down the side of the cliff rock. The country received its name from their famous hot springs, which were sourced by the many small rivers that furrowed through the land. These rivers all eventually cascaded down the side of the valley as thin waterfalls before joining a vast river. The village was apparently very popular as a tourist spot, and as Naruto and his team wearily walked past the entrance gates, they could see quite a number of families coming in with them. Within the village itself, there were a large variety of souvenir stalls selling festival masks, local specialties, and fans among other things. The center of attraction, however, seemed to be the big wooden archway with the words Hot Springs at the center of the village, which the majority of the people were headed towards. The sky was bleached with orange and purple as the sun set, and Kakashi decided that they would stay the night before leaving for Konoha at dawn. Hearing of their decision, and overcome with gratitude for a job well done, the silk merchant gifted them with tickets for an overnight stay at a famous local inn with its very own hot spring. And so that evening, Mayu headed off by herself to the women's bath while Naruto and Rai hunkered down in the heated pool in the men's bath. Resting a soaked towel on his head, Naruto closed his eyes, letting his tired muscles soak in the hot water. With his eyes closed, he idly began to pick up the jumbled chatter of multiple surrounding conversations. The way they washed over him had a very relaxing effect. Naruto opened a single eye to see Rai looking at him from the opposite end of the pool. Mirroring Naruto with a folded towel on his head, he had a mischievous look on his face. Much more than Mayu, and even more so since the incident with the bandits, Naruto had noticed that the other boy was talking to him with increasing frequency. It was a little bewildering and altogether new for Naruto. A small part of him skeptically wondered whether Rai was setting him up for something. However, since preserving the team harmony would be most beneficial to successfully completing their missions, he didn't rebuff the other genin. "What is it?" he said. Rai waggled his eyebrows. "Think Kakashi-sensei'll take off his mask in the bath?" Naruto pondered this for a moment. It was true that he had also never seen their sensei's face in its entirety, though he had never before thought too deeply on it. "I don't see why he wouldn't," he said. "I don't think he has a medical condition that requires him to always have a face mask on." "I bet he's hiding a weird mole." Rai smirked. "Or something else," he added with a more sober look, touching with his hand the knotted scar that ran across his cheek. "Who's hiding a mole?" said a voice. It belonged to Kakashi, who appeared to be stepping into the bath area. He was standing where the white steam from the baths was thickest, and they could only make out the outlines of his body. As the man stepped closer to where the two genin were resting, Rai stood up impatiently with a splash, straining to see his exposed face. Naruto remained seated, but strangely enough, he also began to find curiosity bubbling within him. Just as Kakashi was about to come into view, there was a soft hissing sound in the bath indicating new hot water was being pumped in. A sigh of appreciation rising up among the men, a cloud of white steam drifted up, concealing everything around them. Soon, Naruto couldn't even see Rai, who was right in front of him, though he could hear the other genin gnash his teeth in frustration. "This is nice, isn't it?" he heard Kakashi comment congenially. This steam's making it hard to see anything." There was a splashing sound. "Oh, there goes my towel. Guess I'll have to get a new one." There was another splashing sound, and then the sound of a wet foot slapping on rock as Kakashi climbed out of the bath. "This is it," thought Naruto. Quickly making the appropriate hand seals, he then slashed his hand in Kakashi's direction. A gust of wind swept through the bath, rapidly clearing the steam clouds. There was a whistling sound, and then something that sounded like barrels crashing on rocks and breaking. This was soon followed by the sounds of high-pitched screaming from the women's side of the hot spring. "Nice one, Naruto!" cheered Rai. The steam had all but cleared from the bath now, and Naruto now saw that there were at least 20 other people standing around in towels. They were all looking around, blinking in confusion. "Where's Kakashi-sensei?" asked Naruto. Thanks for that, Naruto," he heard Kakashi say from behind him. "I found my towel." Naruto and Rai whipped around, to see Kakashi back in the hot spring pool. He was still wearing his aid on his forehead, and had wrapped his newly rediscovered towel around the bottom half of his face. Covering his face with a hand, Rai let out a groan. After the three had finished soaking in the hot spring, they changed into cotton yukata provided by the inn. Kakashi somehow managed to put his face mask back on as well, before rejoining Mayu at the outdoor garden. Several families were by the pond, admiring the colorful fish that swam in its depths. It was dark, so the garden was lit with several paper lanterns that hung from lines strung all around the walls. Attracted to different aspects of the garden, the team soon split up. Kakashi settled down on the bamboo veranda with a book, while Rai joined several other boys who were admiring some ornamental weaponry on display within glass cases. Mayu, seemingly entranced by the bobbing lights, excused herself to walk through the garden. In the end, Finding himself alone, Naruto hovered by the veranda for a few minutes before slowly making his way over to the pond. The families had moved on, and there was now only one other man who was by himself at the pond's edge. Together, they stood in silence for several minutes, watching the fish dart through the shadowy water. "Nice chakra control earlier, kid," the man said suddenly. "Though you packed a little too much punch in it." Startled, Naruto gave him a cursory glance. The stranger had short, slicked-back silver hair, but he was even younger than Kakashi. He was fit and his arms were muscled, indicating extensive training. The man, or was he a teenager, was not wearing a yukata like everyone else, but rather a simple nondescript black shirt and pants. Around his neck was A8 that Naruto didn't recognize. It had 3 diagonal lines. Naruto wondered whether the land of hot water also had a ninja village hidden away somewhere. "What village are you from?" he asked. "Yugakure," replied the man with a careless shrug of his shoulders. Naruto's brow furrowed in thought. "You mean this place used to be a hidden village?" He couldn't imagine a sleepy tourist village such as this one being the headquarters of a group of highly skilled assassins. Yet the man standing before him was undoubtedly a shinobi, and from what he could sense, a very skilled one at that. "It used to be a proper ninja village, before these fat merchants came in and turned this place into the laughingstock it is now," said the man, folding his arms across his chest. "Now, the village has become just like this pond and the people, simple ornamental fish." Naruto didn't respond. The man had yet to make any threatening moves, but there was something off about the man. It wasn't just the bitterness that laced the man's words. The combination of the cold, steely glint in his violet eyes and the just barely self-contained tremor in the man's muscles sent off every alarm in Naruto's mind. There was a splash as a pair of children in yukata ran to the pond's edge. They examined the koi fish, pointing out and laughing at specific ones that caught their eye. "Look at that fat one," said the little girl, her fishtail braid dipping below the water's surface. She looked a year or 2 younger than Naruto, who observed them silently. "Do you think Mom will let me take it home, Taki?" Her brother, standing beside her in a bright blue yukata, swiped at the fish in question several times before huffily giving up. "It's just a stupid fish. It'll die in a day anyways, like all your other ones." Jumping out of the pond, he waddled away. Calling out for him to wait, the girl shot a second glance backwards at the fish before struggling up and following. Naruto felt the sudden explosion of killing intent a moment before the foreign ninja disappeared. Dashing forward, he grabbed the sibling pair underneath each arm and jumped. Flying through the air with the 2 children struggling in his arms, the ground where they had been standing just a moment earlier blasted apart into chunks of broken earth. When the dust had cleared, it revealed a giant steel katana in the hands of the silver-haired man. Looking up with a smile as he met Naruto's eyes, the man yanked the katana out of the ground. Jumping back with a vindictive giggle, he slashed at a passing woman and then disappeared again. The woman stared down in disbelief as bright red blood suddenly came spurting out of her thigh, and her leg collapsed in on itself. The explosion had stunned everyone into silence, but it was only after her single pained scream pierced through the garden that pandemonium set in. "What's going on?" shouted Rai, racing over. Naruto could barely hear him over the screaming. If they weren't careful, they could be trampled. "There's a man on the loose," he said, just as Mayu, looking terrified, reached them, with Kakashi on her heels. "He's strong, sensei." "All right, Team Kakashi," said the Jonin, looking around grimly. "I'll take care of him. You 3 focus on evacuating the citizens." They jumped into motion. Rai ran over to the locked entrance gateway, which a crowd of panicked people were now pummeling their fists against. Looking around frantically, he spotted the weapons on display that he had been looking at earlier. Immediately shattering the glass with his fist, he pulled out a scythe. Dragging it over to the gate, he smashed the doors open, and the terrified crowd began to pour out. Meanwhile, Mayu and Naruto had begun to help the various injured persons that were lying scattered across the ground. As Naruto helped up a middle-aged man bleeding from a deep slash across his stomach, the man let out a groan. "Hide, please stop him," the man slumped against Naruto as he fell unconscious. Mayu rushed over, and together, they propped the man upright against the wall of one of the buildings. Straightening up, Naruto quickly looked for Kakashi with shrewd eyes. He had never seen the Jonin look so serious before, and even the horror of their situation couldn't distract him from the opportunity this presented. Now, Naruto would be able to see him truly in action. He quickly spotted Kakashi standing in a clearing and shivered. Even dressed in a yukata as he was, Kakashi's coldly furious face would have set the most battle-hardened veterans running in the opposite direction. As it was, however, the silver-haired man, Haiden, only laughed maniacally as he began to swing the heavy katana around. Despite himself, Naruto couldn't help but feel impressed by the sheer raw strength and power the man was displaying. "Don't just stare at me," said Haiden, tightening his grip on the handle of his blade. "Show me what you've got." Without responding, Kakashi disappeared in a flicker of white, and faster than Naruto had ever seen him move, kicked Haiden directly in the chest. Caught off guard, Haiden flew backwards toward where the two genin were watching. Leaping out of the way, they watched the man collide into a tree instead, which collapsed from behind him upon impact. A deafening crackling sound reminiscent of 1,000 birds filled the area, and a bright blue ball of spinning chakra quickly formed between Kakashi's hands. As Haiden angrily brushed aside fragments of wood from his chest, the jonin shot towards them, leaving behind a small path of destruction. Just before Kakashi struck, however, Haiden let out a mocking laugh as he reached out for something with his free hand. "The boy!" cried out Mayu, but Naruto had already begun to move. Pushing himself to run faster than he had ever done before, he leaped into the air. The struggling boy in the blue yukata stared with terrified eyes at the incoming jonin as he hung from Haiden's hands like a meat shield. Grabbing the neck of the boy's yukata with his hands and tearing him away, Naruto spun through the air. The crackling ball of lightning chakra passed by mere inches from his face. Haiden snarled in frustration and leaped backwards. Kakashi followed. Landing on the ground, Naruto set the struggling boy on the ground. Mayu rushed to the boy's side to check for injuries, but he immediately pushed her away. He looked up at the two genin with only fear in his eyes. "Get away from me! You monsters!" he screamed, his small body shaking like a leaf in the wind. "We're here to help you," said Mayu gently, holding her hands up to show she wasn't holding anything. "No! You killed Nami!" bellowed the boy, staggering backwards in his desire to get away. Naruto remembered the girl with the fishtail braid the boy had been playing with earlier. "Don't kill me too!" Naruto stopped in his tracks as he remembered the bandits he had killed the day before. His clothes back in the inn were being washed, but it would take several more washes before the bloodstains completely faded. He suddenly wondered if the man's son was waiting for his father to come back, shivering alone in the dark underneath a forgotten bush. Would he be as frightened as this shivering boy in a torn yukata before him? "I won't allow you to die." Naruto held his hand out to the boy. "Trust me." The boy stared back at Naruto with wide eyes, his mouth falling open a little. He stopped. And he must have found sincerity in Naruto's expression, because he stopped trembling. Behind them, Haiden screamed in pain and in fury, and the terrible shrieking sound of shattering metal followed. Naruto saw, as if in slow motion, a jagged shard of steel whistle through the air as it headed straight for the boy who now reached for his hand. Chapter 7: Companions. Kakashi had just been nodding off to sleep when his mental warning bells suddenly went off. Immediately alert again, he didn't have to look long to find the man behind the disturbance. He didn't know who this man was, but the jonin knew that people like him, with such little regard for others' lives, were one of the most dangerous opponents to have around. And the least forgivable. "Don't just stare at me," said the strange shinobi, swinging his katana carelessly. "Show me what you've got." Kakashi obliged. Sending chakra into his feet, he propelled himself like a bullet towards the man. His opponent's violet eyes widened in surprise as his foot connected squarely with his chest. Letting out a grunt of pain, the man flew backwards and careened through a row of gangly trees. The jonin raised his 8, revealing the 3 tomo of the Sharingan in his left eye, and lowered his hand, Raikiri, lightning cutter. As he channeled his lightning chakra towards his hand, the deafening sound of crackling chakra filled the garden, and a focused ball of swirling blue materialized. The silver-haired shinobi was still dazed from impact, and Kakashi saw with his Sharingan that he would not have enough time to move out of the way. The instant his Raikiri was ready, the jonin lowered his head and shot towards the stirring man, tearing up the earth behind him with the sheer aftershock. However, just before he reached the man, there was a flicker of movement he hadn't anticipated. Kakashi, to his shock, sensed a much smaller and weaker chakra suddenly being thrust between him and his opponent. His hand was already moving towards the man's heart, however, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to stop even if he had to go through the child. A surge of roiling yellow chakra, Naruto, was already moving towards them, and Kakashi, with all the strength of his will, managed to inch his crackling chakra slightly upwards. Naruto tore the boy out of the man's grasp, and to his relief, evaded his hand. However, the brief instant it had cost him gave the other man enough time to recover and leap backwards. Kakashi's hand instead slammed into the ground. The earth exploded, throwing up a huge wave of dirt. Nevertheless, taking advantage of the wave, the Jonin followed under its cover and aimed a quick kick at the man. "Phew, that was close," said the man, blocking with his katana, and then swinging it at Kakashi. Slipping under the blade, Kakashi attempted to sweep the man off balance, but he nimbly leaped over the Jonin and slashed downwards. Though evading the sharp edge, the side of the katana crashed into the white-haired ninja. He skidded backwards, the heels of his feet creating furrows in the earth. The man raised his katana once more and flipped into the air, prepared to finish off the Jonin. However, having read his movements ahead of time with the Sharingan, Kakashi rapidly channeled his chakra into his hand once more. As the man dropped down on him, unable to dodge, the Jonin plunged the shrieking lightning towards the silver-haired man. It could only be a testimony to the man's skill that he managed to get his katana up in midair, but it was no use. Kakashi's Raikiri pierced the blade, shattering it into dozens of deadly steel splinters that were sent flying through the air, and then kept going through the man's chest. The man let out a pained, guttural scream. Thick globs of red blood came gushing out of his chest. Throwing himself back, he landed heavily on his feet, panting. As he stood there, hunched over, he dropped the handle of the broken katana on the ground with a clatter. Looking around wildly for a moment, the man disappeared, and flecks of blood flew through the air in his wake. Kakashi blinked in surprise. He had missed his heart, but he had still severely injured him. The man shouldn't have been able to move, let alone move at such high speeds. Looking around for the man's violet chakra with his Sharingan, he spotted it near the exit gate. With a sinking heart, he saw nearby another chakra that he knew well. "Hell, this hurts." The man spat out thick blood and grinned weakly. He squeezed the throat of an unconscious black-haired boy, Rai, and then nudged something on the ground with his foot. "Nice weapon you got here. It's really nice. Mind if I borrow it?" Without waiting for a response, he kicked a red-bladed scythe into the air and grabbed it with his free hand. With a hateful look towards the Jonin, the man threw the genin into the air, and then swung down with his new weapon. The curved blades made a sick whistling sound as they pierced the air. Kakashi leaped into the air, and grabbed the limp body, spinning to avoid the blades. As he did so, he saw the man race out through the gate, leaving behind a ghostly, malicious laugh. Then he was gone. It was over. Kakashi lowered his ape back over his Sharingan. Setting Rai down on the ground, he checked the genin's vitals and let out a sigh of relief. Looking around, he saw that most of the bodies lying on the ground had only superficial injuries. The biggest damage had been done to the garden itself. His eyes widened as he found his two other genin. "Naruto," said Kakashi, running over. "Mayu. What happened?" Looking terrified, Mayu was trying to staunch a profusely bleeding wound on Naruto's bare chest. The boy was unconscious on the ground, the tips of his fingers still twitching. His yukata, which had been partially opened to reveal his chest, was torn and ragged. A long, jagged shard of metal, covered in sticky blood, was on the ground besides them. Quickly putting the pieces together, Kakashi gently pushed the shocked girl aside. She obliged willingly, standing up. She put a comforting arm around a young, trembling boy that he didn't recognize. Gathering his chakra together, he prepared to use what little medical ninjutsu he knew to try and at least stabilize the boy, and then stopped. Impossible, thought Kakashi. Disbelievingly, he wiped away some of the blood that had pooled on the boy's chest, but saw that it was true. The deep wound was already healing. Even as he was watching, the skin was beginning to knit back together. Amazed, the Jonin blinked, as if doing so would somehow halt the healing. It didn't. He realized then that the sealed QB must have somehow accelerated Naruto's healing rate, perhaps by pumping out its chakra to save the boy. "Sensei?" said Mayu, her voice taut with fear. "He'll be fine, it was just a shallow cut," he lied. "Shallow?" repeated the girl, her eyes widening. Kakashi wordlessly bent over, and picked Naruto's surprisingly light body up. There were shouts at the gate, and several medics came racing in. Catching one of the medics' attention, he directed them towards Rai, who was just beginning to feebly stir. When he turned back to wave for Mayu to follow him, he saw the look on her face and stopped. Mayu? Sensei, I already know, she said quietly. I know what he is. When Naruto came to, everything was hazy and out of focus, and there was a sharp, throbbing pain in the right side of his chest. He was alone in a dark room. Looking down, he saw bandages covering his chest. For a second, Naruto couldn't figure out what he was doing there, before the memory of what happened came rushing back. When the piece of the metal blade came spinning at the boy in the blue yukata, Naruto hadn't thought, he'd simply just moved. The only thought in his mind right then was how much he needed, to save the boy. He pushed the child aside, and that was the last thing he could remember before waking up in the room. Naruto wondered briefly if he had died and this was some awful version of the afterlife, but quickly dismissed the thought. He didn't think his body would hurt this badly if he were dead. Just then, he heard footsteps outside the room, and then soft voices. Naruto tensed, wincing as he did so, before relaxing as he recognized their voices. It was Kakashi and Mayu. They were talking too quietly for him to hear, but it seemed like they were discussing something. A minute later, they must have come to a decision because he heard Kakashi's heavier footsteps begin to walk away. There was a pause, and then the door slid open. It was Mayu. Naruto quickly closed his eyes and feigned sleep. He didn't know what to make of his female teammate. Though they'd been together for months now, she'd been avoiding him the whole time. In fact, ever since the mission with the bandits, she'd made an even more apparent effort to avoid talking to him. He didn't know what she was doing in his room, and he certainly didn't want to talk to her. He heard Mayu's footsteps pad over to where he was lying down. There was a soft thunk as she set down what sounded like a small table. His dinner, perhaps. Ah, Naruto thought. So that's why she was here. But while he'd expected her to get up and leave right away, for some reason, she sat there in silence. Too weary to fall asleep, Naruto waited, forcing his breathing to stay steady. It was only after some time had passed that at long last he heard the sound of rustling fabric. Suddenly he felt a warm pair of hands wrap around his own. He tensed, and she squeezed. I'm sorry. I forgive you, Mayu whispered into the darkness. Then she got up and left the room, sliding the door closed behind her. As soon as her footsteps had faded away, Naruto opened his eyes. He stared at his hand for a long time. The next day, Naruto was feeling much better, and when the medic removed his bandages, saw that he was almost completely healed. When he saw how there was barely a scratch left on his chest, he inadvertently let out a sound of disbelief. Judging from how painful it had felt, he had thought the cut had been much deeper. He supposed that the shock and chaos of the moment had skewed his judgment, and Naruto felt a little silly for having delayed their return trip for so long over nothing. But just before they left the village the following day to begin going back to Konoha, the young boy he had saved came up to him. Thank you, said the boy. Taki, he had said was his name, looking up at Naruto. He had changed out of his blue yukata into black mourning robes. His face was downcast and his eyes were red. He was probably still reeling from the shock of losing his sister, but he was much calmer now. Thank you, he repeated, and a single tear came leaking out of his eye. It slid down his round cheek. Naruto nodded, but he didn't respond. There was a strange feeling welling up in his chest that he held back, because he knew this was just another part of being a ninja. If he wanted to grow stronger, he would have to get used to it. But after a moment, he allowed himself to pat Taki on the head. It was something he had seen others do before, and he thought it might comfort the boy. For some reason, however, Taki only began to cry harder. By the time they finally left through the gates of the village, however, the tears had dried, and Taki waved goodbye to Naruto, sniffling. As they began to walk back to Konoha, Rai demanded to see Naruto's wound. When he lifted up his shirt to reveal his mostly healed chest, Rai let out a snort, before slapping him hard on the back. And so, without a major incident and only a few days behind schedule, Team 7 finally returned home. Despite everything that had happened to them, not much had changed in Konoha. The village people continued to go to the market in the mornings, and children still fought over who got to ride the swing in the playground. Naruto was still the village pariah. As he grew older, he'd finally realized that the reason people avoided him could not simply be because of his appearance, as he'd once feared. But the fact of the matter was, if he entered a store without using a henge, he still got charged double the ordinary price. If he strolled normally through the streets of the marketplace, people began to group together in clumps as they noticed his red hair and whisker marks. And if children got too close to him, their parents would drag them away, scolding them. At one point, in a spark of inspiration, Naruto had wondered if perhaps his features really were a signature mark of an unpopular clan. But despite his best efforts, he'd found nothing about an Uzumaki clan in the archives, and so could only conjecture as to why he'd been singled out from such a young age. Having gotten used to the isolation long ago, it did not bother him as much as it might once have. To him, it had simply become an unquestionable law of his world. And yet, despite everything that had stayed the same, he found that some things were not exactly the same. Kakashi had begun to regularly drop by his apartment, even on days when they didn't have a mission. Sometimes they would pick up where they had left off in previous discussions of chakra application. Other times, the Jonin would take him to the training field and teach him some new kenjutsu or ninjutsu moves. After Naruto kept asking him about the lightning release technique he had used on Haiden, he even promised to start Naruto on learning a second nature affinity. It wasn't just his team leader. Occasionally, Rai would bang loudly on his door, demanding to spar with him. It seemed that Rai couldn't get over the fact that Haiden had knocked him unconscious so quickly, and was determined to get better. And in return for some taijutsu tips from Naruto, Rai would help Naruto with target practice, teaching him how to fasten letter bombs to kunai in discreet ways that the opponent wouldn't notice. Even Mayu sometimes joined in, though she never looked for Naruto by herself. She was always with either Rai or Kakashi, but she had begun to talk to him more and more with increasing bravado. Naruto wondered if it had something to do with the night back when he was healing, and she had whispered those words to him. Thinking back on what she had said, he had tried to figure out if he had ever wronged the girl, but couldn't think of anything. It was puzzling. He had a feeling that Mayu knew he had heard her words, and yet he couldn't bring himself to ask her. Still, nowadays as he trained with his team, Naruto felt light in a way that he never felt outside of the archives. Out in the training field, none of the other villagers were there. It was just them, the 4 members of Team Kakashi. After a long hard day, they sometimes all went to Ramen Ichiraka for bowls of Konoha's finest ramen. The first time they went, Naruto had only stared in awe as Rai and Mayu squabbled over a piece of pork in one of their bowls. "You said I could have it," said Mayu with an uncharacteristically ferocious glint in her eyes. "That was before I realized it was the last one," said Rai, holding it out of the shorter girl's reach with his chopsticks held high over his head. Then, making sure she could see, he popped the strip of meat into his mouth. With a cry of fury, Mayu threw her chopsticks, like shuriken, at him. Skillfully, Rai batted aside the chopsticks with his own, but then froze, as the ricocheting sticks of wood knocked over Kakashi's bowl. They looked on in horror as it crashed into the ground, its noodle contents pouring out over the ground. Taking one look at the frozen smile on Kakashi's face, Rai jumped out of his seat and began to beg for forgiveness. "Why does this always happen when you're around?" the owner asked Naruto, the edges of his mouth twitching. And for the second time, Naruto found himself apologizing to him. And so, the months and seasons passed. Naruto's 11th birthday came and went with little fanfare, though to the entire team's shock, Mayu baked him a birthday cake. It was his first time eating cake, and while it was actually too sweet for his tastes, he found himself finishing his portion to the very last bite. Best of all, however, was Kakashi's gift of a new tanto. Unlike the older one he'd been using, it was made of a special metal that would allow Naruto to channel his chakra into it. He made sure to polish it after every use. Team Kakashi continued to go on missions, though nothing quite as eventful as the one in Yugakure occurred. With Mayu's new willingness to work with Naruto, their teamwork grew leaps and bounds and their missions became even easier to complete. That wasn't to say that their team was perfect. Though both Rai and Mayu were willing to go along with Naruto's direction, Rai sometimes lost focus, inadvertently deviating from the plan, and Mayu had a tendency to freeze up when anything unexpected happened. But while Naruto may have once considered them to be in his way, now, he found himself thinking during his free time of how to help them improve. It was some time into the new year, at the end of a particularly fruitful training session, when Kakashi told them that the Chunin exams would soon be taking place in Sunagakure, the hidden village in the Land of Wind. Hearing this, Naruto looked at his teammates, and they nodded back at him. He looked back at their sensei, Team Kakashi was going to be there, and if he had his way, they would all be passing. Chapter 8: Sand Ripples in the Wind. Naruto had never seen so much open space in one place before, or such a uniformity in color. As far as the eye could see, fields of golden sand stretched into the distance. The horizon was not straight, but humped with faraway dunes, and the intense, constant heat from the sun caused refractions in the air. Sunagakure, hidden sand, was not, in the strictest sense of the word, hidden. Neither was Konohagakure, hidden leaf. For that matter, the huge overhanging mountain with the busts of the Hokage carved into the cliff's face was a dead giveaway. But just like how Konoha was isolated by dense forests and mountains, Sunagakure's location was secured by the sheer extremity of its geographical surroundings. They had had to endure endless sandstorms and scale treacherous rocky cliffs for several days to reach the village. If any ordinary person or ignorant ninja had attempted the journey, they would surely have fallen long before the village's clay buildings came into view. When Naruto and his team finally arrived at the gates of the village, they were directed towards a desert space encircled by a barbed fence. Inside were dozens of huge pieces of rock that jutted out from the sandy ground. As soon as the gate to the lot screeched open, he felt at least several dozen pairs of eyes immediately turn to glare at them. Naruto had never seen such a large gathering of foreign ninja together in one place. Just judging from the height of the nearest genin, he could tell there were at least 4 other villages here, including Amigakure, Hidden Rain, Kusugakure, Hidden Grass, Takigakure, Hidden Waterfall, and of course Sunagakure, Hidden Sand. Naruto shifted. The tension in the air was tangible. "Ick, this place is disgusting," he overheard a genin from Takigakure complaining. "I've got mud all over my sandals." "Let's hurry up and pass this stupid exam so we can go back home," her teammate grumbled. "Confident, aren't they?" muttered Rai, from beside him. He, like the other two, were wearing thick cloth cloaks to protect them from the sun. He looked musingly around. "I wonder who the others from Konoha will be. I heard from my brother that some rookies are actually taking the exam this year." "They must be really talented then," said Mayu uneasily. Her eyes darted around. "I know I definitely wouldn't have been ready for it when we graduated. I don't know if I'm ready now, actually." With a shake of his head, Rai squeezed her arm comfortingly. "You'll be fine. You've got me and Naruto backing you up." Mayu's face remained pale, but she nodded. While it was too early to say for sure, Naruto could already tell that the exam was not going to be a pushover. The other villages would have sent their best genin teams, and competition was going to be fierce. The question was, what kind of trials would they face? Different villages hosted the exam every time, and the tests were always different. However, he had known this from the very beginning, and they had trained with this in mind. So long as Mayu didn't freeze up, Naruto felt reasonably confident that his team would be strong contenders. They would be able to weather whatever the tests threw their way. "Probably." "Nervous?" asked an unfamiliar voice from behind them. Naruto turned around. The approaching boy was wearing the aid of Konoha, but Naruto had never seen him around before. He looked several years older than them, with long hair tied back in a ponytail and a pair of circular glasses perched on his nose. "You're from Konoha too, aren't you?" "Well, yes," said Rai, tapping his own 8 meaningfully. "I'm Kabuto," he said, ignoring the cheek. "This is your first time taking the exam, isn't it? Is it your first time in Sunagakure too?" "Yes," Mayu gulped. "Is it obvious?" Kabuto smiled. "Yep. You remind me of how I used to be." "Is this your second time taking the exam, then?" asked Naruto. "Nope, this is my 4th, he admitted. "This exam is held twice a year, so this is my 2nd year. It's my 2nd time here in Suna as well." Unable to detect a lie from the boy's tone of voice or his body language, Naruto felt himself losing interest. He doubted anyone truly competent would fail the Chunin exam twice, let alone 3 times in a row. A glint of gleaming metal caught his eye, and turning slightly, Naruto saw the familiar leaf 8 again on another boy. He was pale with long dark hair, and had the unmistakable clear eyes of the Hyuga clan. He seemed calm, though his fidgeting teammates looked a bit more nervous. Naruto looked him up and down. The Hyuga clan was rumored to be one of the strongest in Konoha. He wondered how the boy before them would measure up. Mayu must have followed his gaze, for she commented, "They must be one of the rookies from the class after us. I don't recognize them." "Yeah, they are," said Rai, perking up and turning away from Kabuto. Pointing at a girl with Chinese-style buns, he said, "The girl's Tenten. She's a weapons specialist like me. Her dad used to train us together when we were young." But before they could go over to talk to them, several clouds of swirling sand suddenly appeared at the entrance to reveal a group of Suna Chunin and Jonin. Naruto gave them their full attention, quickly taking note of their standard Suna attire. At their head was what appeared to be their leader. He was very tall, towering over much of the other Suna ninja, and had 2 red markings on the side of his face. Half his face was covered by a turban-like headgear with a sheet hanging down, and the remaining half was contorted into a hard glare. "Thank you all for waiting," began the man, looking around at them sternly. "My name is Baki, and I will be your examiner for the Chunin selection exam's first test. You will now all be assigned a team number, in order of your arrival here." There was a murmur of uncomfortable assent. The Chunin examiners began to walk around, giving out plates with numbers on them. Kabuto returned to his team, and Naruto and his team waited patiently for theirs, as they had been the second to last to arrive. Finally, when the Chunin arrived at their number, they received the number 79. Right after the Amigakure team following theirs received their number, Baki gathered their attention once more. "If you look around you, you will notice the slabs of rock that have been placed in the field. Pick one, and gather around it with your team." After a moment's pause to process the information, Naruto and his team walked over to the nearest rock. The others surrounding them all hurried to do the same. Each rock was about 2 meters wide, with another 2 meters radius separating the rock from the nearest surrounding rocks, making space rather limited between each team. Squinting his eyes against the sun, Naruto craned his neck backwards to look up at the rock. It was easily over 5 meters tall. The field has been divided into 20 sections, with 4 rocks of equal height in each, and a team surrounding each rock. Your objective is to protect your rock and keep it above ground level. There are 5 ways to fail this test. 1. If your rock reaches ground level, your team automatically fails. 2. If, by the end of the time limit of 1 hour, your rock is at a lower height than any other rock in your section, your team will fail. 3. If you physically touch any of your opponents or their rocks, your team will fail. 4. If your whole team is deemed unable to proceed with the test, you will fail. And 5. If you kill any of your opponents, you will automatically fail. "What? So how do you pass?" hissed Rai. Naruto had found that while Rai had many talents, swiftness of mind was not one of them. "Basically, we have to protect our rock from the other teams, and only one team out of every 4, at the most, is going to pass. We'll have to attack the other team's rocks using or projectiles so that they're at a lower height than ours." He looked at the teams of their adjacent 3 rocks, and saw that they too were sizing him up. One team was from Kusa, and the other 2 were from Suna. The deck was stacked against them. The teams from Suna were going to be operating in their natural environment. They probably knew everything there was to know about sand and rocks, and would be using this knowledge to their full advantage. Furthermore, it looked like this first test was going to be entirely a physical challenge, which would be problematic considering their team's strengths. Naruto pondered the mammoth rocks before them. Rai's artillery alone would do little against the tough rocks, and Mayu's would have no effect at all. His wind chakra was sharp, but he hadn't tried cutting through rock before, meaning that their best bet would probably be to take out the opposing genin. Suddenly remembering something, Naruto knelt and picked up some of the sand. He rubbed it between his fingers, and while most of it fell to the ground, some of it stuck to his skin. It was slightly moist. "So? What's the plan?" prompted Rai. Naruto looked up to see that he and Mayu were looking at him expectantly. He glanced at the enemy genin. They didn't appear to be listening, but... "We'll go with Plan E," he said, talking quickly. Baki, the Jonin, was opening his mouth. "Mayu, take the Kusa. Rai, take the closer Suna team. Begin!" Immediately, a flurry of action and clanging filled the air. As Naruto quickly formed the necessary seals with his hands, he saw that the Suna genin were focusing their attention on attacking the rocks. The genin from Kusa, like his team, were already attacking their enemy genin directly. As a stream of shuriken embedded themselves in their unprotected rock, pieces of rock shattered and crumbled down. Ignoring the attack, Naruto exhaled a small but powerful gale of wind from his mouth. Futon, Kyofu, wind release, gale. Whipping through the surrounding rocks, it careened towards the Suna team farthest from them. They jumped behind their rock, easily avoiding it. The wind blasted harmlessly against the rock, which wobbled, but otherwise remained stoutly standing. Naruto smiled. Meanwhile, Mayu had lowered her hood and unclipped her hair clips, letting her hair fall around her shoulders. Her hands blurred into action, and as she stoked them to life with her chakra, the blue bird-shaped clips began to twitch and ruffle their feathers, swelling to twice their size. Stretching their wings, they took to the air. Suddenly, there was a shout of pain as Rai managed to hit one of the Suna genin in both legs with shuriken. The genin fell to the ground, and several chunin rapidly appeared by his side with a stretcher. As the incapacitated genin was taken away, in vengeance, the remaining two turned their attentions on Team Kakashi. One of them was a puppet user, and she directed her scorpion-like puppet towards Rai. It scuttled rapidly towards him, its stinger gleaming with the promise of slow-working poison. Letting out a stream of swears, Rai pulled out another scroll of artillery. Trusting his teammates to carry out their part of the plan, Naruto sat down behind the rock and closed his eyes. Making the appropriate hand seals, he concentrated on first shaping his chakra into being as thin as sharp as possible, before sending it trickling deep underground. Slowly but surely, he could feel the air pressure building up below him, and in reaction, something else began to surge upwards. In the distance, he heard further screams of pain coming from the Kusa team and felt a glimmer of pride. Mayu's operated through her blue birds. If a bird made physical contact with another person, they would immediately fall under her trap. She could cause them to feel any sensation, including intense pain. The Suna genin probably wouldn't have fallen for the trick, seeing as how they were familiar with the birds of the region, but the Kusa genin hadn't suspected a thing. Now this left the two remaining Suna teams. Leaving Rai to handle one, Naruto fed an extra burst of chakra into the, and then finally gathered it all into a concentrated ball directly below them. Futon, Kiho, wind release, air bubble. Opening his eyes, blinking rapidly to adjust them once more to the sun, he inhaled deeply, rapidly forming the hand signals for his follow-up. When his lungs were full, he blew the same strong gust of wind towards the rock of the Suna team. Once again, they prepared to leap behind their rock, and froze as they couldn't. Looking down, they found their feet submerged in quicksand. With a yelp of panic as the sharp wind blew towards them, they ducked down. The wind blew over their bodies, and smashed against the face of the rock. With looks of blatant relief, they straightened up, and then froze once more, as the rock teetered dangerously. Disbelief dawning on their faces as their bodies continued to be swallowed up by the quicksand, they helplessly looked up as the rock wavered back and forth above them. After a few seconds of dangerous indecision, the rock finally lost its battle against the combined force of gravity and an unsteady base. Only the genin's screaming heads were visible above the ground now, and with a groaning sound, its base rose out of the ground as it began to fall on the immobile genin. Sweating from the effort, Naruto rapidly urged more of the air pressure to build up, which would in turn cause the underground water to gush up. Just before the rock hit the ground, the genin's faces slipped below the watery quicksand with a slurping sound. There was a tense moment of silence, in which the sounds of the other battles around them seemed magnified. Finally, a second later, the three genin heads popped up again above ground from beside the rock, which floated on the surface. Naruto exhaled. Their faces were smeared with mud, but they were alive. Hacking and coughing out mud, they limply floated in the quicksand. Naruto had directed his wind chakra to squeeze in on itself underground, causing the gas particles to accumulate and increase pressure. As a result, the stores of water below ground had moved upwards to the surface by pure hydraulic pressure. Since they were in a desert, Naruto hadn't been expecting to have access to a source of water large enough to create quicksand, but to his surprise, there had been an abundant water source beneath them. Due credit for the discovery had to be given to the genin from Takigakure, who'd been complaining about the mud. Sitting down on the ground beside their standing rock, Naruto saw that Mayu and Rai were already done. The genin from Kusa were all slumped around their rock, frothing at the mouth. Mayu's blue bird was chirping from on top of one of their chests. The two other Suna genin struggled as they stood pinned against their rock with multiple kunai. A destroyed scorpion puppet lay in pieces by their feet. Taking in the chaos of the quicksand, Rai raised his eyebrows. "You overdid it, Naruto." Mayu was smiling, the color of her face returned to its normal shade. She raised a finger, and one of her birds landed on it. Naruto regarded the remaining desert space. The Chunin examiners were collecting the incapacitated genin, and most of the battles were still going on. The pristine rows of rocks from barely 10 minutes ago were already in shambles. Some of the rocks had been shattered into pieces, and he could see several genin moving feebly under the fragments. By the looks of it, less than 20 teams would be passing. Team 79 passes the first test, said Baki. Stand by for the second test. Chapter 9: Deep, Dark, Crystal Cave. The teams that had managed to take out their opponent teams before the time limit were all gathered in a large room with rows of clay chairs. When Naruto and his team arrived, only one other team from Amigekyo was there. Their eyes were bloodshot as they glared at Team Kakashi, and in wordless agreement, they chose seats at the opposite end of the room. As the minutes passed, the remaining teams came trickling in, each looking increasingly more bedraggled. With 10 minutes left on the clock, he noticed the Konoha rookies coming in. Despite how long it had taken them, they did not seem particularly worn down and walked in with confident demeanors. Rai noticed as well, and beckoning for Mayu and Naruto to follow him, he made his way over to the girl with buns in her hair. If it isn't Tenten. The girl perked up at her name, but when she saw Rai, her face fell. Oh, it's you. It's been a while, said Rai, ignoring her lack of enthusiasm. Naruto got the impression that this was not an unusual dynamic for them, and wondered whether something had happened in their past. This is Tenten, guys. These are my teammates, Mayu and Naruto. Mayu shyly smiled at them. This is Hyuga Niji and Rock Lee, replied Tenten dutifully, gesturing to the two boys beside her. The one with the clear eyes had to be the Hyuga, meaning the one with the bushy eyebrows and the martial arts belt around his waist was Rock Lee. Nice to meet you. I am Rock Lee, said Lee, with a flashing grin and a thumbs up. He seemed reasonably friendly, and hadn't reacted at all to Naruto's countenance the way other villagers did. On the other hand, Naruto had never seen him before, so it was possible that the boy was one of the war orphans who'd been kept at the orphanage. You're Kakashi's team, aren't you? Said Niji, glancing at them coolly. Lee visibly perked up. What? So you are the pupils of Gai-sensei's eternal rival? You will make worthy opponents then. Is Gai your team leader? Asked Mayu. Yes, answered Tenten, with a warmer smile for the other girl. You guys must be the reason why Gai-sensei wanted us to take the exam this year as rookies. Rai raised an eyebrow. I've never heard of Gai though. Are you sure he and Kakashi-sensei are rivals? Are you sure you have never heard of him? Said Lee, his already circular eyes growing even wider than Naruto had thought possible. He is the strongest jonin in Konoha, with a record of... You're Uzumaki Naruto? Interrupted Niji. The whole time, Naruto noted, his pale gaze had not wavered from him. The one who graduated from the academy 2 years early? Naruto blinked. He'd never heard anyone refer to him as such. That's right, he said. He's our local genius, the kind born only once a generation, yada yada, said Rai, throwing an arm around Naruto. With a sly smile, he added, kinda like you Hyuga, I'd say. A genius? Echoed Lee. The words appeared to have struck a chord with him. I'd like to challenge you to a fight sometime then. At that, Naruto turned towards Lee, taken aback. This probably isn't the best venue for a fight, he said mildly. You'll have to wait for a later test for an opportunity. Niji's eyes narrowed. You say that like you expect to win. That hadn't been Naruto's intention, but thinking about it, he supposed it was true. As if Naruto would lose to some rookies like you, scoffed Rai. With that, it seemed Tenten had had enough, for she seized her teammates firmly by the arms. Will you drop it already? Let's go, guys. Although Lee allowed himself to be dragged away, Niji brushed off Tenten's hand. Nonetheless, with another hard look in their direction, he left as well. You could have been a bit more friendly, Rai, said Mayu, watching them walk away. Rai shrugged. They were being too cocky for a bunch of rookies. His teammates' voices fading into the background, Naruto's gaze followed the retreating backs of the rookies. He hadn't gotten much of an impression of Tenten besides the fact that she and Rai seemed to have a strange rivalry going on. Moving on, there was Lee. He seemed determined to make a name for himself, judging from the way he'd instantly challenged Naruto. His heavily bandaged fists also indicated strong resolve. Lastly, Naruto's eyes flicked towards Niji. He had been a bit more scathing than expected, but Naruto felt impressed at his self-control. He'd thought when he saw him before that perhaps the calm attitude was all an act, but the first test had barely ruffled his feathers. The Hyuga boy was the real thing after all. Team Guy would all likely be strong contenders in the exam. Naruto didn't mind, so long as they didn't get in the way of Team Kakashi. He thought that the more Konoha genin that passed, the better. From a rough estimate, there were about 18 teams seated in the room, about evenly distributed in terms of villages. Many of them looked weary, with purple bruises and scratches all around their body. Only a scant few seemed relatively untouched, like himself and his teammates. Simply judging from their lack of presence, compared to the Konoha rookies, they did not seem like they would be much of a challenge for him. But looks could be deceiving. That was what being a ninja was all about, after all, blending in with the shadows and offering oneself as harmless so as to lower the enemy's guard. And then, just when the enemy had relaxed and left an opening, you struck. Suddenly, he turned around as he felt a tendril of intensely cold bloodlust creeping in from the entrance. A sandaled foot emerged from around the corner, and just as the bloodlust vanished as quickly as it had appeared, he saw Kabuto walk in, with his teammates trailing behind. Naruto closely examined the teammates, but they looked fairly ordinary with black masks covering most of their faces. He wondered, could this be an example of precisely what he'd been thinking of just moments ago? Of a snake coiled around its unsuspecting prey, poised to strike with its poisonous fangs? It turned out that Kabuto's team had been the last one to pass, for no one else had come in when a bell rang piercingly at the 1-hour mark. As all the gathered genin simultaneously turned to look, a pair of doors that had been closed flung open with a bang. A file of Suna Chunin marched in, with a different Jonin at their head. He looked younger than Baki, with black hair that hung over his right eye. "Congratulations on passing the first test of the Chunin selection exam," said the Jonin, his indifferent expression belying his words. "My name is Yura, and I will be your second examiner. Regardless of whether any of your teammates are capable or not, the second test will commence within the hour. But first, we will proceed to the venue for the second test." Following the Chunin past the doors they had just come through, it was revealed to be a long tunnel-like hallway that sloped sharply downwards. The walls were made of sanded rock and it was dark, lit only occasionally by stone torches. As they shuffled in silence down the steps, Naruto looked around. The air was growing increasingly colder and damper, and the sputtering lights from the torches were growing weaker. It seemed the second test would be taking place underground. Mayu stumbled beside him, and as Naruto reached out to steady her, he suddenly noticed how pale her face was. "Are you all right?" he asked. He wondered if she had gotten injured during the first test, and whether it would be serious enough to affect them in the second test. "Yeah, I just don't like feeling trapped in small spaces," she said, pulling away from him. Naruto exchanged looks with Rai, who tried to say something to her. She ignored him, however, and for the rest of the journey, she didn't talk again. After 20 minutes, the ground finally leveled out again and soon, they emerged into what appeared to be a narrow underground cavern. There were 12 gaping human-sized tunnel holes in the opposite rock wall. A torch burned beside each entrance. Naruto immediately realized the nature of the second test. It was likely going to be some sort of maze. Besides him, Mayu must have come to the same conclusion, for she began to tremble. "I will now explain the details of the second test. And then, before starting, I will need everyone here to sign these agreement forms," said Yura, standing in the middle of the cavern. With a rustling sound, one of the Chunin pulled out a sheaf of papers and began passing them out. "There will be deaths in this test, and it won't be against the rules this time. So if I don't have you sign these, it will become my responsibility." It was silent. In this test, it will be a survival of the fittest. Each team will enter the maze through a tunnel in the order that they passed the first test. Here are some details about the maze. We are 200 feet below ground level, and if you take the correct path all the way through, it is about 3 kilometers long before ending up at the surface. All the tunnels intersect one another at multiple points. Using whatever weapons you have available, your objective will be to obtain 2 team plates. This includes your own team plate, so if you manage to protect yours, you need only secure one other one. If your team plate is taken, you will need the team plates of 2 other teams. To pass this test, you and your team must reach the end of this maze with 2 team plates. "They're cutting us at least in half now," a genin grumbled. "There is also a time limit. This second test will last 120 hours, which is exactly 5 days. You will be given a torch, but there are other sources of light within the maze. As for food and water, well, you'll have to figure that out on your own." Yura's eyes gleamed maliciously. "Those who cannot learn to adapt will die from the harshness of the course. Now I will talk about what will disqualify you. First, those that don't make it to the end of the tunnel with 2 plates within the time limit. Second, anyone who creates their own tunnels that reach to the surface. And third, anyone who destroys a team plate. A genin from Amagekyo raised his hand. What if not everyone on our team survives? Your objective is to reach the end of the tunnel with 2 plates, said Yura. Even if you are the only surviving member of your team, you will pass if you complete this requirement. He gestured towards a copy of the form in his hand. That is all, so after signing the form as a team, go stand by one of the entrances. 1 team per entrance only. As the genin signed the forms, Naruto stared down at the paper in his hand. The second test was very telling of the remainder of the exam, as well as the code that the shinobi of Suna lived by. It was apparent that for Suna, the accomplishment of a mission took precedence over the lives of the ninja. Failure was not an option. Furthermore, the fact that the entire team was not required for completion of the second test indicated that the third part of the exam, unlike the first 2, would test individuals. The third test would likely pit the remaining contenders against one another in direct battles. Do you think any of these tunnels are easier than the others? Mused Rai. By the time they'd handed in their forms, half the teams had already picked an entrance. They now waited outside one of the tunnels, tensely waiting for the rest. Possibly, said Naruto. But he said that they intersect, so it's unlikely to matter. He looked at Mayu, who had stopped shaking during the explanation but was still pale. He hesitated, searching for the right words. He still wasn't used to comforting people. The tunnels should widen, so it shouldn't be too bad, Mayu. Thanks, she said with a weak smile, but remained quiet. Naruto supposed it could have been worse. Since the team from Amagekyo had been the first to pass, they were the first to disappear into the gaping black hole. As the sounds of their footsteps faded, a Chunin examiner walked up to Naruto and his team and marked their team number by the entrance. Rai lifted a torch from its handle. Good luck, Kabuto called out good-naturedly from 2 entrances away. His masked teammates besides him looked at them sullenly. Naruto was spared from having to respond when, just then, Yura gave them the signal to go. Taking a step forward, they walked into the darkness. The light from the cavern behind them quickly faded, and the tunnel began to curve slightly to the right. When they turned the corner, the cavern completely disappeared from view, and the only light now came from the torch in Rai's hand. However, the fire was weak and was barely strong enough to light up the path directly in front of them. Naruto wondered how long it would last. The wood was burning slowly but surely, and Naruto estimated that unless the Chunin examiners were going to stroll over and replace them for them, which was extremely unlikely, it would burn out within several hours. Then, they would be left in the pitch dark. Having trained in the dark before, Naruto wasn't worried, but he wondered how Mayu would fare. Do you hear something? Rai suddenly said. Naruto stopped, and listened carefully. Sure enough, he could hear something echoing far ahead. It sounded like it was dripping. It's probably water. Water? Down here? Remember how we had to climb those mountains to reach Suna? Said Naruto patiently. Mountains are just tilted layers of porous sedimentary rocks, and they usually run under the desert. Whenever it rains or snows, they soak into the layers, creating reservoirs of groundwater. The water should be safe to drink too. During his preparation for the exam, Naruto had made sure to put aside a day in the archives to research the prominent geography of Wind Country, and was now glad he'd done so. Well, if you say so, Rai shrugged. So now that the issue of water solved, what's the plan for food in this maze? There'll probably be some animals that we can eat around here, Mayu said suddenly. As Naruto had predicted, the tunnels had gradually widened in diameter as they walked further inside, and it seemed she felt better with more space around them. I think we should find food and water first, before anything else. Naruto nodded. And after dealing with food, we should find a secure location. It'll be difficult finding somewhere truly hidden inside these tunnels, so we should look for a place with more space to prepare an ambush. For tonight though, we should conserve our energy and just rest. Other teams will be working up and trying to attack one another first, and they'll be easy pickings for us later on. They picked up their pace, and soon saw a pale blue light in the distance. When they reached the light, they found themselves emerging from the narrow tunnel into a large cavern that was easily 3 times the size of the one they had left before. The ground was clustered with large boulders and the walls were lined with something that was emitting the light. As the other two gawked up at the sheer size, Naruto cautiously went over to the wall. Touching it, he realized what Yura had meant by other sources of light. It was a soft and mossy type of plant that he had never seen before, and it glowed, washing the cavern in watery blue light. All of a sudden, Mayu let out a cry of alarm. Immediately, Naruto spun around to face her, and saw something small and black streaking out from behind a gray boulder. Rai threw a kunai, striking the thing right in its chest. It let out a small squeal before slumping on the ground. Stepping forward, he nudged it with its feet. It was a small, furry mole-like creature with a pink snout. Looks like we've found our dinner. Naruto eventually found the source of the dripping water to be a crack in the wall. Chipping holes into fist-sized rocks with their kunai, they took turns collecting water. Then, after hunting down several more of the mole-like animals, they nestled themselves behind a boulder with their findings. After Rai skinned the animals, Naruto had just begun to ponder how to cook the meat over their dying torch when Mayu revealed something about herself that took him by surprise. "Your chakra nature is fire?" asked Naruto. On further thought, he supposed he shouldn't have been surprised. The fire chakra nature was common among shinobi of Konoha after all. But she had never before demonstrated knowledge of any fire-based techniques. Mayu nodded shyly. "I'm not very good at it though, so I usually stick to." "How does it work?" "Well, I gather the chakra in my stomach and then kind of put pressure on it, heating it up. Then when it's ready, I blow it out, and let me show you." Her hands moving quickly to make the signs, she blew lightly on the wooden torch. Katan, Takibi, fire release, bonfire. A stream of fire came out from her mouth which, though on the weak side, nevertheless strengthened the torch's flame to a respectable level. "That's handy," Naruto said, beginning to think of how he could incorporate this unexpected ability into their future plans. For some reason, Mayu turned pink at that, and avoided his gaze for a while. After cooking the meat over the torch and eating it, it was stringy but edible. They had just put out the fire and covered their tracks, when another team entered the cavern. Naruto, hearing their foreign footsteps, noticed first, and quieted the two down immediately with a raised fist. As Rai and Mayu lowered their bodies against the ground, Naruto crept to the side of the boulder and peered around its edge. When he saw who it was, some of the tension left his body, but he remained hidden. The rookies of Konoha wandered through the cavern, looking just as amazed by the light-emitting moss as they had been. "Amazing! Truly, this is a springtime of youth," said Lee, punching the air. Tenten shushed him. "Is there another team here, Niji?" Naruto saw the Hyuga boy turn around, and immediately noticed that the veins around his temple were bulging. His Byakugan was activated. The boy looked directly at the boulder where Naruto and his team were currently hiding behind, and smirked. "Yeah, but lucky for them, we'll leave them alone for now," said Niji. "Come on, let's find another place to find shelter." His teammates nodded without protest, and they leaped to the exit on the other side of the cavern. Once it was safe, they came out of hiding. "I really hate that guy," Rai muttered. Though they couldn't see the sun, they could feel in their bodies that the hour was getting late. Taking into consideration Mayu's poor condition, it was down to between Naruto and Rai to take the first watch. While Mayu crawled into a sleeping bag she'd summoned from a scroll, Naruto and Rai looked at one another. The other boy jerked his head. "Go on, I'll stand watch first. I'm not sleepy anyways." Laying down on the ground and looking up at the dark ceiling, Naruto wondered whether the sun had set yet. While his internal clock told him that it was likely around 6 in the evening, it had probably been thrown off an hour or two since they traveled to Wind Country. Truthfully speaking, he couldn't wait for this test to be over, so they could return to the surface. Before going to sleep, he usually liked watching the sunset from his window. Not being able to see the sky was unsettling. He had just been about to drift to sleep when suddenly, a voice spoke up near his head. "Hey Naruto," whispered Rai. "Are you awake?" His eyes snapped open, instantly alert. Despite the glow of light from the moss, it was dark enough that all he could make of Rai was a vague body outline. "What is it?" "I just wanted to know what did you do to Mayu." He'd never heard Rai speaking in such a serious tone before. Somewhat alarmed, he asked, "What do you mean?" There was a pause. "You wouldn't know it, but I've known her my whole life, so I know once she decides something, it's pretty much impossible to change her mind." Another pause. "Mayu didn't like you, did you know that?" "I had an inkling," Naruto said drily. "Actually, Everyone I know hates you for some reason, so I figured you must have done something really bad. Rai abruptly broke off when Mayu shifted. For a moment it was silent, and then her soft, steady breathing resumed. He cleared his throat. Anyways, do you remember that day when we had to fill out our birthdays in a calendar at the academy? What about it? That's when I realized that, well. Rai hesitated. I guess you already know that you were born on the day of the Ninetales attack. I was really young, so I barely remember it, but my parents were killed on that day. And it's stupid, but you kinda look like a fox with your whiskers, so it used to give me the creeps. Naruto blinked, taken aback despite himself. The Ninetales. He had once wondered as well whether he was an orphan because of that attack. But for some reason, he never even considered it as a possible link to the reason behind his ostracization. His head beginning to throb, he massaged his temples, and as such, he almost missed Rai's following words. Still, you know, whatever anyone else says, we definitely wouldn't have made it this far without you. And Rai added in a grudging tone, I don't know what you did, but I think even Mayu kinda likes you now. With that, Naruto heard Rai rise to his feet, and he walked a distance away. All was silent, except for the sound of steady breathing. Naruto lay still. He wondered why Rai had told him this, and what it was that he wanted from him. He opened his mouth, but couldn't think of anything to say, so he kept quiet. Since they had put out the fire, it was cold in the cave. But it also felt just a bit warm. Probably due to the heat emitting from the moss, he thought to himself. Chapter 10: Dark Clouds Approach. When Naruto opened his eyes, he was momentarily disoriented by the glowing blue lights around him before he remembered where he was. They were somewhere deep under Sunagakure, in the midst of the maze of the second test. They had figured out how to get water, food, and had found shelter for the night. Now, they would have to decide how to fulfill the second set of requirements of the exam, obtaining another team's number plate, while protecting their own. As he grew more alert, he was shaken out of his thoughts when his nose picked up the aroma of roasting meat wafted through the air. His stomach growled, and he got up, sniffing the air. Turning around, he saw Mayu sitting beside a small makeshift campfire. From the looks of it, she had prepared breakfast as they slept. Much of the color in her face had returned, and judging from the small smile on her face, she certainly felt better. She was currently turning several stone sticks skewered through meat, and what looked like yellow vegetables over the flickering fire. Naruto sat down on the ground beside Rai, who gave him a nod but otherwise, to his relief, made no indication of the conversation they had shared the previous night. Instead, sharing identical looks of gratitude as Mayu offered them their portions, they dug in. It was quiet for several minutes as they ate, watching the shadow of their fire dancing on the moss-covered walls. Finally, Rai spoke up. Now that we're rested and all, he viciously tore a chunk of meat off of his stick. Ish to shake out some rookies, yeah? Mayu frowned. That's disgusting. Rolling his eyes, Rai began to chew even more noisily than before. Ignoring them, Naruto decided to dive straight into business. It's been about 13 hours since the test began, leaving us with just under 110 hours. We can either wait for the last 2 days, or strike fast and finish early. If we wait it out, it's likely that we'll get our choice of the pickings among the weaker teams still remaining. But the ones who still haven't passed at that point might be more desperate, more dangerous, Mayu pointed out, her pink face tinged with worry. And on top of capturing another plate, we also have to start thinking about reaching the surface, right? Trailing off, she turned to Naruto searchingly. It hadn't escaped his notice how Mayu had begun to speak up in their discussions. It was a welcome change to the wall he'd once felt like he was talking at. Desperation breeds desperate measures, he said. So we should try and finish this quickly and early. And like you said, Mayu's face brightened, it'll be best to start mapping out the maze while keeping an eye out for enemy teams and booby traps. Every time the tunnels diverge, we'll mark the path we took, and if we come across it again we'll take the other path. Sweeping sand over their campfire, they quickly concealed all signs of their overnight presence. Working under the assumption that Niji would have used his Byakugan to choose the best possible route, they then left the blue cavern through the same tunnel Naruto had seen the rookies go through the day before. As the dimly lit pathway rapidly decreased in diameter, they were forced to walk closer together. Naruto felt Mayu shudder, and picked up their pace. Soon, however, they stopped, as the tunnel forked into 2 different paths, one widened out and sloped upwards, while the other narrowed and sloped downwards. So which one will it be? Said Rai, eyeing the two paths. Mayu wordlessly edged towards the wider path, making her preference obvious. Yeah, but that's exactly what they'd expect us to take, right? Without responding, Naruto positioned himself directly in the middle of the fork and closed his eyes. He raised both of his arms, and then a moment later, opened his eyes. He began to head down the wider path, and motioned for his teammates to follow him. I can feel a slight breeze coming from this path, he explained when he saw the questioning looks on their faces. The air from the other side is still, so it's likely a dead end. They shared bemused looks but trusted his judgment. However, while they navigated through the tunnels of the underground maze, they were forced to resort to a wide variety of tactics. Mayu sent out her bluebirds ahead of them, and they provided a constant stream of information, which, though limited, was helpful in sketching out their mental map of the caves. Rai kept a sharp eye out for signs of fights and scuffles as well as keeping track of which tunnels they had already gone down. Meanwhile, when Naruto wasn't able to discern any difference between the wind currents of a split in the pathway, he sent out a shadow clone down one while they walked down the other. After several hours, during which they made fast progress, Naruto suddenly came to a halt and winced. One of the shadow clones he had sent out 20 minutes ago had just fallen into a pit full of fat larvae before promptly dissipating. Shivering at the sensation of crawling all over his body, he narrowly almost missed the extra shadow that flickered behind them. Without reacting or changing his expression, Naruto began to walk again. Raising his hand to brush a lock of his hair out of his eyes, he twitched his pinky. Glancing sideways, he made eye contact with Rai, who gave an imperceptible nod. Dramatically making groaning sounds, Rai slumped down on the ground. Man, I'm starving, he complained. It's about time for lunch, isn't it? We've come pretty far, let's find some food now. I agree, said Naruto, crossing his arms. Let's take a break for now. Well, alright then, said Mayu. I'll collect some vegetables, so how about you two get the moles? Sounds good, said Rai, pulling out a kunai and twirling it in his hand. Come on, Naruto. Let's go find some moles. At his last words, he jumped up and disappeared. A moment later, he reappeared at the opposite end of the tunnel, holding his kunai to the neck of a dark-skinned male genin. At the same time, Naruto swiftly threw a shuriken up at the ceiling. The other genin who had been hanging above them, a stocky blonde male, managed to avoid the shuriken as he scuttled down the wall to the ground. Without a look back at his teammate, he fled to the nearest hole and disappeared. Naruto didn't move, watching the hole expectantly. Several seconds later, there was a yelp of shock and pain from the direction the genin had run to. The sound of something being dragged across rough ground reverberated through the hollow tunnel, and soon, his shadow clone emerged, dragging the unconscious genin behind him by his collar. The shadow clone tossed the body to the ground beside where Rai stood with the other struggling genin. They tied the two genin together against a boulder, and as Mayu searched their bodies for their team plate, Naruto looked around the surrounding tunnels warily. Judging from their age, they were from Takigakure, but it looked like they were just a two-man team. When he had first detected their presence behind him, he had thought that perhaps their third member was farther behind and acting as backup. But he couldn't detect a third presence anywhere, meaning that their third member was either too far away, or that they had somehow lost their third member. Naruto played with the idea that their third had managed to conceal their presence from him, but he dismissed that almost instantly. Though poorly lit with ample shadows to hide in, these tunnels were far too narrow and cramped for anyone to continuously hide from him for this long. Where's your third? Is he waiting to ambush us, or what? Rai voiced Naruto's thoughts, nudging the dark one who was still conscious. The genin scowled ferociously, glaring at them through narrowed eyes. Like I tell you, little brow, ow. He broke off as Naruto's shadow clone shoved him down with his foot. Naruto kneeled beside the genin, and looked him directly in the eye. As the genin watched with horror growing in his eyes, he then pressed the tip of his kunai against the inside of the genin's fingernail, putting in just enough pressure to induce pain. First it'll be your fingernails, and then your fingers, that is, unless you talk. Where is your other teammate? Didn't you hear me the first time? The genin spat at his feet. You're not gonna get nothing outta. He broke off and let out a howl of pain as Naruto thrust his kunai up. With a sick popping sound, his nail fell off. Naruto, said Mayu, her face pale. She stepped forward, but Rai held her back. He looked a little green as well, but his jaw was set. That was just a fingernail, said Naruto softly. The genin's eyes widened, tears of pain leaking out. Imagine how much more it would hurt if I did that to a finger. All right. She's not here, we ditched her, he yelped. We don't know where she is. Naruto stood up. He could tell from his body language that the genin was telling the truth, or at least, believed it. Swinging his kunai up, he hit the head of the genin with its blunt end, knocking him out. The genin's head crumpled down against his chest. He looked up to see Mayu staring at him with wide eyes. Internally, he let out a sigh as he saw something in her face that he hadn't seen in a while: fear. Was that really necessary? She asked. We're ninja, Mayu snapped Rai. This is what we do. Stop being such a baby. Mayu didn't respond. Instead, she put the hood of her cloak up over her head. Rai grabbed the team plate she had been clutching in her hand. The number 44 was engraved on it. He tossed it into the air, and then grabbed it before tucking it into his pocket. Ha! That was easy. Leaving the trussed-up genin behind them, they silently walked through the dark tunnel while Naruto's shadow clone slunk back into the darkness to trail them. As Naruto watched Mayu stiffly move away from him, he felt his heart sink a little. He didn't feel any remorse for having handled the situation in that way. Torture was a proven and surefire way of quickly retrieving necessary information. But he wondered if he should have held back for Mayu's sake. It was unfortunate that despite her valuable skill of perception, she had always been the least desensitized of the three and the most averse to solutions to situations that required violence. Naruto sometimes questioned whether she was truly suited for the life of a ninja. As someone who clearly didn't have the heart or the stomach for a ninja's work, it was a wonder how she'd come into it in the first place. Not for the first time, he wondered what he would do if Mayu ever got in the way of a mission. So far, it hadn't proved to be much of an issue, but the missions that awaited them in the future could only be filled with more bloodshed. Suddenly, Naruto came to a halt. In one sleek motion, he pulled out his tanto from its sheath as the memories of his shadow clone flooded his mind. It had just been attacked from behind. The last thing it had seen before disappearing was a flash of white. Before he could let out a warning, a high-pitched voice called out from behind them, "Stop right there!" Shock flooding his system, Naruto spun around, dropping into an offensive stance. Besides him, his teammates mirrored his actions. However, the genin that they saw remained calm and seemingly defenseless even as she casually walked towards them. She had short, spiky hair and curious orange eyes. Naruto's eyes flickered to the Hittite slung around her right arm. The waterfall symbol of Takigakure stared back at him. That, and judging from the way she was alone, she was likely the third teammate that had been abandoned by the genin they'd captured their plate from. Naruto's grip on the tanto in his hand tightened. His shadow clone hadn't even sensed her coming up behind him. He had thought that was impossible in such a closed space. He could feel it in his bones. Despite her seemingly harmless exterior, every nerve was screaming that she was dangerous. There was something foreign about the girl that caused a chill to rack his body, foreign, and yet at the same time, somewhat familiar. But before he could puzzle over it further, his teammates sprung into action beside him. Rai released a barrage of shuriken at the girl, while Mayu's bluebird shrilled, taking off into the air. Dodging the shuriken, the girl picked up speed and began to run towards them. Jumping up over the birds, her hands blurred as she opened her mouth. Hiden, Renpungakure no Jutsu, secret, hiding in scale powder technique. Prepared to counter it, Naruto gathered his chakra into his lungs, his hands blurring through the signs: Futon, Daitapa, wind release, great breakthrough. He blew, expelling a strong wind from his lips. However, to his surprise, what came out of her mouth was something powdery that sparkled, lighting up the tunnel around them. Before Naruto could wonder at its purpose, it made itself clear as the powder rapidly brightened into an intense light akin to that of the afternoon sun, sending searing hot pain into his eyeballs. Rai howled in agony beside him, and Naruto shut his eyes reflexively. He heard the wind he had exhaled continue blowing through the tunnel, but it was too late. The powder had done its work. Opening his eyes, he could only see throbbing circles of yellow and orange that threw him off balance. He staggered. "Shouldn't have done that," said the girl. Judging from her voice, she was standing right in front of them, and yet, to his growing alarm, Naruto couldn't sense her presence at all. "What the hell is this?" Rai snarled. The intense white light was gradually dimming, but Naruto could still only make out, at best, several blobs around him. "The name's Fu," she said. That was my scale powder technique, but don't worry, the effects aren't permanent. Usually, anyways. Well, I'm just here to get my team plate back. So, which one of you has it? Rai must have given himself away with an involuntary twitch, for the girl immediately pounced on him. Ah, so you do! There was a muffled yelp and a rustle of clothing. Thanks. See ya laters, alligators. There was a pause. Or not. His vision was restored enough now so that he could see a faint shadowy figure bouncing up and running away from them. Rai made to get up, but Naruto held out a hand to stop him. Rai growled in frustration. What is it? Don't, panted Naruto. We're at a disadvantage right now. It'll be easier to obtain another team's plate than to try and attack her. It isn't worth the effort. Rai let out another snarl of anger, spitting on the ground, but sat back down. Damn that girl. Picking up a pebble from the ground, he flung it at the wall. And that genin bastard. He lied to us. I'm gonna kill him. I don't think he was, said Mayu quietly. They were probably traveling separately. Why the hell would they do that, when she's got that technique? But none of them had an answer for that. Once their vision was finally restored, they began to press forward again. However, Mayu soon stopped them as her birds informed her that there was an impassable pit up ahead, and they turned around. As they silently walked back along the same path, Naruto's mind buzzed over the recent unexpected turn of events. He hadn't taken the exam seriously enough, obviously. The other team's plate had initially been as easy to capture as expected, but they'd barely had time to even look at the number before it had been taken back by that girl. She'd said her name was Fu. He hadn't been able to gauge her offensive ability, but she'd exuded a kind of confidence that only came with years of experience. Naruto had chosen not to follow her, explaining to his teammates that their time would be better spent hunting down other teams, but he had to wonder, had it been influenced by doubt, by fear, at all? He didn't doubt his own abilities. He believed that in a direct confrontation, he could take the girl down so long as he avoided her strange powder. Nevertheless, something about her unsettled him. With Rai still fuming and Naruto lost in contemplation, Mayu was the first one to spot the obstacle in their path. She let out a small "oh" of surprise and stopped. Returning to his senses, Naruto peered ahead at the dimly lit path, and saw the two genin they had left behind still tied to the boulder. From the way they were sitting, he could tell that the blonde, the one he had knocked out, was still unconscious. However, the dark-skinned one that Rai had handled was now awake, and glared at them hatefully. A trickle of blood had dried halfway down his face. Did she not see them or something? Muttered Rai, walking over and nudging the blonde experimentally with his foot. He turned to the dark-skinned genin. Did your third teammate pass by? That thing's not a teammate of mine, the genin said coolly. Despite his obvious anger, he seemed more level-headed and in control than his teammate. Rai scratched his head. Well, she took your team plate back from us, he confessed. Wouldn't it have been logical for her to have freed you guys while she was at it? Monsters aren't logical. Monster? Repeated Naruto. He noticed Mayu stiffening in surprise beside him, but ignored it. What do you mean? The genin looked up directly at Naruto, and for a moment, he thought that the genin wasn't going to respond. Next to him, the blonde genin suddenly twitched, his eyelids fluttering as they struggled to open. He let out a low moan. The genin's features twisted into one of utter loathing, and his eyes burned with a look that Naruto somehow found familiar. She's a Jinchuriki. What's a Jinchuriki? Asked Rai. Just then, the blonde jerked and his eyes snapped open. Looking around wildly, he spotted Naruto standing by with his arms crossed and flinched. Gradually, as he took in the scene, a look of horror began to dawn on his face. She's got a monster sealed inside of her. She's Takigakir's weapon, explained the genin. Upon hearing his teammate, the blonde's head whipped back as though he'd been slapped. Mushimi. What are you doing? He hissed. That's a village secret, and what about the plan? I don't care, the genin Mushimi growled. That thing killed my parents before they sealed it away. I want it dead. And I have my doubts about the plan. The blonde's mouth dropped open. I know how you feel. But remember what Hake-sensei said to us about telling anything to outsiders. Do you even realize what you're doing right now? If it means I have to betray our village, so be it. The conviction rang loud and clear in his voice. By monster, what do you mean? Asked Naruto slowly. As Mushimi opened his mouth, the blonde genin struggled in vain to release himself from his bindings. Shut up! Mushimi! A tailed beast. The seven tails, said Mushimi, glaring up at them. So go tell your village and your Hokage. Go tell them that Takigakure is raising a weapon, in order to become one of the 5 great villages. Come and destroy it for us. Chapter 11, Confrontation of the Black Shadow. October 10th, the day of Naruto's 8th birthday, and every birthday before that, was Memorial Day at Konoha. It was always a cold, dark and somber day, as though the skies themselves were in mourning. The sun hid itself behind its clouds, which loomed heavily and slowly over the village. The villagers, all garbed in black, gathered around the memorial marker for the fallen heroes of the day the Ninetales attacked. Even at the academy, there was always a special history lesson to begin the day for every class. The year before, when Naruto had been in Iraka's class, the Chunin had recounted to them how the shinobi of the village had fought bravely, holding off the Ninetales from the rest of the village as they waited for the 4th to arrive. Then, they had a moment of silence, before they resumed normal class activities. But Naruto had been transferred to a new class 2 years his senior, and he found this year that his new instructor, a Chunin named Mizuki, conducted the lesson rather differently. Glossing cursorily over what the ninja had done, the man seemed to relish in describing the Ninetales in detail. According to him, it was a colossal leviathan, and each lashing tail rained destruction on the world every time it was swung. It was an uncontrollable force of nature, with fangs as long as a grown man and eyes that seethed with the burning fires of hell. The Ninetales was a roiling, churning ball of evil, with only one intention in mind: to destroy anything and anyone in its path. A student raised his trembling hand and asked, "But the 4th killed it, right, sensei?" A murmur of uncomfortable agreement spread throughout the classroom. The students had all of course grown up hearing in their bedtime stories about the monster that had terrorized the prior generation, but they never had reason to fear it. Because always, at the end of every story, their mother or father had finished the story by saying, "The 4th Hokage, a hero who loved his village and who was loved by the village, was able to protect us. At the cost of his life, he defeated the Ninetales so that the future generation, so that you could in turn grow up to be a fine shinobi and continue protecting Konoha." With a kiss to their forehead, and a click as the light turned off, they had always fallen asleep with smiles on their faces and dreams of becoming the next hero to save their village. But a strange, sly smile stretched across Mizuki-sensei's face as he heard the student's question. "Well," he said, "the 4th certainly dealt with it for us. And that is why he is today a hero." The Chunin bowed his head downwards in a show of respect, and all the students automatically copied his gesture. However, just before Naruto obediently complied, Mizuki tilted his head and glanced in his direction. And for a moment, Naruto thought that the Chunin's eyes had lingered on him with a cold glint. But an instant later Mizuki's gaze moved on to look fondly over the students. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto thought it more likely the fault of his overactive paranoia. Mizuki-sensei had treated him fairly over the past year, and seemed to bear no ill will against him. It wouldn't do for him to poison the opinion of his instructor, when he had so little support as it was. As he lowered his head, Naruto wondered briefly what Mizuki-sensei had meant by dealt. He hadn't directly answered the student's question. Could that mean that the Ninetales was still alive and roaming the wilderness? Naruto's head hurt at the possibility, and he instantly dismissed it. The 4th had been too great a man to have simply chased the beast away. He would have dealt with it in the best way possible for the village. And what else could that be, but to kill such an untamable monster? Team Oboro, hailing from Amigakure, never even saw it coming. Their plan had been to wait until the midpoint of the exam, so that the strongest teams would have finished, and the weaker teams would have worn themselves out. They were still in top shape and pumped for action by then, and with their nearly perfected strategy of and clone techniques, procuring a plate from the first exhausted genin team, from Suna, as it were, that passed by had been like taking candy from a baby. Armed with the necessary plates and the intelligence that their allied AIM team had given them prior to the exam, they'd been on course to reaching the exit of the maze and passing the second exam with ease. If they hadn't gotten so caught up in the elation of their seemingly imminent success, they might have lasted a few seconds longer. Their first indication of danger was when Mubi dropped his umbrella on the ground with a clatter. The boy himself quickly followed after, convulsing uncontrollably on the ground as white froth bubbled out from the side of his mouth. Reacting instinctively, Kaguri and Oboro jumped away from their teammate, just in time to avoid the two kunai that now embedded themselves harmlessly in the ground. Kaguri's and Oboro's hands both blurred. Bunshin no Jutsu, clone technique. As several clones appeared around them with swirling clouds of mist, they rapidly continued to form seals in succession. Doton, Dochu Igyo no Jutsu, Earth Release, Earth Swim Technique. The earth below them turned fluid, and the two rapidly sank below its depths, leaving behind their clones. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the tremors of unmistakable battle filtered through the earth towards them. Oboro turned to Kaguri, who nodded back at him, his eyes narrowed from behind his rebreather. The two burst back up to the surface, spinning in midair as their umbrellas rapidly spat out poison-tipped needles in opposite directions. All around them, as they stood back to back in their practiced stances, their sacrificial clones burst into mist. Oboro blinked at the dark clearing around them. "Where are they?" he hissed, looking around rapidly. Given that they hadn't even sensed their enemy creeping up on them, he hadn't expected to take them out so easily, but he hadn't expected the enemy to simply not be there. But all he could see was Kaguri's anxious face beside his, and what was that small blue thing fluttering around above them next to that stalactite? Wait, was that a bird? This far underground? Before he could even open his mouth to yell out a warning, however, his remaining teammate dropped like a stone beside him, white froth creeping out from his orifices. Oboro felt his heart sink as he remembered the promise he'd made to his younger brother before he'd left the village. Quickly making up his mind, he threw his umbrella down on the ground and raised his hands. "I surrender," he said loudly. "Just let me and my teammates live and I'll give you our plates." Just as his eyes flicked down to his left pocket, he saw a flash of red above him. His heart thudded sickeningly. And then everything turned black. Naruto didn't know what to think, and this, there were no other words for it, simply bewildered him. He was no stranger to pain, and over time, he had gotten into the habit of analyzing the cause of everything that hurt him. He reasoned that to minimize pain, he had to understand it. But what he was feeling now wasn't the usual kind of pain, which was sharp and obvious. Instead, what he felt now was a blunt axe that hacked away at the fraying edges of his mind, as a numbing sense of disbelief and something else he couldn't name spread throughout his body. "So go tell your village and your Hokage. Go tell them that Takigakyu's raising a weapon, in order to become one of the 5 great villages. Come and destroy it for us." Naruto had moved methodically to tighten the rope bindings around the 2 Takigakyu genins, but his mind had already begun to race with the implications. If Mushimi was telling the truth, and his body language and tone all supported that he was, then first of all, this meant that there was more than one tailed beast still roaming the world. Naruto had tried once before to look up information about the 9 tails in the archive library, as he was unable to dismiss the feeling of uneasiness he'd gotten during Mizuki-sensei's Memorial Day lecture. And he had managed to ascertain one thing before being chased out by the Chunin librarian: there was absolutely not even a single scroll on its origins, its known powers, or its fate. Granted, he didn't think that there could have been extensive research on such a colossal force of nature, but the fact that there was absolutely no information on it could mean only one thing: that it was classified, not to be disclosed even to the shinobi. It gave him a headache to think of it, and Naruto had decided that it must have been one of the village's top secrets, something to be handled only by the elite and the Hokage himself, and certainly not by lowly academy students such as himself. And so, he had put his inquisitiveness aside. But now, he found himself being forced back into a similar train of thoughts. And as fearful as the thought of tailed beasts in the plural was, the second implication in the genin's words was, in Naruto's opinion, even worse: that these monsters of legend could actually be sealed away within people. He didn't know much about Fuinjutsu, except that it was a type of that sealed objects within other objects. He'd always assumed there was a limit to what could be sealed, and what could be done with what was sealed. But if a tailed beast could be sealed within a person, and if that person could somehow harness the tailed beast's chakra, then such a person might very well be invincible. And Mushimi had said that Takigakyo was raising up such a person, a Jinchuriki, he'd called it, in order to become one of the 5 great villages. Did this mean that all of the great villages had a Jinchuriki of their own? A weapon that by all intents of nature shouldn't exist? If that was the case, then could the 9 tails not in fact have been destroyed by the 4th Hokage? Could he have sealed it away instead? Inside a person? Maybe even a baby? Naruto suddenly recalled that the 4th had been a sealing master. He had found this out when he'd been trying to figure out what the black seal on his abdomen was. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen his seal in a long time. But that was because it only appeared when he nudged his red chakra. But why was he thinking of his red chakra now? He hadn't touched, or thought of it in years. Come and destroy it for us. Mashumi's hate-filled eyes flashed once more in his mind's memory. Naruto felt another headache coming. He knew those eyes very well. Where had he seen those kinds of eyes before? Hadn't they? Naruto! He jerked in surprise, his hand automatically reaching for the tanto strapped across his back. Besides him, Rai blanched and took a step back. Recognizing his teammate, Naruto immediately relaxed and let go of the blade's handle. Looking around, Naruto noted in surprise that the Takigakure genins were nowhere to be seen. In fact, they seemed to be walking somewhere. For a split second, he couldn't remember where and why they were moving. "What's up with you?" said Rai, eyeing him curiously. Naruto hesitated. "Nothing, I just spaced out," he finally said. The rest of the second exam passed by quickly and easily, despite their increasing misgivings. Naruto's shadow clone found an Amigakure team with 2 plates that had let their guards down enough for them to be sneaked up on. Mayu's incapacitated 2 of them with ease, and after Naruto took down the third with a simple chop across the back of his neck, they trussed up their second genin team to a boulder. With 3 plates now in their possession, they rested briefly before moving onwards, and after several more hours with no further confrontations, they finally reached the end of the maze. They emerged out of the sloping dark tunnel to see that it was midday above ground. They were somewhere in the desert away from the Suna village, and there was not a cloud in the sky. The strong sunlight seared their eyes after having spent days in almost constant darkness. Nevertheless, Rai flung himself on the hot sandy ground with a moan of bliss, soaking up the sunlight with his outstretched arms. Following him outside, a wide smile spread across Mayu's face even as her eyes squinted in pain. Naruto, on the other hand, remained tense, his eyes roving around as if looking for possible ambush spots. Rai, seeing this, rolled his watering eyes. "Naruto, we're finally out of that hellhole. Lighten up." Naruto ignored him, continuing his visual search. Rai sighed in long-suffering exasperation. But before he could say anything else, the sound of light footsteps alerted them to a Suna Chunin climbing up the hill towards them. His face was mostly covered with bandages and a face mask, and he wore the standard Suna flak jacket. The man held his hand out. "Plates, please." Immediately, Mayu began to reach inside the folds of her cloak, when Naruto flung out 4 shuriken from his holster. As the shuriken spiraled through the air towards the Chunin with a whistling sound, Rai let out a yelp of surprise, but instantly, the Chunin had his kunai out, and batted away the shuriken with ease. Mayu stared gapingly down at the shuriken embedded in the ground, and then back up at Naruto. Slowly, the Chunin lowered his kunai, and leveled a sharp gaze at Naruto. "Attack an examiner again, and you'll be disqualified from the exam." "What was that for?" Rai demanded. Naruto didn't apologize. "For all we knew, you could have been another examinee trying to take our plates at the very last second." It was difficult to tell the Chunin's facial expression from behind his mask, but Naruto could have sworn he saw something twitch. "My name is Tsubusa and I am one of the Chunin examiners for this year's Chunin selection exam at Sunagakure. It has been exactly 29 hours and 44 minutes since the exam began. Congratulations on passing the second exam." As Tsubusa led them back to the village, picking his way through a sandy path that only he seemed to be able to see, Naruto noticed several other entrances scattered around the ground. In the distance, he saw another worn-out team emerging up to the ground as a Suna Chunin patiently waited for them. "How do you guys know when to pick us up?" Rai piped up from behind him. "Cameras," said Tsubusa. Contrary to what some may have thought, the second exam was not meant to be an all-out battle royale, with the examiners being blind to its happenings. "And you guys wanted to see what the future ninjas of other villages have up their sleeves, eh?" "That too," Tsubusa admitted. "So did you see that girl that attacked us?" Rai continued. "She creamed us." Naruto stopped short. At the same time, Rai let out a yelp of pain and stumbled forward. It appeared that Mayu had kicked him. "What was that Oh. We did not have a camera in every tunnel, so we may have missed that one," Tsubusa replied calmly. Naruto's eyes narrowed. The pause before he'd spoken had been a millisecond too long. Naruto was certain that he was lying. And he would have bet his prize tanto that every single Suna examiner and official knew of Takigaker's Jinchuriki. But for now, it seemed they would be feigning ignorance. The question was, had they found out from Mushimi's outburst, or had they known even before that? And if they had, why had they let her participate in their exam? Naruto and his team were brought past the village gate and inside one of the circular clay buildings. Contrary to its heavy and dull appearance, it was cool and airy inside, and they gratefully removed their heavy cloaks. Mayu sniffed her sleeve and cringed, thrusting the cloak away from her. To Rai's outrage, they were the second team once again to pass, this time having been beaten out by Guy's team of rookies. The three rookies looked battered, but thrilled about their success. When Niji saw them enter, he gave them a cool smirk. With 3 days left as the second exam continued, they were guided to separate quarters where they could clean up, eat, and rest. After taking a long refreshing bath, and saying good night to his teammates, Rai looked disappointed. He had been excited about going out to explore the village, but had been told by Tsubusa that they were not allowed to leave the building until the exam was over in order to prevent sabotage. Naruto turned in early and tossed and turned in his bed all night. The next day, he rose early and was surprised to see that breakfast had been laid just outside his door. It was a tray of Suna cuisine, and nothing that he was used to. The meat was chewy and dry, and his soup, filled with something that looked like seaweed but tasted sweet. Nevertheless, as Naruto ate, he felt a touch of nostalgia, remembering back to the caretaker who had once prepared all of his meals. Strangely enough, he had never seen her again after she left him, and for the first time in years, he wondered where she was. Naruto couldn't even remember her face. All he could remember was that she had been stern and quick with her hand. He suddenly wondered why he'd been left with a caretaker, and not in the orphanage like every other child in Konoha who'd lost their parents in the war. He'd never thought too deeply of it before, but now, he wondered how he could never have questioned it before. And yet, each question raised even further questions. After breakfast as planned, Naruto and his teammates assembled in the corridor that connected their rooms. Because their own clothes were dirty and being washed, they all wore the dark long tunics that was Suna's traditional clothing. While the clothes were surprisingly lightweight and cool, Naruto privately thought it made them all look lumpy and shapeless. He hadn't noticed the night before because it had been too dark, but now that sunlight had crept into the hallway, Naruto saw that there was a small window that looked outside. Stepping forward and peering out, he realized that it overlooked the center of the village market. The sun was still rising, and hung low in the sky, but he could see the market was already beginning to bustle with activity. "I wonder how many teams passed the second exam," said Rai, with a great yawn. "Since we ended with 3 plates instead of 2, that means we took out 2 teams, right? What do you think the third exam will be?" "Some kind of sparring match, probably," said Mayu, leaning against the wall. "My brother told me that's what most villages do for the third exam when they host the Chunin exams." From what Naruto had been able to gather, Mayu's older brother was a Chunin who manned Konoha's village gates. "Sparring, huh?" said Rai, scratching his nose. "I hope I'm paired with someone easy then. Someone like Tenten or one of those other rookies. And Nath, let's see. Oh, I know. I really wouldn't like to go up against that, what did they call her? That Jinchuriki then. If she beat Naruto that easily, the rest of us wouldn't stand a chance." Glancing around the corridor to make sure it was empty, his voice nevertheless dropped an octave. "Is it even fair though, having her in the exam? We're just genins, even Naruto here wouldn't stand a chance against a tailed beast." Mayu didn't respond. "Assuming the third exam involves one-on-one sparring, it's not to say that you have to absolutely win your match to pass," said Naruto. "The first 2 exams were to weed out the weak. Now that only the strong genins are left, they'll be wanting us to showcase our abilities. So even if you lose to your opponent, if you make a strong showing, you could still pass." "That makes sense," said Rai seriously. And then, a sly smile spread itself across his face, his scar twisting as it did so. "Guess Tenten doesn't stand a chance then." "Oh, this again. Just leave her alone. What do you have against her?" admonished Mayu. "Everything," Rai shot back. "Grow up." Tuning out the bickering voices of his teammates, Naruto continued looking out the window. This was the second village outside of his own that he'd ever seen in his life, and the similarities and differences he found were startling to him. The people of Konoha were more boisterous and familiar, greeting each other with wide grins and a slap on the back or a kiss to the cheek. The people of Suna, on the other hand, seemed much calmer and more reserved. As he watched, though people politely greeted each other good morning, there was always a certain distance between each other. Naruto wondered whether it was merely custom, or whether the extreme climates of the desert bred a certain kind of personality. Yet at the same time, he thought, people here also woke up early to go to the market to buy food to put on the table for their families. Suddenly, there was a loud banging noise just below his window. At the sound, Naruto reared back, his hand reaching for his tanto once more. There was a lull in the cacophony behind him, and striding over, Rai stuck his head out the window and glanced down. Someone just knocked something over, Naruto, he said, turning around. What are you being so jittery for? You've been really weird lately. It's nothing, Naruto said. I'm just tired. Rai shook his head, but let it go. Stretching once more and saying something about looking for the kitchen to get more food, the genin shot off down the corridor. As soon as he disappeared around the corner, Mayu mumbled something about looking for something, and fled into her own room. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto walked back to the window and looked down. Pieces of a red clay pot were scattered on the ground. Though the contents seemed harmless, for some reason, everyone in the market was giving it a wide berth. Standing in the middle, paying no attention to the beans strewn around his feet, was a boy who looked Naruto's age, with spiky auburn hair. But that was where the physical similarities ended. He was much paler, and wore Suna genin attire. Naruto was fairly certain he hadn't seen him in the Chunin exams. He knew he would have remembered someone like that in the exam. The boy was standing stiffly with his arms crossed, seemingly observing the flow of traffic that circled fearfully around him. Then, without warning, the boy tilted his head back, and with wrathful black ringed eyes, glared hatefully back up at Naruto. Naruto stepped back away from the window. Retreating to the opposite end of the corridor, where it was still dark, he leaned against the wall and slid down to the ground, massaging his temples. The blunt axe was back again, accompanied once more by that aching headache that prickled and lurked at the edges of his consciousness. I am, he said quietly to the familiar darkness. I am likely a Jinchuriki. Chapter 12, Stalemate. The faint moonlight made the water in the wash basin glow eerily. Looking down at his face reflected on the water's surface, Naruto grimaced as he recalled his recent revelations. He couldn't think of a word to describe how he felt. It was as though he had been blind, and his eyes had been newly opened to the real world. As though a bubble that had separated him from the truth had dissipated. But unfortunately, this reality had never been something he wanted. All of his musings from childhood seemed silly to him now. How could he have never connected the dots before? His entire life, the other villagers had isolated and despised him. Reasoning it out, he had concluded that their driving factor was hatred, and he now knew for sure that he hadn't been wrong there. But now he saw that there was an even bigger factor, namely fear. He had been orphaned the night that the Nine Tails attacked, but unlike the other orphans, he had been kept separate from them. And that was because the villagers, unlike him, had known that something colossal like the Nine Tails could not have been defeated, not even by the fourth Hokage, but only sealed away. To think that for 10 years, they had had to live within the same walls as the monster that had killed their loved ones. Naruto gazed down at the whisker-like marks on the face that stared back at him from the water's surface. After a moment, he broke the surface of the water with his hand, contorting his reflection. Why had he never questioned the seal that appeared on his belly when he nudged the red chakra in his body? He had just dismissed it, and never thought about it again after his initial curiosity. Naruto felt sick at the vague memory. How many other markers had he missed because of his lack of attention? Suddenly, feeling an overwhelming urge to vomit, he covered his mouth. His headache had been growing increasingly worse all day, and now his head was throbbing again. Panting, Naruto leaned back against the sandy wall for support as his surroundings spun dizzily around him. As soon as the nausea had passed, he splashed some of the cold water on his hot face and then went to lie down on his bed. His heart pounding, he dazedly wondered whether he had contracted some kind of strange desert bug, before his heavy eyes closed shut. The day the second exam ended, everyone who had finished was taken out to the field of dunes where all the tunnels opened up to the surface. With the exception of the Konoha rookies, it was the first time since they had come into Suna that they had seen any of the other genins. Taking a cursory look around during their short walk, Naruto noted that besides his and Niji's team, only Kabuto's team had made it from Konoha. However, none of the teams from the other villages seemed to have fared any better. Overall, they looked rather more disheveled and worn down. At the field, as expected, a large number of Suna shinobi officials were waiting. However, standing beside them were a number of foreign jonin, including one very familiar face. Kakashi-sensei, Mayu called out in surprise, coming to a stop. The jonin raised a hand in casual greeting as he strolled over. So you guys are still in one piece, I see. Did you expect any less? Rai snorted, folding his arms across his chest. Ever since he'd been kicked out of the Suna kitchen, he had been in an irritable mood. Are you supposed to be here? Mayu asked skeptically. Hey now. It's custom for the sensei to be present during the third exam, Kakashi explained. In fact, there are usually a substantial number of spectators from every village during the third exam. After all, the Chunin exam is what decides which ninja will be showing up on the battlefield. Mayu's eyes widened. But all the nations here are allied, aren't they? Alliances can, and have, changed in a heartbeat, said Kakashi in a solemn voice. The man, or woman, you shared a drink with over the campfire could be the one to stab you in the back when the fire dies. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together, startling them. But enough of that business. You three should just concentrate on the upcoming exam. As if taking that as a cue, the Suna Chunin who had picked them up, Tsubusa, raised a hand in the signal. Kakashi, as well as the other foreign jonin, returned back to their formation. When the genin had all amassed into a single group, he spoke. As of now, the second test of the Sunigekure Chunin exam is. The rest of his sentence was cut off, as with a sudden flurry of sand, a red and white figure burst out of one of the tunnel holes in the ground. Phew. I almost overslept, that was way too close. As one, all heads turned to stare at the genin who casually brushed the sand off her head. Isn't that Fu? Rai hissed unnecessarily into Naruto's ear. Hearing her name, the green-haired kunoichi looked their way with an unexpectedly hard expression on her face, and Rai involuntarily took a step back. Ahem, Tsubusa caught their attention with a cough. As I was saying, as of now, the second test of the Sunigekure Chunin exam is now over. Taking into account the most recent arrival, 24 individuals coming from a total of 11 teams have passed. Congratulations. At this point, a particularly bedraggled-looking AIM team was unable to contain their joy, triumphantly thrusting the tips of their umbrellas up into the air. The Kazekage will now address you all. Tsubusa nodded towards the group of Suna shinobi, which parted in the middle to reveal a robed figure of middling size. Stern dark eyes bored into them from beneath the green-pointed hat that denoted him as the strongest shinobi of Sunigekure. Congratulations on making it this far, said the Kazekage in a deep and raspy voice. However, it is too early to celebrate. He pointedly looked towards the celebrating members of the AIM team, who shrunk under his gaze. The Chunin exam is a valuable tool for evaluating the performances of the future generations of shinobi. You can think of everything until now as a preliminary test to weed out the worthless from those with potential. It is only from this point onwards that your mettle will truly be tested. The third exam, which will take place 2 weeks from now, will be a series of fights in which you must be the victor, in order to proceed to the next round. Rai nudged Mayu, who had paled. I cannot stress enough the importance of your display during this third exam. You may be merely genin now, but you will, in the future, be the soldiers of your village. In a sense, you are showing the strength of your village to the other villages. A weak showing will reflect poorly on your village, and invite stronger villages to take advantage. In essence, from here on out, you are determining the futures of your villages. The Kazekage looked balefully around at them. It was completely quiet. Now, according to your individual performances from the first and second exams, every person, with no regard for nation or team, has been divided into 8 separate brackets. The victors of each bracket will face each other, until there is only one remaining, who will be guaranteed a pass in the exams. Breaking the silence, the group of genins began to murmur amongst each other. The Kazekage raised a hand to quell them. This does not mean, however, that only one person will be passing. From this moment on, every single one of you is being considered for a promotion to the Chunin rank. So I expect you all, as representatives of your respective villages, to prove yourselves in these rounds. At these words, a tall and bald Suna jonin stepped forward. Thank you, Kazekage-sama. I will take it from here, said the jonin, bowing deeply. He straightened up and turned to look at them. My name is Satetsu, and I will be the head referee for the third exam. To start things off, due to the larger than expected number of remaining contenders, there will be a preliminary round. You will be divided into divisions where 3, instead of 2, genins will fight each other. There will be no rules besides that you must remain in this field. The fight will continue until 2 of you are dead, knocked out, or admit defeat. There may also be a situation in which the winner has been clearly decided. Rather than unnecessarily adding blood to the field, I will step in and declare the victor. He cleared his throat. Now then, you were each individually evaluated during the first and second exams, and using these results, the divisions have been drawn to be as fair as possible. Several Suna Chunin rolled out a large white cloth with a tournament bracket chart etched on it in dull black ink. Naruto found his name immediately. It was the first name written in the very first bracket. The 2 names next to his were Kabuto and Karen. Scanning the rest of the brackets, he saw that almost all the other Konoha genin had been split up into separate brackets. It seemed that by fair, they had meant that they intended the strongest genins to face each other in the later rounds of the tournament rather than in the preliminary. Likely to provide the most entertainment for the various high-ranking country officials that would be coming to view the actual third exam. His gaze lingered momentarily on Mayu's bracket, which was fourth. One of the names was unfamiliar to him, but the other name was Fu. Either they had scribbled Fu's name into one of the brackets as soon as she emerged, or more likely, they had known she had passed, and had proactively written her in. Naruto glanced at Mayu, but for once, her face was unreadable. We will commence with the preliminary round of the third exam immediately. First up is Bracket 1, Uzumaki Naruto from Konoha, Yakushi Kabuto from Konoha, and Karen of Kusugakure. They're sure not wasting any time, Rai grumbled, scratching his scar. Good luck, Naruto. Not that you need it. Mayu nodded. Good luck, Naruto. Wordlessly, Naruto stepped out onto the field. Kabuto walked past him, his sandaled feet crunching in the sand, and turned around to face him several meters away. A bespectacled girl with flaming bright red hair and eyes wearing a Kusugakure hitai did the same, finishing the triangle. At the same time, several Suna Jonin stepped out, and with raised a circular sand barrier that separated the bystanders from the 3 genin, creating a makeshift arena. Are you ready? Said Satetsu. Yes, said Naruto and Karen simultaneously. Kabuto silently adjusted his glasses. Then begin. The girl seemed to have judged Kabuto as the easier of the 2. She immediately flung several kunai in his direction. Barely dodging them, Kabuto tripped over his own feet and fell on the ground. Karen began running towards him, but skidded to a stop when he raised his hand. There was a momentary silence before Satetsu cleared his throat. Yes? I forfeit, Kabuto said, looking embarrassed. He stood up, dusting the sand off his pants, and began to limp back to the wall of the barrier. My foot's been bothering me since the second exam, and I doubt I can carry on much longer. Personally, Naruto thought that the limp looked fake. It was much more likely that Kabuto had ascertained that he had no chance against the competition of that year, and had just chickened out. That was so not cool, man, said Rai, shaking his head. Hearing him, Kabuto gave a sheepish smile before going to the back to sit beside his teammates. Okay then, Kabuto Yakushi from Konoha has been eliminated from Bracket 1, Satetsu rolled his eyes. He raised his hand once more. Continue. Naruto hadn't moved since stepping out onto the field. This seemed to unsettle the Kusujinin. Hesitating for a second, she flung another pair of kunai at Naruto. Deflecting the kunai with his own, Naruto stayed otherwise still. Running around him in circular motions, Karen continued to throw kunai at him, all of which he blocked. Finally, apparently having run out of artillery, she launched herself at him with surprising speed, leaving a small cloud of sand in her wake. Fainting to the right, she ducked and swiped at his feet to try and knock him off balance. Naruto twisted and kicked at her open back. She grunted at the direct hit, but to his surprise, reached behind her to wrap her arms around his leg. Again, with a surprising amount of strength, Karen pushed up, propelling him into the air. Jumping up, she punched at him. However, Naruto ducked, and quicker than she could react, he grabbed a hold of her collar. Her eyes widened just as he slammed her down to the ground. Her body hit the ground with enough impact to cause deep cracks to appear in the ground around her. A cloud of dust and sand erupted around Karen's groaning figure. Naruto nimbly landed several meters away. When the dust had cleared, however, he noted with some surprise that Karen had already gotten up. Furthermore, aside from a slightly dazed expression, she seemed unhurt. An impressed murmur spread throughout the watching crowd. Naruto gazed impassively at her figure. Contrary to her rather flimsy appearance, she was quite sturdy. If he continued to fight her the way he had planned to, it would likely only drag out for a long time as he slowly whittled away at her defenses. Making up his mind, he brought his hands together. Futon Kyofu, wind release, gale. A gust of wind spiraled into existence, picking up sand and forming a large dust cloud that engulfed the entire arena. There were yelps of indignant pain from the group of genins, as some of the sand blew into their eyes. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. Under the cloud of the dust, Naruto created 4 shadow clones. Karen meanwhile had stood rooted in her position, bracing herself. She seemed fairly intelligent, and had likely predicted Naruto's intentions under the cover of dust. However, there was little she could do against 5 assailants. As his clones distracted her, Naruto crept in from her blind spot. Raising his kunai, he aimed at the back of her neck, prepared to deal the finishing blow, when suddenly, as if she had known he'd been the real one the whole time, Karen twisted her head to look directly at him. With flashing red eyes, she flung a kunai at him, and for the first time, he was forced to jump back in retreat. Appraising the red-headed genin from afar, Naruto cocked his head in bemusement. Interesting, either it had been a lucky guess, which he doubted, or she had some sort of sensory ability that allowed her to differentiate between clones. If that was the case, his current plan wouldn't work either, and the ball was back in Karen's court. She seemed to have reached the same conclusion. Apparently not having yet exhausted her supply of kunai, she resumed throwing them at him, warily maintaining her distance. Just the same as before, Naruto continued blocking them, creating a momentary standstill. For several moments, it was silent except for the sound of metal clashing on metal as the two stared at each other, waiting for the other to make the first move. Finally, Karen seemed to have grown impatient. Her final pair missed him entirely, flying over his head. At the same time, she propelled herself headfirst in his direction once more. Prepared, Naruto reached behind him for his tanto. Just before Karen reached him, he took a small leap backwards, focusing his wind chakra along the blade of his tanto. He pulled out the tanto in a single, fluid motion. Upon seeing the blade, Karen immediately stopped and began to reverse direction. Out of fear, he thought for a split moment, when he suddenly heard something hissing behind him. Still looking directly at Karen, Naruto saw the tips of her lips curl up into a small smile, and in the same split second, saw belatedly that her hands were in the snake hand seal. Then, before he even had enough time to widen his eyes, there was a loud explosion as the exploding tags behind him detonated. A collective gasp swept through the crowd as a large, violent ball of fire engulfed Naruto's figure. The billowing smoke rapidly filled the entire arena. Naruto! Mayu choked out in a shocked voice. She moved forward as if to run in, but was stopped by a raised hand from Kakashi, who had suddenly appeared beside them during the ruckus. Kakashi silently shook his head at her. Meanwhile, leaping over the barrier, the referee ninja had disappeared into the thick smoke. What happened? Rai gasped, wide-eyed. It seems that your genius was outsmarted, said Niji, folding his arms across his chest. Fu let out an admiring whistle. Naruto, outsmarted? Rai repeated dumbly. Kakashi-sensei, what? The Jonin didn't respond. You better start getting ready for your match, Tenten, said Niji, turning to his teammate. Looking dazed, she seemed startled at his suggestion. You right, she said weakly. The winner of preliminary round 1, Satetsu's bodiless voice emerged from the smoke, recapturing their attention. Niji closed his eyes, nodding his head in affirmation. Is Uzumaki Naruto? Niji's eyes snapped open in shock. There was a momentary pause of collective confusion. What? Called out a genin. You sure you haven't gotten the names wrong? Yeah. We saw Karen win, said the girl next to him. I can't see anything, another genin complained. In response, one of the jonin raised a large metal fan and waved it once towards the arena. Immediately, a strong wind swept through once more, this time taking away the smoke, to reveal a completely different scene from the one they had been left with. Karen was sitting motionlessly on her knees, with a look of fear frozen on her face. Naruto stood just as still behind her, one hand gripping the top of her red hair while the other held the blade of his tanto to the front of her neck. As mentioned earlier, I can decide during a match if a victor is made clear, growled Satetsu. Now lower your tanto. For a tangibly tense second, Naruto didn't move, looking down at the girl with a blank expression on his face. A thin trickle of bright blood slid down his blade and dripped down onto the sand. He'd been in this position before, and seen this scene before, he thought distantly. Karen let out a pained whimper. Upon hearing her, as though breaking out of a reverie, Naruto released his grip on her head and slid the tanto back into its strap on his back. Karen slumped onto the ground. Several medic nin hurried over to the genin's prone figure. Ignoring the murmuring and questioning gazes of the crowd, Naruto jumped over the barrier and walked over to Kakashi's side. What happened? Rai said eagerly in a tone of great relief that indicated that the world was as it should be once more. I thought that even you wouldn't have enough time to dodge that. I did, said Naruto shortly. Good old Naruto, said Rai, slinging his arm around his head. You scared me there for a sec. You too, right? He nudged the pale-faced girl beside him, who nodded mutely. I thought that maybe that flu you caught had made you slower or something. The flu? Kakashi questioned, reaching out with a hand to Naruto. Naruto, were you sick? Taken aback, Naruto shook his head. No, I'm fine. Of course you are, Rai beamed. He turned to Mayu. I'm more worried about you. My fight's gonna be a piece of cake beauty up against that Jinchuriki girl. In an unusual slip of his composure, Kakashi's hand jerked. At that, Naruto turned to regard his teammate in bewilderment. What was Rai talking about? Jinchuriki? He repeated slowly. He couldn't recall ever having heard that word before. And yet for some reason, the word did not feel unfamiliar on his tongue. Something throbbed in his head, and Naruto winced. Yes, said Rai obliviously, waving his hand. You know. That girl Fu. But before he could ask him what a Jinchuriki was, the second round of the preliminaries began. Chapter 13, Goodbye Memory. The next few rounds of the preliminary went by fairly quickly. In the second round, Tenten and the other Suna Genin were overwhelmed by a Suna Genin named Temari, who'd simply blown away all the artillery with a giant metal fan. In the next bracket, Rai lucked out. It turned out that the two other Genin, a Suna and an AIM Genin, hated each other's guts and spent all of their energy trying to beat the other. When the AIM Genin narrowly emerged victorious, Rai pounced and made short work of him. Nice work, Kakashi praised Rai, who clambered over the sandy barrier with a triumphant grin. Good job, said Kabuto, pushing up his glasses. Tenten, who was standing nearby, regarded Rai with a sour look. Did you see that move I made at the end there? Said Rai, swiping the air with his kunai. It was like. Oh please, Tenten cut in with a snort, folding her arms across her chest. All you did was stand around and try to look invisible for most of that round. Though she'd been promptly restored to working condition by the medic Nin, it seemed her pride had not yet made a full recovery. Rai turned to her with an irritated look on his face. Don't you have somewhere else to be? Like the stands? Tenten scowled. You wouldn't have done any better than me if you were up against an actual opponent. Oh yeah? Rai growled. I guess we'll see in the third exam about that then. The third exam you won't be participating in. Tenten reddened, and for a second, Naruto thought she would hit him. But then, without another word, she turned on her heel and stiffly walked away. As Rai fumed, from the corner of his eye, Naruto saw Mayu biting her lip, as though debating within herself whether or not to talk. Your abilities and fighting style are fairly similar to Tenten's, Naruto remarked. You might not have won against that Suna Genin either. Rai's jaw dropped. What? She was just upset she lost, Mayu piped in, looking upset. You shouldn't have taunted her like that. Rai slowly looked back and forth between them, before shaking his head. You two are never on my side, he groaned. I'm just stating facts, said Naruto matter-of-factly. Rai turned towards his last hope with a pleading look. Kabuto? Sorry, Rai, but I'll have to agree with the rest on this one, Kabuto said with an apologetic smile. Rai let out a long-suffering sigh. Fine, he said, throwing his hands up. Fine. I'll apologize. Hunched over, he slunk into the throng of Genin. Kakashi, who had been wordlessly watching the situation unfold, finally let out a chuckle. You all rather remind me of my own team back in the day. Feeling a lick of curiosity welling up, Naruto turned toward the Jonin. What was your team like, sensei? We were always fighting, was all Kakashi said, before turning to look back at the arena. Naruto's gaze lingered on his sensei. He seemed distracted. Ever since his own match had ended, Kakashi had been sneaking discreet glances at him every now and then, before shaking his head and looking away. Was it because of that thing Rai had said? Jinchuriki? He'd been meaning to ask Rai about it, but with Rai's battle being so soon after his, he hadn't gotten a chance to. And now, he was off doing who knew what. But what could Rai have been talking about? Jinchuriki, was it a code name for something else? Shaking his head to clear it, Naruto turned to look back at the arena as well. The second half of the preliminaries was starting now, and the first ones up were. Well, that's rotten luck, said Kabuto. They're both on the same team, aren't they? Neji Hyuga and Rock Lee. I wonder if that's why Tenten was so upset, said Mayu slowly. Since she lost, and Neji and Lee are in the same bracket, only one member on their team gets to pass to the third exam. Naruto silently observed the three figures who stood in the center of the arena. Neji, with his arms crossed, was an emotionless wall. Rock Lee, on the other hand, had an interesting mix of determination and anxiety etched across his face. Looking over the third genin, a jittery-looking Suna, with a practiced eye, Naruto mentally dismissed him from the battle. This would come down to a fight between the two male Konoha rookies. Begin, said Satetsu, who leaped out of the arena. The Suna genin immediately jumped away from the Konoha nin, pulling the bandaged humanoid puppet off his back. Lee, said Neji, ignoring the Suna genin completely. He stood stock still. Forfeit now. You've never beaten me, and you never will. Rock Lee lowered himself into a taijutsu stance. Neji, I respect you as a genius. But as I am sure you know by now, I will never give up. Neji shook his head, and lowering himself into a stance, the veins around his eyes bulged outwards as the boy activated his infamous heritage. The fight was over in less than 5 minutes. At first, Lee seemed to be moving too quickly for Neji to follow, making sure to stay out of his reach. When the Suna genin distracted Neji with his puppet, Lee finally jumped in for his attack, but unfortunately for him, nothing got past the Byakugan's all-seeing power. As soon as Lee was in Neji's reach, it was all over him. With what seemed like a series of gentle jabs to Lee's torso and legs, the boy crumpled to the ground. The Suna genin soon followed after, being easily incapacitated with a few jabs to the hands controlling the puppet. The winner of preliminary round 4 is Neji Hyuga. Without a look back at his teammate who was still laying on the ground, Neji left the arena. It's unfortunate, but Rock Lee wouldn't have stood a chance against any competent ninja, let alone a genius like Hyuga, said Kabuto, adjusting his glasses. What do you mean? Asked Mayu curiously. He can't use any ninjutsu or. It's amazing that he's come this far with just taijutsu, but this is where the road ends for him, came the answer. They fell silent, and soon after, Kabuto excused himself, returning to his teammates. It took a second for Naruto to realize that Mayu had also wordlessly begun walking towards the arena. Naruto's gaze lowered to her trembling hands, and he let out an internal sigh. With that kind of mentality going in, he doubted she'd come out victorious. He looked towards her opponents. Fu and another AIM genin were already waiting inside the arena. As his gaze fell on the Taki genin, the girl seemed to notice. Turning around, she locked gazes with him for a second. Then, baring her teeth at him, Fu gave him a sarcastic little wave before returning her attention to the others in the arena. Bemused, Naruto cocked his head, his thoughts returning once more to Rai's words and Kakashi's strange reaction towards them. Fu, he said her name out loud quietly. Rai had called her a Jinchuriki, but what did that even mean? Maybe Rai had been messing around like usual, and it hadn't meant anything. But Kakashi's reaction had been strange, so perhaps there was something else to it that he was missing? Naruto's forehead furrowed, and he reached up to massage his temple with his hand. His head was starting to throb again. Wincing, Naruto glanced sideways at Kakashi. He opened his mouth, and then hesitated. Should he ask the Jonin? Normally, he wouldn't have hesitated. If there was anyone he trusted, it was his sensei. But Kakashi's previously bizarre reaction gave him pause. He squeezed his temples. It was getting harder to think straight with his head aching like this. Was this another relapse of that weird desert sickness? How come he was sick, anyways, while no one else was? Naruto, are you alright? Naruto almost jumped in surprise, before returning to his senses. How odd, he'd nearly forgotten that the Jonin was there. With a mental shrug, he decided that it couldn't hurt to ask what had he been going to ask again. In some distant part of his mind, alarm bells were ringing, but for some reason, Naruto was finding it hard to focus on them. Dazedly, he looked back at the arena. The round had started. Mayu was racing away, while the genin from Takigakyo was spewing a shiny powder that hurt his eyes. What had been the girl's name again? Naruto? His eyes widened as he actually jumped this time. He'd forgotten Kakashi-sensei was there again. What was going on? What was wrong with his mind? He felt like he was drowning in an increasingly thicker fog. Focus, Naruto, he told himself, massaging his temples. Closing his eyes, he mentally retreated to his sanctuary. Here, he had studied all of his difficult taijutsu stances and committed his to memory. But to his immense shock, whereas he had previously imagined it as a great expanse of nothing, there was something else there now, a giant, bulky gelatin-like block that was rapidly expanding in all directions even now. But there! It hadn't taken over completely just yet. Naruto dove to grasp the fleeting thought before it was crushed for good under the block. Sensei, do you know what Rai meant by a Jinchuriki? He managed to choke out. What? Kakashi sounded taken aback. So you don't know what he meant? No, but Naruto stopped with a hiss as he was forcibly ejected from his own sanctuary. He let out a groan, as the wave of pain collapsed over him. Everything around him was beginning to spin dizzily, just like it had several days ago. What's wrong? Kakashi's voice was muted and distant, as if he were talking to him through a thick wall. Naruto staggered, his hands falling limply to his sides. The air was thick and hazy, and his mouth felt like a leaden lump of clay. He mumbled something through a thick tongue, before everything turned black. As she slowly walked into the arena, there were so many thoughts and voices in her head that Mayu was starting to feel rather sick. It was a tumultuous cacophony, a restless tornado that raged through her mind. There was no time to breathe or think. Only react. I thought we had agreed that you were going to keep your distance from it. She skipped the academy today again. You don't mean you're making a cake for that thing, are you? Get away from him. He'll kill you. He's a monster. Where are you going? Mayu flinched in surprise and then stumbled. Regaining her bearings, she looked around in a daze. Her surroundings had suddenly changed. She was already at the center of the sandy arena, where an aimed genin and Fu waited for her. Mayu blinked. Fu had been the one to call out to her. Are you ready? The Suna Jonin growled, glaring around at them. Mayu's eyes darted away, not wanting to meet his eyes. Then begin. The aimed genin immediately jumped into the air, lifting his umbrella and spinning it to release a torrent of deadly poison-tipped needles. Fu hopped away, while Mayu, almost tripping again, just barely managed to get out of range. Hiden, Rinpungakure no Jutsu, secret, hiding and scale powder technique. Fu used the same she had used on them earlier in the tunnels, exhaling a blindingly bright powder from her mouth. Reacting instinctively, Mayu screwed her eyes shut, running as fast as she could. Judging by the outraged howl of surprise from the aimed genin, he hadn't fared as well. When Mayu felt it safe enough to open her eyes again a few seconds later, sure enough, he was already slumped on the ground. She watched as Fu straightened over his body. Casually, the green-haired girl stretched her arms back behind her body, reminding her for some odd reason of an insect extending its scaly wings. Then, just as casually, Fu looked directly over at where Mayu stood. Here I come, she said brightly, pointing her finger in her direction. Mayu froze, her eyes widening. Unable to move, she watched as Fu took a deliberate slow step towards her. It was just her, and the monster again. The monster took another step towards her. And then another. And another. Mayu couldn't move. All she could do was stand there, watching the sand below the monster's sandals billow in all directions with every step closer to her. Another step. The pause between each step was growing shorter. Step. Step. The monster would be here soon. Move, she tried to scream at herself. Move, or you'll die. Mayu whimpered, but she couldn't move. There was a glass tunnel, long and narrow, that was trapping her therein with the monster. She couldn't move nor breathe. The only way to move was forward, where the monster was waiting. The monster was close now. The monster was raising her hands. The corners of her mouth were turning upwards, and she could see a glimpse of sharp, glinting teeth. I'm scared. Mayu's lips cracked open. She wanted to cry out for help. Where were her teammates? Her gaze searchingly flicked sideways to the jeering audience. But she couldn't see anyone she recognized. It was a sea of blank faces. I'm so scared. The monster had taken out a kunai now. But she still couldn't move. All she could do was watch the kunai, so reminiscent of a fawn, make its way towards her in a slow, downward arc. I'm scared. Mayu! A voice bellowed, cutting through the haze. As though she'd been splashed in ice-cold water, Mayu jerked in surprise, and finding she could move again, just barely managed to throw herself out of the way. As soon as she hit the ground, Mayu somersaulted back onto her feet, pulling a kunai out of her pouch and holding it above her with a shaking hand. Fu looked at her with a bemused expression, and in a moment of stillness, Mayu glanced back at the spectators again. She found Rai immediately. His face was stark white as he stared back at her, the thick scar on his cheek standing out prominently. Naruto and Kakashi-sensei were gone, and somehow, she knew that Naruto must have collapsed again. The memory of finding him unconscious in his room several days ago suddenly flashed through her mind. She had been scared then, too. Are you always this scared when your teammates aren't around? The girl asked, casually tossing the kunai around in her hands. Her orange eyes flashed dangerously, and her smile grew a little more strained. Or do you know what I am? To her surprise, Mayu found herself opening her mouth to speak. I'm always scared, she replied in an unexpectedly calm voice. I've been scared of everything for years. Fu cocked her head. What kind of way to live is that? Mayu's grip on her kunai tightened painfully. It's no way to live, she said, and threw the kunai. Fu jerked back, but the kunai never even went near her. Instead, it pierced through the air with a shattering sound before landing harmlessly on the ground at the other side of the arena. I'm scared, but I am tired of being scared. Naruto, what's wrong? Kakashi asked, watching in alarm as the genin's face turned an ashen gray. Naruto stumbled. Reacting instinctively, Kakashi caught him before he fell. Sensei, my head. Naruto's eyes rolled back, and his body went limp in Kakashi's arms. His free eye widened in shock. Naruto! Rai was finally back. Looking worried, he raced forward to help, but stopped in his tracks at Kakashi's expression. No, it couldn't be. Kakashi murmured to himself, shaking his head. He anxiously stared down at Naruto's slack face. Over the years, as he watched the boy grow up from afar, he'd sometimes had his doubts and wondered about its possibility before. Even just today, he had felt uneasy when he heard about Naruto's recent sudden illness. After some contemplation, however, he'd dismissed it all as simple paranoia. But just now, the boy had fainted as soon as he broached the subject. This wasn't some psychological issue, it went far beyond that. This was an external cause. And it sounded very similar to the effects of something he'd once been very familiar with during the war. It couldn't be, he repeated miserably. That couldn't be what he meant. What are you talking about, sensei? Rai said, sounding upset. What's wrong with Naruto? Is he sick again? Kakashi straightened up, lifting up Naruto in his arms. I'm going to take Naruto to a medic, Rai. I want you to stay here to cheer Mayu on, he said quietly. But when I come back, I want you to tell me everything you know about Jinchuriki. Many miles away in the Fire Country, the venerable third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi looked outside at the setting sun from his office, his trusty pipe smoking in his hand. He hummed, watching the last rays strike the familiar busts of the past Hokage. The days were growing longer as spring approached, and he was glad. The past winter had been a long and severe one. His thoughts turned toward the Chunin exams that were currently taking place in Sunigakure. Several of Konoha's promising geniuses were participating this year, including Gai's rookies. Hiruzen was quite looking forward to seeing how they would be performing, particularly the Hyuga genius. There hadn't been a user of the Byakugan with as much promise in so many years. It was just a pity that he was from the branch house. Unless the main house changed their ways, then the boy's talents would never be used to their full extent. Knowing Gai's way of instructing his students with the greatest care, however, Hiruzen hadn't expected them to participate this year. He smiled, his temples wrinkling. It was probably because Kakashi, Guy's greatest rival, had entered his team in the exams this year. And Kakashi's team was. Hiruzen stilled. The smile faded, and he turned away from the window. He couldn't bear to look out and see Minato's face staring accusingly back at him. Sitting down at his desk, Hiruzen steepled his hands together. Every day, he wondered if he had made the right choice. Granted, it had been the only choice at the time. Such was the way of fate. And yet, he wondered, was fate really such an unmovable force? 11 years ago, and then 5 years ago. Hokage-sama. A silver-haired ANBU stumbled into the Hokage's office. There were several Chunin standing in front of the Hokage, but ignoring protocol, he ripped off his animal mask to reveal his face. Dog. Hiruzen admonished. The Chunin beside him immediately averted their eyes. Hiruzen signaled for the Chunin to leave before turning to face the upset young ninja standing before him. What is the matter? Is it true? Kakashi demanded, once all of the Chunin had filed out of the room. That the Ninetales attacked? And that there were casualties? Yes, said the elder shinobi heavily. But how? Hiruzen raised his hand. Now is not the time. It will all be explained soon. For now, know that it has been subjugated and resealed back to its host. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. And what have you done with him? The boy was understandably distraught when he reached consciousness. For now he's been put to sleep, while the counselors and I discuss what to do with him. It's true then, said Kakashi quietly, that the council wants him dead? There have been some suggestions concerning different ways of quelling the host. Kakashi slammed the wall with his fist. Naruto's still just a child. You can't blame him for something like this. And I don't, said Hiruzen gently. You need not worry for him. He has been put under high security guard to prevent anything from happening to him. More like you're putting him under guard so as to make people feel more at ease, Kakashi muttered. Even though the Ninetales has been resealed, he is still a danger, Kakashi. Hiruzen shook his head wearily. Especially with the state his mind is currently in, most likely, he and the other witnesses will have to have their minds wiped of the memory. And then? The boy turns 6 tomorrow, yes? Said Hiruzen, clasping his hands behind his back. He turned to Kakashi. I think it is about time he has begun to be trained. He will be placed back in his apartment by tomorrow morning, with no memory of today's events. Could you bring him to my office then? Kakashi numbly nodded. He didn't seem altogether pleased, but he seemed reassured that the Hokage had not given in to village pressure and dealt with his teacher's son much more harshly. Turning around, the ANBU left without another word. Hiruzen sighed as the door slammed shut. As upset as Kakashi already was, he hadn't thought it prudent to fully clue him in on everything that was to be done regarding the boy. He himself would have preferred any other possible alternate method. But it had been the only way to pacify the counselors while giving him as normal a childhood as possible. Such a potent seal, he murmured to himself. Minato would be furious to know his own creation would be used on his son. He looked down at his lined hands silently. He would do the deed himself. All the blame would be his. Chapter 14, Lightning Speed. Much like the other buildings in Sunagakure, the infirmary was a hive of dimly lit rooms and connecting hallways, and as such, it was only by chance that Kakashi noticed Mayu being carried past on a stretcher. Once he'd affirmed that Naruto's condition had stabilized, he had worried over her battle against Fu, and as soon as he saw the blue hair clips attached to a mop of sandy hair, Kakashi jumped to his feet and stopped the medic Nin in order to check on her. But even without the medic assuring him that she would be alright, with just a cursory look over, he could tell that his fears had been groundless. Mayu was bleeding from what looked like multiple tiny perforations on her arms, but that appeared to be the extent of her injuries. She was breathing steadily, with no irregularities in her pulse. It appeared she was merely unconscious. Relaxing, Kakashi nodded and stepped back, allowing the medic to direct her stretcher to another room. Just as he'd walked back through the doorway, he saw Naruto's eyes snap open. Leaving the stunned boy to stare up at the clay ceiling from his prone position in bed, Kakashi locked the door behind him and checked the room once more. They were the only occupants in the room, and the medic who had been attending to Naruto had long since left. But of course, that didn't mean anything in a hidden village like Sunagakure. He would have preferred to take Naruto to a more secure location, but to do so now would attract unwanted attention. Passing his hand over his face, Kakashi lifted his 8 to reveal his Sharingan. Glancing around, he was rewarded with a small chakra presence perched on top of the rim of the nearest window. "Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto asked in a taut voice. "What happened? I passed out again, didn't I?" Without responding, Kakashi leisurely ambled over to the window. Pretending to look outside at the view of the drab, open field of sand in deep contemplation, he saw that the source of the chakra was a harmless beetle on the outside. The inside, on the other hand, was a whole different story. From what he could tell by its thin string of light chakra that jutted out from its posterior and led out of the room, it was a modified puppet, possibly with the added capability of recording conversations. Ingenious, what some of there could accomplish. However, with an idle flick of his fingers, Kakashi squashed the insect against the wall, before turning back to face the genin. As soon as he met the boy's blue eyes, he internally winced. The pressure of the daunting task that loomed before him weighed down on him all at once like a massive boulder. Kakashi pinched the bridge of his nose, gathering his thoughts together. Nevertheless, it has to be done, and with that thought in mind, he let out another exhale. "Naruto," he began at last, "before anything, I would like to apologize." The genin looked taken aback. "Apologize? What for, sensei?" "In my defense," Kakashi paused. "No, I have no defense. The truth of the matter is that everyone, including me, has been lying to you for your entire life. I could have done something about it, but I never did. I'm sorry." "I see." To Kakashi's surprise, Naruto's gaze sharpened. "And I suppose these lies have something to do with why I am passing out. Are you going to tell me what these lies are?" "Yes," he replied, and was gratified to see a look of surprise flash across the genin's face. "I'm going to tell you everything that I know, consequences be damned. While it isn't much, it's the very least you deserve." Kakashi trailed off, as a sudden thought struck him. "I'm assuming that you want to hear the truth?" "Yes, sensei," said Naruto immediately. "Right now, please." Kakashi nodded. "Very well. But there's one thing I'm going to ask of you. And that's to hear me out in its entirety. Some news might, well, be shocking to you, but I want you to stay here on your bed. In return, I promise you that I will tell you the entire truth as I know it." "Yes, sensei," Naruto said, his tone now touched by a slight flavor of impatience. "All right then." Kakashi took a deep breath. "Might as well get it over with from the get-go. You are a Jinchuriki." At these words, he noted that Naruto's face remained unchanged, but could sense his body tensing up. "That means that you are the host of a tailed beast. In your case, during its invasion of Konoha, the Nine-Tails, Kyuubi, was sealed within you when you were a newborn baby." "The Kyuubi wasn't destroyed?" Naruto asked, raising a fist to clear his throat. His face was otherwise, curiously devoid of emotion. "I thought the fourth Hokage defeated it." "Tailed beasts aren't so simply defeated, Naruto," said Kakashi. "They're mammoth living forms of chakra. The best we can do is seal them away. And most villages take advantage of this by sealing them inside another living vessel, a human." "Was it a complete seal? Is that even possible? How come it's never gotten out?" Naruto frowned. "It has, hasn't it?" Kakashi nodded. "Correct. However, from what I know, there has been only one incident so far in which the Kyuubi managed to temporarily escape its seal. It happened when you were 6, or actually, the day before your 6th birthday. Some foreign ninja somehow managed to get intel on you and infiltrated Konoha. In the incident, you lost control and managed to kill them all. But I don't remember." "There are gaps in your memory, Naruto. Ever since that day, for 5 years now, there has been a seal on some of your memories." It was curious, and yet disheartening to observe the careful look of calm beginning to fall apart on the genin's face, like cracks in a sheet of ice that had frozen over a raging river. Before he could be swept away in its current state, Kakashi hurriedly pressed on. "It is a type of forbidden Fuinjutsu called the Genkiken Fuin taboo seal. It was invented by the 4th Hokage, and was popularly used during the Third Shinobi World War. It works by making a word or idea taboo in someone's mind. Any time they begin thinking about it, the seal immediately sucks the memory away. People whose mental resilience is strong enough tend to unconsciously fight this, and suffer tremendous headaches as a result. That's the reason why you've been falling unconscious. Your mind has been fighting with the seal, trying to hold on to your memories. As a temporary measure, I've put a block on the seal for now, which is why, as I tell you this, you aren't falling unconscious. Naruto's hands fell by his side. A long, terse silence entangled itself around them. Looking at the mixture of feelings playing out across his student's normally stoic face, Kakashi had to hold himself back from sighing. Ninja lived harsh, often unjust lives, and it was something that he had come to accept a long time ago as a child himself. But something about the way Naruto's face looked just now brought back memories of those gray, rain-drenched days he'd spent in the reflection of the cold memorial stone. Why me? Naruto finally let out. The fourth Hokage chose you, Kakashi replied. Why? Naruto repeated, shaking his head. Kakashi hesitated. Please, sensei. Because you were his son, he said quietly. What? Naruto blurted out, looking at Kakashi in naked disbelief. But that's... Your father was Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage, Kakashi pressed on. He was my teacher, and a legendary shinobi renowned as Konoha's Yellow Flash. He died a hero, saving the village by sealing the Kyuubi inside his own child, you. Naruto didn't respond, and as Kakashi watched the genin's eyes slowly turn dull, the weight on his back seemed to grow heavier and heavier. He wondered if he had made a mistake, not about putting a stop to the memory seal, but about the timing of it all. Perhaps he should have waited for a more optimal time before revealing the truth to the boy. But with the memory seal quarantined off, Naruto would have woken up immediately knowing that something was off, and it would have been damaging to their tentative trust if Kakashi had continued denying him the truth of everything. I can't say that I understand completely why Minato-sensei made his decision, said Kakashi, choosing his next words with care. And I know you were in a lot of pain growing up because of that. We were all forbidden to tell you anything, because we were told it would be safer for you to remain ignorant of your circumstances. But I want you to know that your father must have had a very good reason to do so, because that's just the type of ninja he was. His last wish was for you to be seen as a hero. After the preliminaries ended, they were granted 2 weeks' time to recover and to train for the upcoming final exam. For most of the time, Naruto threw himself into solitary training, doing his best to keep himself busy while staying away from the others. Rai similarly squirreled off into training under the tutelage of Kakashi, whereas Mayu disappeared for long periods of time, seemingly touring the village. The days dragged by, but eventually the morning of the third exam arrived, and Naruto was again set to go first. The exam was held in a much fancier stadium than where the preliminaries had taken place. The walls were made of hardened clay that reached up around 15 feet around the circular, level platform. The audience sat on rows on top of these walls. Suna and Bu were positioned strategically in the audience both as bodyguards for the high-ranking officials as well as preventative measures, in case any fights got out of hand. The first match of the day set Naruto against one of Sanegakure's favorites, a blonde Suna genin named Temari, who was apparently the daughter of the Kazekage. Naruto had noticed her earlier. From what he'd seen, she was quick-footed and clever, with a bit of a cruel streak in her tendency to play with weaker opponents. Her weapon of choice was a giant folding fan, and just as the match began, she'd flown at him on top of it, catching him off guard enough for her to land a glancing blow off of his leg. But in the end, she was no match for him. As soon as Naruto recovered, quickly gathering that her weakness was close-range combat, he made short work of her with the help of several Kagebunshin. When he walked out of the enclosed arena, the ensuing polite applause did little to conceal the sullen expressions of the watching Suna audience. The next match was between Rai and Niji, in which Rai held up surprisingly well despite the hype that had surrounded the Hyuga boy. Keeping up a steady stream of kunai, his teammate was able to surprise everyone in the stadium, Niji included, by channeling his chakra into some of the kunai and exploding them as they lay scattered around his opponent's feet. Though Niji noticed them in time and managed to avoid most of the fiery explosions, Rai still managed to lightly scorch the stoic boy's leg. Unfortunately for him, this served only to irritate Niji, who'd seemed to be trying to conserve energy by remaining on the defense. Going on the offensive, he managed to corner Rai, and with several well-placed hits, Rai was soon on the ground coughing up blood. After Rai was carried out on a stretcher, Naruto did not pay much attention to the following two fights, though he noted that the girl from Takigakure, Fu, who'd beaten Mayu in the preliminaries, defeated her opponent with ease. Rai had called her the Jinchuriki before. That could mean only one thing, that she was the host of a tailed beast, just like him. Undoubtedly, she would make it to the finals, and if the sharp look she'd shot in his direction was any inclination, she expected the same of him. In a detached sort of way, Naruto wondered if she knew the truth about him as well. He wouldn't be too surprised, as it seemed he hadn't ever known anything about himself. With the first round of the matches done, there was a brief break, likely more for the benefit of the watching daimyo than the participants. As Kakashi and Mayu had gone to check on Rai in the infirmary, Naruto sat alone drinking out of a water skin, not paying much attention to his surroundings. Suddenly, a side of his face was relieved from the burning sun as it fell in shadow. Naruto put his water skin down, and turned to see the Hyuga boy staring down at him with his arms crossed. His eyes trailed down first to the burn on his leg that his teammate had so graciously given. It looked a bit more raw and painful than it had seemed down in the arena. "We'll be fighting against each other in the next round," said Neji shortly, and Naruto looked back up. "It's supposed to be randomized," he pointed out. The matchups for the winners of the initial round, Neji, Fu, Asuna Genin who used puppets, and himself, were picked out from a public drawing. "Everyone knows it's a farce. They'll want to knock out at least one Genin from Konoha," Neji said flatly. Naruto felt a flicker of irritation. "What's your point?" "Before we fight, I wanted to tell you something. In this world, as I'm sure you've realized, there is the elite, and then there are the outcasts. We can change our physical appearance, and improve our skills with training and study, but ultimately, we are judged by what we cannot change. What can't be changed must be endured. We are who we are, and we must live with it, and with my Byakugan, I can see many things. I've seen how you strive to be the best, so that you can become Hokage." Niji's eyes hardened. "An outcast like you or me could never become the Hokage. Keep that in mind." The shade on his face moved away, and Naruto was left alone once more. He picked his water skin up again, and drank. He hadn't expected such a direct psychological attack like that. If surprise had been its intended effect, it had worked. However, his last wish was for you to be seen as a hero. Naruto's lips curved upwards in a humorless smile. Neji needn't have wasted his breath. He'd already known everything he'd said was true. Soon, the second half of the third exam began, and true enough, Naruto and Neji were matched up for the first battle. When the bald-headed proctor looked up at him expectantly from the arena, Naruto exhaled. Throwing the empty water skin aside carelessly, he jumped down from his seat down into the stage, sending up tufts of sand as he landed. Neji was already waiting for him. As the crowd buzzed in excitement, and the proctor roared something about their shared backgrounds, neither one said anything. For a moment, the two were completely still, simply eyeing each other from across the field. Naruto noticed that the pale-eyed boy was slightly favoring one leg. He'd had some cooling paste dabbed over the burn since they talked, but it must have been bothering him. As if reading his thoughts, Neji spoke up. "This injury will make no difference in the outcome," he said coolly. "After Almi Byakugan shows me many." "Yes, good for you," Naruto cut in. Niji's eyes narrowed, and he continued to glare at him, until Naruto looked away. He waited for the countdown wearily. Fleetingly, as the sun's white rays beat harshly down on his face, he wondered what he was doing there in that arena. "Begin!" Naruto automatically lowered into a basic defensive stance, waiting for Neji to make the first move. Dully, he recounted what he'd learned about the Genkai. Though the Hyuga clan was understandably tight-lipped about it, there were some basic things one could gather about it just by sparring with one of their clansmen. There had been a Hyuga member from the branch in his class, and he'd been able to gather several things from her, the most important one being that the Byakugan, at its most basic, granted its user the ability to see everything at the chakra level. This meant that they could see through solid objects, and illusions such as clones meant nothing to them. Furthermore, as he'd gathered from Neji and Lee's fight, their fighting style took advantage of their Byakugan to make common taijutsu into something much more destructive. "Byakugan!" cried Neji. Sure enough, the veins around his eyes visibly bulged as the boy activated his infamous heritage. Once activated, he glared at Naruto without making another move. It was clear that he wanted Naruto to make the first move. There were a variety of ways he could deal with this. Most people would probably take the long-range approach to avoid Niji's taijutsu. After a split second's deliberation, he decided. Kaige Bunshin no Jutsu. 4 exact copies of himself immediately materialized in a cloud of white smoke. From what he knew of the way the Byakugan worked, Niji shouldn't be able to discern his real self from among his clones. In one fluid motion with his clones, Naruto drew his tanto from his back. He and his clones shot towards Niji, who pulled out his kunai. Metal met metal harshly as his clones kept the pale-eyed genin busy, and at the edges, Naruto continuously feinted in and out. To Niji's credit, despite having 5 Narutos converge on him from all directions, he left no openings, and Naruto only managed to get in a few shallow cuts. However, as soon as his summoned clones began to erupt into pillars of smoke, he summoned more, each time managing to get in some more shallow cuts. Slowly but surely, Niji's legs and arms began to be covered in an abundance of cuts. His breathing grew more labored as his reflexes began to slow. As Niji thrust his kunai into his clone, turning them into smoke, Naruto gradually moved closer to Niji, swapping his original rear position with one of his clones. As another clone turned into smoke, Naruto moved in and aimed a kick at Niji's legs, which he dodged by leaping back. Simultaneously, however, Niji unconsciously turned away his scorched leg in an effort to protect it, a movement which cost him a split second. Predicting this, Naruto stepped behind him at the same time. Niji's eyes widened as he realized his back was exposed, but with no time to turn around, Naruto swung his tanto inwards in a sharp arc. Just before his blade made contact, however, he met a strange, almost immaterial barrier, and to his surprise, he was then immediately blasted back as Niji spun rapidly in a powerful circle, his black hair fanning around him. As Naruto hit the ground, his remaining clones, which had also been thrown back, disappeared into clouds of smoke. When Niji had stopped spinning, the sand around him had furrowed into a shallow hole. Naruto looked at the other genin in surprised silence, and in response, Niji smiled grimly. Despite the number of cuts on his body, he stood firm in his confidence. Spreading his feet apart, he bent down sideways, touching the back of his hand to his foot. "It's over now," said Niji coolly. "Gentle fist style, 8 trigrams 32 palms." Naruto let out a sigh. If Niji hit him with that, things could actually turn quite dangerous for him. He'd wanted to take his time whittling the other genin down with his clones, but it looked like that wasn't possible now. He hadn't wanted to use this again unless he had to, but... Stepping back, he lowered his body, allowing his muscles to relax. He felt the chakra that ebbed through his body. At his urging, he usually manipulated it into becoming sharp and thin to channel it into his weapons. This time, however, he twisted his chakra to curl in on itself into a ball, becoming tighter and tighter with each twist, until it began to vibrate. Sending it down his body, the ball expanded, enveloping his feet with a crackling sound. As this all happened, Niji swung his body around and then threw himself forward with both hands outstretched towards Naruto. The prospect of victory gleaming in his pale eyes, Niji was just about to make contact with the other genin, when, with a sudden loud cracking sound, he disappeared. A split millisecond later, Naruto was behind Niji, and before the other genin had even realized, he'd hit him hard on the back of his neck with the blunt end of his tanto. Slowly, as if even his body was refusing to accept it, Niji swayed, and then fell on his knees. He was unconscious before he slumped to the ground. The crowd cheered animatedly. Since Naruto could project his wind chakra into his weapons, he'd reasoned that he should be able to project his chakra through his body as well. But instead of wind chakra, which was best for offensive attacks, he decided to work on his speed. In order to do that, he had focused on manipulating his chakra into a different element, lightning. The first obstacle had been getting down the feel for what lightning chakra felt like. It was very different, in both shape and feel, from his natural affinity, wind chakra. As soon as he'd gotten the hang of it, Naruto had begun focusing on running the current through his entire body, with the idea of electrically stimulating his nervous system, and then almost immediately abandoned the idea. He hadn't realized how painful it would be, or how much chakra it would consume to constantly be supplying his system with lightning chakra. After some pondering, Naruto had next focused on localizing the stimulation to just his lower legs and feet. As the body parts are farthest from his brain, he'd theorized that boosting them would provide the greatest improvement in his speed. And sure enough, though it did sting quite uncomfortably, hence why he avoided using it whenever possible, when his feet were stimulated with the lightning chakra, his enhanced kickoff greatly increased his initial speed and made it look, to the untrained eye, as if he had suddenly disappeared and then reappeared elsewhere. The sun was now high in the sky and it pounded on Naruto's neck as he looked down at Niji's prone body. A feeling he wouldn't have recognized before bubbled up inside him. But now that his eyes had been opened, he knew it as contempt. Contempt for the trapped bird in a cage that had yearned to be loved by the cage. "You're pathetic," he said coldly. Yet even as he spoke, he did not know who his words were for. Naruto turned around and walked out of the arena, leaving the roar of the crowd's approval behind him. Chapter 15: The Promise to a Dream. Following Naruto's victory, the fight between Fu and the remaining Tsunagenin, an older boy named Kankuro, was short and decisive. Dressed in white with a dark skin tone, she stood out starkly beside Kankuro, who was light-skinned and wore all black. And once the match began, the difference in their skills was made clear as well. Though he handled his puppet with clear talent, it was no match for the destructive cloud of termite-like insects that emerged from the red tube on Fu's back. Seeing the insects rapidly swarm across the ground towards him, Kankuro barely managed to get out of their way. As he did so, realizing that the insects could climb across chakra threads, he was forced to detach himself from his puppet. In a matter of seconds, they completely covered and stripped away the puppet's exterior, leaving behind only a wooden carcass which then collapsed in on itself. Apparently having sated their appetite, the insects then returned to Fu's tube. However, with his weapon gone, and clearly shaken by the ordeal, Kankuro soon surrendered, and to the groans of his watching Suna countrymen, he sheepishly plodded off the arena. After dusting herself off, Fu nonchalantly stretched backwards. Then, with glittering baleful eyes, she locked gazes with Naruto, who'd been blankly observing the battle. He stared back, and after a moment, she looked away. As the Jonin proctor told the audience there would be a brief intermission before the final match, Naruto noticed that a masked Jonin had just emerged from the infirmary building. Though he gave the man no further indication of his recognition, the man soon came and sat down next to him. "Hey," Kakashi greeted him. When Naruto didn't say anything in response, he let out a small cough. "I'm sorry I missed your match against the Hyuga kid. I got caught up with medical paperwork, so do you feel ready for the final match?" Naruto shrugged noncommittally. Rubbing the back of his neck, Kakashi sighed. "I won't push you, Naruto. Just know that you're not alone in this. I'm here, and your teammates are here to support you at least in spirit." "Spare me the sentimentality, sensei," Naruto finally said, getting up. "There's no need for this. I'm perfectly aware of my current situation." Kakashi looked taken aback. "And what situation is that?" Naruto spread his arms wide in a sweeping motion. "This exam is a farce. Whether I win it or not, it'll make little difference in the way everyone looks at me. Even Mayu and Rai would turn their backs on me if they knew, and you know it." Kakashi paused. "I haven't turned my back on you." "You're different, sensei." Nonetheless, Naruto fell back in his seat. The tendril of unfamiliar anger that had flared up inside him just a moment ago had already faded away, leaving behind only a crushing weariness. "But nobody else will think that way. Nobody will ever acknowledge me. What's the point in trying?" "So you're saying your efforts were all to get people to acknowledge you? That doesn't sound like the Naruto I know." Naruto didn't respond. After several minutes of taut silence, Kakashi moved away. Looking out over the dusty, sand-filled arena and the rowdy crowd that filled the seats around them, Naruto cast his thoughts back to a time when he hadn't even been tall enough to open the window. It was back when Naruto still hadn't known what chakra was. His caretaker at the time always refused to open the window for him, saying that if he fell out and died, she would be blamed for it. So, in the summer when the nights were hottest and he found it difficult to breathe, Naruto would pile his wooden blocks on top of his tattered book of folk tales and carefully clamber on top of the teetering stack. Balancing his weight, he pushed up against the firmly closed window, and more often than not, he would lose his balance and fall over, the stack crashing painfully on top of him. But sometimes, the window budged open just slightly enough for a thin, cool breeze to enter the room, and he would be able to breathe again. On those days, his dreams were always pleasant. Sometimes he'd even dreamed that his parents, though always faceless, were alive and lived with him. Who'd have thought that in reality, it had been his own father who had sealed away a monster inside of him and sealed his fate forever? Closing his eyes tightly, Naruto shook his head, trying to clear away the memory. He'd once watched the sun set from that very window, hoping beyond hope that he would one day be accepted. He'd sworn that he would own the hearts of Konoha and that he would become Hokage. He'd fantasized about how people would regard him with awe as he walked down the village streets, looking at him with trust and respect in their eyes. He hadn't realized then that he was a wolf in human skin, but they'd known all along. They must have been laughing as he studied and practiced for hours every night in a vain effort to become one of them. Laughing as they sealed his memories, watching him lose himself piece by piece until he was only an empty shell. He could tell that even Kakashi-sensei's concerns stemmed from the pity one reserved for the most pathetic of creatures, the ones that tried to become what they were not. A bitter smile stretched itself across his face. The worst part of it all was that even knowing the truth, somewhere deep inside of him he still craved their acceptance. As the final match of the Chunin exam, the victor will be decided only by killing or incapacitating his opponent, the proctor informed the watching audience. And in this battle, we have Uzumaki Naruto from Konohagakure and Fu from Takigakure. Waiting for the signal to start, Naruto took in his opponent. As she had done with the Sunagenin, her figure also made an odd contrast to his own, with his black tracksuit and his red hair and blue eyes. Noticing his gaze, Fu looked back at him and crossed her arms, smiling darkly. His eyes narrowed, her stance screamed of confidence. Was she going to use her Jinchuriki powers? He thought it unlikely. If Jinchuriki truly were taboo, as it seemed to be, then Fu would likely be under strict orders from her village to not reveal her Jinchuriki status. As it was so far, she hadn't shown any signs of it, but that could simply have been because she had not been pushed enough. Whatever the case, one thing was clear: she was dangerous, and he knew next to nothing about her, making the situation doubly dangerous. He stopped. Unconsciously, he'd begun analyzing her out of pure habit. But did it really matter? As he told Kakashi-sensei, the outcome of this match meant nothing. Begin! Unlike with his match against Niji, Naruto made the first move. Gathering his lightning chakra to his feet, he drew a kunai and sprang at her. The proctor's words were still reverberating through the arena when Naruto appeared in a flash behind her. Without hesitating, he slashed downwards at her exposed neck. But to his alarm, the blade did not pierce her as expected, but instead bounced off. Hiden, Rinpongakure no Jutsu, secret, hiding and scale powder technique. Fu shouted just as, despite his surprise, he flashed away. Nevertheless, several particles ended up in his eyes, filling his vision with bright painful spots. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, shadow clone technique. To buy time, Naruto blindly summoned several clones into the arena. Jumping backwards, he let them seize the Taki Genin as he recovered and processed the newest addition to his mental profile of her. Her skin had felt oddly thick and stiff, almost like armor a shell. A simple blade obviously would not be enough. Just as the last clone burst into smoke, his vision returned to functioning level. Fu had been driven back by his clones, but now was quickly advancing on him head first. In a single fluid motion, Naruto drew his tanto from his back. Furrowing his brow in concentration, he ran 2 fingers down its blade, running a current of wind chakra down its edge. Next, he ran back up, layering another current of chakra above it. He could sense the 2 opposing currents grounding against each other, finally sharpening the blade. Eyeing his opponent, he stepped backwards, shaping and directing his chakra towards the heel of his foot as he ground it into the sand. Fu tensed and began to slow down. Naruto exploded towards her, holding the tanto with both hands. With no time for her to react, his blade struck her abdomen. Once again, he met the strange shell-like barrier on her skin, but this time, he felt something give way, and with a loud breaking sound, several cracks appeared on her skin. Grimacing in pain, Fu jumped back. A thin line of red blood was trickling down her front. In another flash, Naruto was behind her again with his tanto, slamming the blade ruthlessly this time against her back. Even as it crushed through her shell, to his surprise, she reached out with a hand and grabbed the blade. Opening her mouth, she turned her head and silently screamed, unleashing a gale of scale powders at his face. Forced to abandon his tanto, Naruto flashed away to the opposite side of the arena where he was just out of her reach. He watched as, with a hiss of pain, Fu wrenched the blade out from where it was wedged in between the cracks of her arm and threw it on the ground. Then, putting her hands together to make a sign, the top of the red tube on her back flew open and a black cloud of clicking insects emerged. They were different from the termite insects she had used previously. These looked more like beetles, but with a row of several wicked-looking pincers. As one, they headed straight for him, their hard shells gleaming brilliantly. Futon Kyofu, wind release, gale. He blew out a gale of strong wind, throwing most of them off course as they flapped their scaly wings rapidly in a struggle to stay in the air. Meanwhile, following her beetles, Fu lunged towards him and making the signs rapidly, she began to exhale her signature scale powder at him. Before they fully escaped her mouth, however, Naruto kicked out with his feet, hitting her in the side. She fell to the ground several feet away, her powder exuding uselessly by her side. Using that time, Naruto ran to where Fu had flung down his tanto, and picked it back up. Running his wind chakra down its length, he flashed behind the dark-skinned genin, slashing at her once more. Leaving behind a dark long line of blood, he quickly flashed away before her beetles, which were regrouping around her, could catch him. As she spat out a globule of blood and spit, Naruto dug his heel into the sandy ground in preparation for his next move, but stopped with a sudden yelp, as he felt numerous and tiny feet begin to crawl their way up his leg. Looking down in alarm, Naruto realized belatedly that several columns of Fu's termite had burrowed out from below ground. Without his noticing, they must have mixed with the swarm of beetles before disappearing underground. In his mind's eye, he recalled the eaten carcass of Kankuro's puppet. Already, he could feel them chewing through the leg of his tracksuit. Sending another wave of lightning chakra down his leg, Naruto flashed away, slapping down at his leg as he did so. Turning his hand up, he saw the smeared bodies of the insects across his palm. Thankfully, the remaining insects had fallen off as he escaped. However, this presented a new dilemma. Either Naruto would have to keep moving around to avoid them, or he would have to deal with them somehow, and with the beetles and Fu already chasing him around, that would make this even more difficult. Making up his mind, he cut off the current of wind chakra he was sending down his tanto, and instead began channeling lightning chakra down it. With a crackle, the blade began to hum as the chakra ran along its length. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see the swarm of beetles diving towards him once more. Fu remained in her position, seemingly concentrating on manipulating her insects all at once. The termites were nowhere to be seen, but were likely making a beeline towards him underground once more. Readying his tanto with both hands, Naruto took a step back, burrowing his heel into the ground. He felt a droplet of sweat begin to ease down the side of his face. The beetles were almost on top of him, something tiny was popping out of the ground's surface, and thrusting the tanto down into the sandy earth, Naruto simultaneously flashed away. As the blade broke through the surface, crackles of bright blue electricity from its tip broke the ground into chunks around it, surging through the emerging termites. At the same time, a current of electricity surged up through the blade into the air directly above it, electrocuting the swarm of airborne beetles. As one, the twitching, blackened insect bodies all dropped down on the ground. A final current of electricity crackled across the ground, before everything was still. Breathing heavily, Naruto fell on one knee to rest. Wearily, he looked in Fu's direction, and recoiled. She glared at him balefully, her face contorted into anger at the sight of her insect's demise. The sudden dark intensity of it inadvertently made him want to take a step back. Naruto hesitated. His every nerve was urging him with growing intensity to escape. Even as he watched, something red and ominous began to emanate off of her in waves. Somehow, her chakra had made itself visible. The pupils of her orange eyes grew narrow and sharp. White fog was steaming off of the cracks in her skin, and before his very eyes, they faded away, leaving her skin behind as good as new. The malicious red chakra shivered around her, before suddenly seeping to her back and splitting into two long shapes. Insect wings, Naruto realized, as they began fluttering behind her. His eyes wide, he regarded the girl that now took off into the air before him. Even at a distance, he could tell that she was somehow much faster and stronger now. Was she using the power of the tailed beast? Naruto glanced at the stands filled with the watching audience. Though most of them looked taken aback or confused, he noted that the Kazekage's face had not changed at all. Rather, the man looked attentively, almost eagerly, down at them, as if collecting information. Returning his attention to the match, Naruto blinked in shock. In that split second, Fu had flown across the entire length of the arena. Without his lightning chakra, he would have been done for already. As it was, he barely had enough time to lift up his arms to brace himself as she dove straight down at him. Her fingers had sharpened into what could only be called claws, and they dug painfully into the sides of his arms. The impact was so powerful, even as Naruto braced himself, he was blown off of his feet and sent tumbling across the sand. Before he could gain his bearings, he felt her claws settle around his legs, and suddenly, there was nothing below him, as she lifted him clear off the ground. Futon Kyofu, wind release, gale. Rapidly making the signs, he arched up and blew out at the winged girl. Struggling not to be swept away by the strong wind, Fu was forced to release him. Landing on the ground, Naruto somersaulted back to his feet and immediately made the hand seals for his next move. Instantly, several clones materialized beside him, each panting along with him as they looked up at the flying, glittering figure above them. "You can't beat me," Fu called out from above. A cruel, eager smile played at the edges of her lips. "You may have noticed by now, but my teammates fear me for a reason." Lunging for his tanto, he turned just in time to raise it protectively before him. Reaching out with a claw, Fu grabbed the blade, heedless of it digging into her shell-like skin. For a second, the two struggled, each pushing against the tanto with all of their strength. With frustration, he saw as his clones tried to strike the Jinchuriki girl. However, her chakra insect wings lashed out through them and in an instant, they were all gone. Thinking quickly, Naruto loosened his hold on the tanto enough to catch Fu off guard. Slackening her push just enough, he managed to yank the blade out of her reach and flash away. Appearing behind her in an instant, he raised the tanto high above his head. As exhausted as he was, as Naruto pushed the remainder of his chakra into its length, he did not have the time or the focus to shape it into one of his elements, as he usually did. Simply willing it to spin as uncontrollably and powerfully as possible at the blade's tip, he brought down the tanto through the air with a sharp splitting sound. The sand exploded at his feet and chunks of earth flew through the air. With a shattering sound, Naruto felt the metal blade crack in two from the impact. Behind it, his body jarringly hit the ground. His eyeballs rolled around in his rattled skull, and he tumbled across the ground several times before finally coming to a stop. For the first time in a long time, Naruto felt completely spent. Panting heavily, he remained still on the ground, waiting for sand to settle down. He had lost. He'd known, the moment he struck down. Her reaction speed honed by the red-tailed beast chakra, Fu had managed to dodge that final blow, with all of his remaining strength in it. Sure enough, a collective gasp swept across the mesmerized audience, as a grimy but perfectly fine Fu emerged from the dissipating dust clouds. Landing on the ground and folding her wings behind her, she threw a victorious smile in his direction. Leisurely, she began to walk toward him, like a prayer mantis slowly creeping up on its prey. It was completely silent. Turning away, Naruto let his head fall back. He looked up. There was not a single cloud in the blue sky. The sun's rays dazzled his eyes, and he let them close shut. The sudden blackness was soothing, and he felt his consciousness circle around his body. His heartbeat, which had been palpitating rapidly, slowed down. Offhandedly, Naruto wondered if he was going to die. Nobody was going to stop the match. Perhaps it was for the better. He was tired of trying. No matter what he did, it hadn't, and wouldn't make a difference. All those years, what had he been trying to prove? The moment the Nine Tails had been sealed inside of him, his fate had been sealed along with it. He was forever meant to. Naruto! A high voice cut through his hazy thoughts. Caught off guard at the sound of his name, he automatically opened his eyes. The sunlight beat down on his eyes once more, and wincing, he craned his head up, and froze. Looking fiercely down at him, a girl with long brown hair stood determinedly on top of the stands. "Mayu?" Naruto said out loud incredulously at the sight of his teammate. From the corner of his eye, he saw that even Fu had temporarily paused. With her head cocked, she regarded the girl with puzzled eyes. "KMM. Is that all you've got, Naruto?" Mayu shouted down at him, cupping her hands around her mouth to magnify her voice. "You're going to become Hokage, aren't you?" He looked back up at the stands. His eyes felt hot. The watching crowd was growing blurry. Only the pale, worried faces of his teammate and his sensei stood out in sharp focus. Suddenly, as something white and red shot towards him, Mayu cried out in alarm, "Naruto!" Tumbling over, Naruto was back on his feet. The sand where he had just been lying down burst apart from the impact of Fu's sudden blow. Dredging for the very last of his chakra, he flashed farther away to safety. Across the arena, Fu glared warily at him. She was back in the air, hesitating about what her next move should be. Rapidly, Naruto's mind raced through his available options. The only way out of this would be to take her out in a blow strong enough to kill, or knock her unconscious. However, He was out of chakra and was physically exhausted, while his opponent was currently high on tailed beast chakra and quite possibly the strongest person he had ever faced before. But his vision was clearer than it had been in a long time. As always, whenever in a tight bind, Naruto withdrew into the sanctuary of his mind. But this time, he realized for the first time that the giant block that had been restricting it before had been moved to one side. There was just enough room to squeeze past it, and when he did, he saw that there was a long, watery corridor that led off into the darkness. Hesitantly, he took a step forward and suddenly, he stood before a tall metal gate. He could feel something huge and dark lurking behind it, but a single seal on the gate doors blocked its escape. "Come closer," a terrible voice filled his head. It was raw and brutal, as if it had been screaming for days on end until blood ran down its throat. "You must be Nine Tails," Naruto said quietly. In response, a massive clawed paw suddenly swiped through the bars of its prison, just barely falling short of tearing straight through him. He didn't move, calmly looking into the blackness. Just beyond the bars, he could make out the shadowy shape of something white and bloodshot glaring balefully back at him. "What do you want?" it snarled gutturally. "Lend me your chakra," he said. It was clear to everyone watching that somehow, in that split second, a sudden change had come over the Konoha genin. Fu, the Taki genin, noticed as well. Looking alarmed, she had stopped her approach. "Ami Tanto broke," the red-headed boy said, looking put out at the sight of his broken weapon. "I guess I'll have to do without it this time." "What's going on?" said Fu, cocking her head. "Just a second ago, you were completely out of chakra." The boy thought about it for a second. "I collected some rent," he said. With a scowl, looking as if she deeply regretted taking her time, Fu shot forwards at him with her arms outstretched. It was clear she meant to finish him at last, with one blow. In response, Naruto crouched down, holding one hand over the other. Something chaotic and destructive spun wildly between them. Meeting his opponent's hard gaze, he leapt forward. The two met each other head-on with an explosive bang that rocked the stadium, and a shockwave of dust and sand swept through the arena. When it had cleared, only one silhouette remained standing. Thanks for watching. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what-if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs